I'm a professional streamer. Look at me fix the overlay. As we start the session, you're in for a show today. I got nothing. All right. Hi, everybody.
Shit, I'm Aldo. I'm gonna go get drunk. Damn, too late.
Oh, no, I mean, you can still have flavorful water beverages that come in bottles and cans on stream.
Yeah.
Would you like to go and get yourself a flavorful water beverage that comes in bottles or cans?
I mean, I have a jug, but it's not
Arizona tea.
Yeah.
If there is a sweetened beverage to enjoy, that is a good company to support. I think did we talk about this last week?
I don't know if it was last week, but we did talk about it. Yeah, they are a good company.
They're like legitimate, like good people. It's not about because it's a privately owned company and they don't care about the obviously they have to hit the bottom line, they make sure that they're profitable or whatever, but they're not we need to make every penny possible. Now we're gonna put cocaine in there and start it in elementary schools. This isn't Nestle, But
that would be tame for Nestle.
Yeah, it would be tame for yeah, I know. It's not like destroying entire societies or anything like that. But
yeah,
cool.
Let me start off with some positivity.
Sure. You guys want to talk about the past week's political situation? No. Okay.
Really
last week,
I'll talk with you about it if you want.
No, we don't need a perspective of somebody outside the United States. We are all fully aware of what's going on. It's okay. I get all my news from Fox. They explain it all to me. Things are going great. Zelensky, he should have thanked the president. But anyways,
Got it.
Sorry.
Also, Roz, thanks. I'm actually out of the way of it. So
did you hear they have to rewrite "America the Beautiful" now, though? The song, because of the Gulf of America now being the water, and then we have the American Ocean and the East American Ocean. They don't want it to be seen as a shining sea anymore. Then there's the cold American Ocean.
Very cold.
The soon-to-be American Ocean. Yeah.
I think we have the American Canal down in Central America too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right above Colombia. Anyways, so Jake, actually, funny enough, we were talking about how there's like a nasty storm that's starting here like in the next hour. And I think Ohio's also getting hit by it. So my mom's like, "That's right, your game's playing," because she was overwatching Gwen.
Hit by
earlier.
what?
She's like, "Yeah, you guys, because of really bad weather." She's like, "Oh, that's right. Where are your friends that you're playing with?" I was
I've
like,
not seen the sky in 2 days.
It's I was like,
here.
I was like, well, one of my friends lives in Ohio. Oh, Ohio is supposed to get completely hit with lots and lots of rain. They might have flooding, and I'm like, I'm not going to tell Wade. That would just make him sad because he moved away from the flood house.
Maybe I don't know.
I was like, well, but it's okay because my other friend's in Australia. She's like, oh, he'll be fine. The weather there will be fine. And now Roz is talking about a cyclone.
Yeah, there's a nasty cyclone.
I don't know why you're yelling at me, man. But
Queensland way.
I've been in this office for about 48 hours straight, minus the 5 hours I slept.
Well, I did say, I was like, well, my other buddy's in Oklahoma, so we don't have to worry about our weather getting all the way now to Oklahoma. Oh, looks like Oklahoma has lots of tornadoes happening today. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, wonderful.
It's one of those days.
Yep. Well, though she did say Oklahoma City, and I think you live pretty far from Oklahoma City.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Because I moved.
Oh, that's right. You moved. Oh, I forgot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I knew you moved, but I didn't know where you moved to. Oh, so
you're
like one of those chasers. You got in front of the path.
And then where I was usually the place that got hit like bad. Or at least it was right next to it. That's because it's Moore, and I was in Norman, which is like they're like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I left there and then immediately got almost hit by a tornado.
Did you just start praying, or am I tripping balls? Did you? Norman,
no, I did this, but like,
I thought you were
like,
I was just like Norman.
Norman.
Norman, you guys.
I wasn't aware of your game.
Maybe that should be an emo. Just Keegan. Norman. No. Okay.
No.
Back to the game.
I mean, I'm not really religious anymore, but I can pretend.
Oh, do we have to do a recap, dude? Last session, I think, pissed us all off.
Well, okay, Wade. You know what they say. It's better to be pissed off than pissed on.
Oh no, dude. I'd take being pissed on over this tired.
Chat, next time you see Wade at a convention, remember what he said? No.
I'll take 6 urines at once over this exhaustion.
Damn.
Oh my God. That's one nasty jellyfish bite.
Yeah. Grown-ups contain like a lot of urine. You know, like, that's a lot of
take a lot of urine. Like, oh, more than 6?
That too.
Wait, hold on. How much urine do grown-ups like the average pee is how many ounces or whatever? Do you know?
I don't have like an exact measurement. So here's where my brain went. my dog peed like the carpet a few days like a couple of weeks ago or whatever, and I remember being astonished by how much pee it was. And he weighs like less than 40 pounds. And I was like, man, my bladder is like way bigger than his bladder. I wonder I must contain a lot of pee when I have to go. And then you got what I said.
Especially if you drink like Aldo.
From pee to shine.
No.
All right, last time on Lost Initiative.
No, yes, thank you. Last time on Lost Initiative. Oh,
hey guys, we should go this way.
Yeah.
I'll shut the door locked.
Yep.
Hey guys, we're back where we started. There you go. That's what happened.
Well, I mean, have you ever, Wade, walked out the front door of your house and realized you didn't bring your keys with you and you locked the door behind, or your car even? Has it ever happened to you before? Or are you just like a perfect specimen?
Yeah, but when it happens in a game, I call it bad game design.
Nope. No. Design. You should have quick saved before you went out the door. No problem.
I would have reloaded if you would have let us.
I mean, but then you would have had to redo the combat because like you guys crushed the combat, and then if you you could have died the next time through. You could have rolled worse. You know what I mean? So
I had a night off.
Okay, back to the session. So you guys, as you said, made your way in, made your way down, solve the riddle, if you will, with the magical circle. All of the ooze exploded, erupted out of the well, if you will. You slid down, smashed dome pieces, inhaled some fungus, and then locked yourself out the door. On your way back, you killed a strange ooze that is a strange ooze-like creature, like a weird putty-like creature that seemed to have space inside of it, even when it had no space inside of it. It's rather small, but you can fit inside. It was a strange, mind-bending, extra-dimensional experience. After defeating it, realizing you were locked out, heading back out and using it to escape through the bars, you went, rested, went back to the Rogues Guild, if you want to call it that, tricked them into, with pants, into letting you break into a room where you were able to nab some books, a bunch of scrolls, and even a circlet of sorts. Immediately went from there back into the grated area, all the way back to the door, drank a potion, walked through the wall, got back into the center area, walked it through another doorway, poked your head in and went, "Whoa, it's windy in here, I can't see anything." Pulled your head back out, and we're like, okay, hi guys. We still have, I'm making it up, I think it's like 57 minutes left of your
you said I have this written down. You said I've used 2 minutes of stone potion. I saw a crystal through the next door that seems to be the source of the wind.
Yep. And so we'll pick up there with you guys are able to, you're standing there. You have the 2 wheels by you, the less ornate one that you've opened once before. And at some point in time, eventually, apparently, it wheels shut on its own. And then the other one that's more ornate, which you haven't messed with yet. And then there's the 2 doorways, the one you went out and got locked out, and the one that you poked your face through. I will throw it to the crew as they're standing there. I imagine it was Koa, right? Yeah, Koa that came back. And, as Koa comes back, it's literally like his hair is kind of like all tussle and whatever as he comes out of sticking his face to the door. So it's like, you can imagine Wade with his hair kind of like all windblown, just kind of like all thrown back and wrapped around his face. Wade with hair. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, that Wade. That one.
Dana, edit on hair.
Yep. Okay. And he pulls his head back and just kind of like looks at them and he's like, And it blew up the torch. Yeah, I'm literally smacking his face because the wind was so powerful against it.
Yeah.
It's literally his cheeks got a little numb.
Ow. I do have a wig forensic, but it's easier for me to make someone edit on hair. Okay.
Oh yeah, why don't you just use one of those? Zoom has like those. Can you put hair from Zoom? Is that a thing that you
look
can
at me, Scott? Does it look like I put effort into things?
No, I mean, yes.
Don't flatter me. Did we RP about the stone yet, or should I do that now?
You did
crystal?
mention the stone that you could only move through parts of it. Yes.
No. I mean, does the party RP'd about the crystal?
No, that has not happened.
Oh, okay.
To the other side, there's a lot of wind and a crystal that seems to be the source of it. I really feel like maybe we did do this. This sounds familiar.
Yeah,
we
did
do it again.
Yeah.
We can do it again.
Huh.
People on YouTube
crystal.
love clicking from one video to the next just to hear a recap of what they literally just listened to, and then also CRP redone for something they literally just heard and like that's not how
Grab
it
a
played out.
snack. Take a piss break between videos.
Yeah, jeez, 6
Piss
hours long.
queen.
Come on.
Hey, you got a while. You got the while.
Go ahead, Wade. Sorry, I interrupted you.
It's always really annoying too when you're the viewer who goes from video to video and you see the person not knowing what the fuck they just did. And it's like, dude, you were just doing it. Like, even as a viewer, I do that, and as a content creator, I know what the other side of it's like. But like, I watch people I'm like, dude, what the fuck? How have you forgotten the controls? It's been 2 seconds. Like, I'm not playing through. It's like, yeah, don't take that long of a break next time, bitch. Then me, the creator, I'm like, guys, we're people. Me, the viewer, fuck you guys, get to work.
Brush up before you hit record, motherfucker. Oh, hi, Tyler.
Oh yeah, Tyler. He was talking
Hi,
to you
Tyler.
specifically. That's right.
I
miss Tyler. I haven't heard his voice in forever.
If we open the door, I'm pretty sure that the wind will continue to blow and could cause some havoc in here, but I can try to go through and push forward and see if I can dislodge the crystal or destroy it or remove it or something. I'm not sure how it's fast, and I only got a brief glimpse.
Yeah, without many more details, it's hard to make a plan. You should still have a little bit longer on that potion, but you think maybe you could get a better look? Yeah.
Off anytime soon, I'll be in trouble. I don't want to be halfway through the wall.
Yeah, you should be good. You think you can get some more details?
I can try to push through forward a bit more and see if I can maneuver through the wind, but if I get into trouble, I'm not sure you'll hear me or be able to open the door to react in time, so hopefully it's nothing too major. Or we can just open the door and see what happens. It's up to you two. I can get through either way.
Anything over there? Well, I guess it could be traps or something, couldn't there?
I couldn't see anything other than the crystal, the wind and such made it difficult to see many other details.
The way it's set up, it seems like opening the door may trigger something in and of itself.
Yeah. Try peeking back through and see if you can examine the other side of the door. See if you see anything.
To like clear dust and shit out of his eyes. All right. Yes. Pause.
How do you intend to see through, despite the darkness? Because you don't have dark vision, as a reminder.
I can carry a torch through, right?
Yes, last time you did, it blew out like in a fraction of a second.
Well, I think if
lantern.
I back up, if I can go through the door. Oh yeah, we did the lantern. I can also try
yeah.
backing up and shielding the torch with my body.
Yeah, we have a hooded lantern. That's right.
Perhaps if I carry it through backwards, then to minimize the amount of wind hitting the lantern.
Oh yeah, the lantern is lit. That's the last thing we did.
We were prepared. Deja vu.
So yeah, I'll hand that over to Koa.
All right, I'll make my way through the wall again, Scott. Whenever I get I see that I'm getting through, I'll kind of turn and back through the door, holding the lantern, trying to protect it a little bit from the wind.
Okay. So yeah, you can do that. You're gonna try to step through, and again, because this is a hooded lantern, it is not a bullseye lantern, which we know is a difference. Hooded lantern will stop it from things like rain and some wind. Bullseye lantern will stop completely from rain, from most wind, and even submersion. bullseye lanterns are more durable. So obviously your character's trying to guard it against the wind as best as you can. Wade, I'm going to have you go ahead and roll me a sleight of hands check. One of your best skills. Okay. Are you comfortable with your 12, sir?
I mean, this is just to try to get a peek, right? This is something I can we can light it, come back, light it, come back. It'll be annoying, but we could do that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can do all of that. Yes, sir.
I'll see if a 12's enough, yeah.
Cool. Mm-hmm. So with your 12, you step through and you try to see what you can. And it does last a little bit longer than it did last time before it blows out. Maybe like a solid second and a half or whatever before it blows out. So roll me your perception check to see what you see. You're going to see at least what you did last time. Whoa, much more. Cool. So first and foremost, the light that's coming off of the hooded lantern is going to, illuminate the crystal. And so you have only a second and a half, and you don't want to get too distracted by it. But your eyes are immediately pulled to it when you step through. So you can see that the crystal, there's the glow coming from the lantern. To be clear, it is external light that is reflecting off of the crystal. But when you look at the crystal, it seems to have an internal glow to it. It seems to have almost like a swirling internal energy or glow that's inside there. The reason why I say seems to is because after the lantern blows out, same as last time with the torch, as you're looking at the crystal in the darkness, trying to squint through the winds blasting against your eyes, you don't see that glow anymore. So it's not like it actually has
what color
an
is it
light.
glowing?
Great question. So it's like blue-green-ish, not quite teal, not quite aqua, somewhere between those colors, or it's like mostly blue, slight greenish tinge to it. And again, that internal glow seems to also be moving itself. Right, like
it's not the same color as the goop. More blue.
Actually, funny enough, it does seem to be pretty close to that, if not the same color. It's hard to tell with this like half-second glance, right? But not a bad starting point to make a judgment from. Like I said, you glance up there for like half a second, but you know that you have narrow time. The light is already flickering behind you, and you look beyond, and you can actually see.
Well, before you give me beyond details, my main focus was that Mikhail had asked me to look at the door itself to see if it looked like opening might trigger anything.
Oh, my apologies. I misunderstood you. You're not looking past the crystal. You're literally stepping in, almost like
kind of like the crystal,
and
then trying to look at the door, and I'm blocking it with my body a bit to look at the door.
I misunderstood you. Thank you for clarifying.
That's why I'm stopping you from giving me details I probably shouldn't get from what I'm looking at.
Yeah. But Roz loves yelling at me for doing that. So, whereas Rena likes to sit there and quietly take the details and be like, "Oops, he did it. He's stupid. It's his problem."
Normally, I might, but I'm being nice today.
Yeah, no, God, you're all good. So back to you. So yeah, you're doing that. From the quick glance that you came from this side, it doesn't look like there's any triggers that are happening over here. No traps, no crossbows, no wires, no guillotines, nothing like that that seem to be set up over on this side. No traps that are immediately available. It just simply looks like a door, same as the other ones did. You don't even see where there's any latches or locks or what have you in here. But that's probably because all these doors, when you spin the wheel, you hear the clunk as the pins drop from within the actual door into the frame around the door, right? So it seems to be pretty clear. So you step through, you see that as you're turning, and you look at the door very quickly, about a 1 second glance, but it seems to be clear, and then it goes out. To push it one step further, while your character's out there, the light's gone, you get a really high perception check. You even, fight against the wind as good as you can, which, to be clear, that wind is very, very strong. You continue to feel with your hands around the door just to make sure there's nothing that comes off as being strange or what have you. You do not find anything that is out of the ordinary that you can immediately find with your 22 perception check. Do me a favor, roll me a fortitude save. Because you actually stepped out of the door this time. Last time you kind of peeked out. 11. Are you okay with an 11, sir?
I would rather not have an 11 for this. Before we start going into luck and anything, did we finish even a level 1 hype train? I actually did not see.
I didn't see either.
Does anyone know if we got even? I don't know. I don't think it was high if we got one, but it might not have even finished level 1. I'm not sure.
I saw it was about halfway up.
I saw halfway up one, and I didn't see a bunch of because there were only 4 individuals, so nothing that would cause that to have finished. So that awesome. Kind of checks
just want to
out.
make sure I knew that so that we knew moving forward if we had anything. Okay.
And you are, of course. Oh, I'm sorry, Wade. I do apologize. You actually don't have to keep that roll because I triggered the wrong roll. it's not a fortitude save. It's a strength check. So you're actually welcome to re-roll that. That's on me. That's it's different mod. Rolled better though.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your 10 strength check?
I'm trying to think of what it would be for. It's probably to blow me into the door, blow me backwards. But right now I can just pass through the rock anyway. So like, what's it going to do? Blow me through the rock?
You only pass through the rock if you want to. The rock can be treated as solid or as what's the word I'm looking for here? The silt. Yeah. Depending on.
I definitely don't want to be blown into it, so I probably would choose that if it's what it's going to do. I'm just trying to think what else would be happening here. I'll keep the 10. I'll see what happens.
Sure. So that the wind does blow extremely hard, so much so that as you're trying to feel around the door, trying to get there, it does in fact push you to the door, to the point where like even if you wanted to back up or turn or look around, as you would step through, took that glance and turned, that was the most motion you can do. Almost immediately started trying to push you back into the door. Again, the wind's not so strong, you didn't roll so low that it literally blasts you through the door, smacks your face against it or anything like that. But it is one of those like you're using your muscles to fight back against it, so much so that if you're choosing, Wade, not to use the door as solid, but instead to use it as silt, so much so that when you go to put your hands towards the door, your hand does pass through, recognizing that, oh shit, this isn't giving me the stability I was hoping to have. And so you would end up like one step stumble like into the, like your friends might see you like your fingers pass through on the other side. They don't see you stumbling through. You're able to regather yourself in the actual door, like find the solidity in the rock.
Yeah, and I imagine that's what happens. So Koa kind of like half stumbles back out. I actually fully stepped through, and the wind is a bit stronger than I anticipated. The door itself, from the quick glance I got, he'll like hold up the lantern that's blown out. Before
I'll start relighting it.
The door seemed fine. The crystal has a glow to it, but only when the light is hitting it. The glow is similar color to the goo.
Oh, it is? Shoot.
I think so. At least at first glance. I don't know if it's a perfect match, but it does look like it could be the same, or at least close in color.
And
we know it has multiple purposes, so perhaps it's used to make this wind so strong.
Yeah. I don't know. We haven't really had much of a chance to analyze it.
I would recommend, Aldo, you do not shoot an arrow or bolt into the wind, as I think it might redirect and come back and not work.
Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
About how far away do you think the crystal is?
Oh, it's a good question. So it's not so much a matter of being far away over as it is up, right? So the crystal is a little bit above your head, maybe as high up as like, God, it's hard to tell. If Koa jumped, he might be able to grab it. You know, if he had the strength to be able to jump up, he might be able to grab it because Koa's got some air to him. And he's decently tall, so he has reach as well. He might be able to grab it. But as for how far away from the door, maybe 5 feet. So again, it's more a matter of being able to have the air up enough to grab it. To at least, again, quick perception check. Your numbers could be off by 2 feet in any direction.
He'll convey that. I don't know what to RP that exactly.
Yeah, you're good.
And you didn't see anything on the other side of the door that looked trap-like?
A second or so of light to see anything, but I felt around and, from what I could see and feel, no. Granted, we know that these doors are a bit complex, so it could be a mechanism inside of the door, but the only thing I can tell is it's very windy and there's a crystal. Nothing else seems odd or out of place or potentially murderous, immediately at least.
What is the crystal placed on?
Seems to be floating. But again, very limited light, so seems to be floating, suspended.
If it's held up by anything, I couldn't tell. It could be string, could be a mechanism that's just very thin, could just be floating there by some kind of magical something or another, but I just saw it up in the air, a bit high up, 5 or so feet away from the door.
Okay. And as far as you can tell, if we as far as you can tell, if we open the door, it's just gonna we're gonna have a really strong breeze come through here, right?
I mean, yes, unless maybe something else happens and the wind gets stronger, or something else triggers. Maybe something in here is set to react to the wind. I don't know. As it stands with the door closed, I could try to see if I can power into the room, perhaps past the crystal, and then jump using the wind to give me a bit of a boost toward where it is and snag it. The problem with that plan is I won't have light for any of it.
Right.
Light will burn out too instantly.
Yeah, that's true.
Can your lights, can they pass through rock?
No, unfortunately. Door would have to be open.
Well, let me think. Because you don't have the spell light. No.
Mm-mm.
You personally would have to be the one. Because you can... Do you have to have line of effect after you cast it? No. You would have to have line of effect to cast it, and then line of effect to maintain... to like concentrate on it, I imagine.
But it's multiple things, right?
Yeah. But like... I'm just thinking, like, if he was the one that cast... that, if he could also pass through the rock, he could pass through, cast it, then pass back, and then... But that...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything you can... Yeah, because, like, light spell goes on an object, so you can make his shirt or something, but no.
Yeah, but I don't have that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to think... Well, because you can... When you cast this... No, because even then it's just a figment. But it doesn't actually go on something. You just made it look like it went... Yeah, no. Sorry, Wade. I was trying to, like, work my way around the spell. No. That one requires him to have line of effect.
You can't attach it to anything to follow a certain target or anything?
No, and even if he could, he wouldn't have line of effect through the wall.
That's fair. I guess I was more so thinking if the lights spread out and you aim it inside this room, would one of them pass through the other side? If it's like I mentioned it's like a rotating light. I don't know how it actually is. It's like, because you have like 4 balls of light, right?
Yeah, it's like a little, like a flame looking thing. Looks like a will-o'-the-wisp, effectively. Yeah. I can't think of it. Yeah, prestidigitation wouldn't really work either.
Do you guys have any other alchemical items that burn a bit more easily? Like, so if you think about something like the not the tinder sticks, what's the other one called? What's the one that's like a flare?
Sunrod. But I don't think we have any of those.
Yeah, sunrods. They are not affected by winds, so that they can't be doused. But you said you don't believe you have any sunrods?
No, I don't think we do. I'm looking.
Okay. You guys check your equipment as well.
Would endure elements affect wind hitting you at all?
Endure elements does reduce winds, yes. How much? I don't recall.
I'm not saying we should resort to that right away, but that could be like
I think it only affects temperatures in Pathfinder.
Hold on. Let me read what it says. A creature endure elements, no harm from hot or cold environment. It can exist in is likewise protected. Element doesn't protect from fire or cold, nor from against other environmental hazards such as smoke, lack of air, and so forth. Yeah. So wind doesn't affect you. Because why am I thinking endure elements also makes it so you don't get wet?
I don't know.
Oh, Mythic does.
Oh.
Which, obviously we're not doing Mythic, but Mythic treats wind is 1 category weaker.
So you're saying if Mortifer... So if Koa dies, I can bring in Mortifer.
Mortifer, we're here.
That would be problem solved. He just
makes everyone else wet.
Hey, oh, God, Wade. Oh. No.
Sorry.
Bad Wade.
Sorry.
Yeah, you went there. Yeah, we don't have any of those. We don't have any sunrods.
Hey, Giselle, I was thinking about maybe making a PC die this evening. I was wondering if you had any opinions on how hardcore of a DM I should be, and whether or not
he knows. Giselle, don't listen to him. He knows.
Wow,
he knows what happened.
No, let him see who he's being mean to. Let him see.
All right, back to game.
Yeah, he knows. So
I can try to go through and feel my way around in the darkness a bit, or we can open the door, or I guess we can see if this wheel even opens the door. We assume it does, but
so how far is the crystal away?
4 feet, 5 feet, 8 feet. I don't know, and a bit up. I'd have to jump for it.
Is it pushing air in one direction? I wonder if you can push yourself past that, if that will just stop and you'll be able to get a better look and figure it out. I'm just thinking because what is the point of this crystal? Like, it's pushing air against this door, so presumably, right, when we open the door, something is going to happen. So if you can manage to get through the door and kind of investigate a little bit, it might give us a heads up, or it might just be the same on the other side of the crystal. I don't know.
I can try to push my way through and see how far I can get and see if the wind lifts up, and then I could light a torch or something on the other side. That is an option. It's just if I trigger another trap or set something else off, then I guess I'm a bit fucked.
My thought was, if we can open the door without any specific issues, then I might be able to just use Mage Hand to get the crystal, depending on what's actually holding it.
Well, you want to be careful using magic on it if it's that goo again, though, right?
I do, but I'd rather take some kind of risk, at least from range, than have you potentially run into a trap on your own that we can't help you with.
Well, those are the options, so whatever, I guess. I can try it, or we can open up and see what happens.
Scott,
you guys can always look more into the wheel situation too, because like I said, it's a much more ornate wheel.
That's true.
But only one person had looked at it before, and it was kind of meta. They did roll low while looking at it. I don't remember who it was. But it was whole last session.
We all rolled low, so.
You were about to ask me something, Keegan, before I interrupted you.
Is there anything like directly across from this door that looks like it would be significantly affected by air coming through?
It's a great question. So where this door is, there is a so kind of in front of where the door is, what kind of cuts into the pathway is, remember how we said there's that tube that you guys like slid out and then it slid down into that wooden area that you kind of like, smashed into, that would have been pillows or whatever. That spot, the wooden spot, not necessarily the tunnel, that is directly in front of here. So if you were in that wooden spot, that might get blasted by air or whatever. And then also across the way, so my apologies, that wooden bit is directly in front of you. The tunnel that you came out of to your left, right? If your back is to the door. The other door, the one you guys got locked out before, that's not directly across. That's in front of you, but, off to the right, a good bit from there. So those are the two different spots, if you will, that are inside of here, but neither of them really standing out as being directly across or seem to be affected or what have you. With that all being said, as you're looking into this, Keegan, you can go ahead and roll a perception check. One of you are welcome to roll to assist him if you see that he's looking into this.
Koa is probably... I'm going to have him peek through the door a few more times while they're looking in this room. So
sure, just keep like striking the oil and then going through.
Taking a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it just me, or I don't know if Aldo's doing something else, or
Aldo, were you assisting?
What am I assisting with? Sorry.
Yeah, he was just looking around.
Basically trying to see if the wind coming through is going to affect something in this room was my initial.
Oh yeah, I had a similar idea. I was like, there's like a wind tunnel coming into here, so yeah, I will assist you.
Okay. I think we have the same check anyway.
You want me to roll first, or do you want to roll first?
Yeah.
Well, you're the assister now, so go ahead.
All right.
That's a solid +2. If only a little bit better. Now he rolls a 3. Oh,
I rolled a 2.
Even worse.
I rolled a fucking 2.
Why does this always happen to us, man?
It's always a 2.
Okay, so the good news is he assisted you very well. The bad news is nothing else stands out beyond what I've already described to you. Aldo was a great assistant, though. He's awesome. He has eyes of a hawk.
There needs to be a teamwork feat or something that allows, like,
I have a thing that I do, but it costs. Like, it costs ranks, like skill points or whatever to get into. It's an old 3-point X mechanic that I like. That it's allows you guys to buy into, what are they called? Like teamwork abilities. So I've talked about it beforehand, and I have to get the book. I think it's I think it's either Complete Scoundrel or PHB 2 from 3.x, and it costs like 1 or 2 skill points. But when you put into it, it gives you like there's door procedures, where more or less like you walk up and the person with the highest modifier just assumes they get the best possible assistance and they roll, right? Or there's ones where it's like if it's 2 people rolling, you just take the better of the 2 people rolling. You know, like depends on which ones they are. But we can worry about it when you get there.
It'd be nice.
It takes to level 3 to unlock the option to do it. So
level 3 of what?
Level 3. You're level 2.
Oh, our characters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Anyways, so unfortunately,
what do you mean we're level 2? Level 2 of what?
Level 2 of awesome, Wade.
What is there? 100 levels? Yeah.
No. All right.
Can I roll to look through this door again? This time, I'm not looking at the door itself. I'll be looking further. Into
Yeah, looking beyond. Sure. Go ahead. And then we'll kind of regather from here. It's still a pretty good roll. I assume you're happy with your 20.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. So this time you're not putting your back to the thing behind you. You're trying, stepping through and doing the best you can to see what's beyond. Just in case, roll me a strength check again, Wade. So you're prepared for the winds, right? You happy with your 16? Yeah, so this time you're actually fighting against the winds well enough that you were not checked by them. Like if you wanted to, you're slow moving, but you can keep pushing through the winds if you want to. You know what I mean? The lantern's about to blow out, which we'll get to in a second. But you squat down and you get like your power, almost like pulling a sled behind you kind of exercise, right? You can imagine Koa in town when he's during downtime, he was through like oxen, oxen like reins or whatever around him, like pulled wagon, like Rocky style in was that Rocky 3? And so that kind of walking where you're like really pushing through, you can feel that you can cut through these winds. Just roll me that sleight of hands to see how long you can keep that light, and may the force be with you. Oh,
it was.
And also with you. All right, so with you actually are able to protect the winds well enough that you have like a solid like 6-7 seconds of light pouring out of this thing, and you can really take this in. First and foremost, the room that you're standing in right now, if you want to call it a room, the alcove that you're standing in, when you first step through the door, there is the crystal, like I said, it is overhead. It's probably about 8.5 feet up, much more narrow margin that you have there. So about 8.5 feet up. Koa might be able to jump up and just barely grab it with his hands, right? He's got the reach, he's got the jump.
8 feet that's an easy grab. I don't know.
The wind's pushing though.
Yeah, that's why you go past it and let the wind push you and you go against it, man.
We'll see. So anyway, so you have the winds there, and you can see this like 8.5 feet up crystal is where it is. So it is up there. Funny enough, whereas Wade is saying that's not that high up, he's not wrong for a human. But this place is built by hobgoblins. That would be very high up for hobgoblins. So anyways, so the crystal is up there. And then you can see that it has the same color, glowing, whatever it was I described beforehand. But Wade, also you see above the crystal, the ceiling above there is domed. So whatever wind is pouring out, it also seems to be blasted back down from the dome ceiling overhead, because you can literally see like the air up there kind of like moving around, because the wind is moving so like with such force that you can literally see like your vision is somewhat blurred up above with the amount of like force behind it. The other thing you can see too is, so you're in a room, we'll call it, that is a square, about 10 feet by 10 feet, maybe a little less, closer to 8 feet by 8 feet, the whole room is that you step into. But then 90 degrees to your side, there's a hallway. And when you turn the light that way to look down the hallway, luckily you have low light vision, you can see down the hallway well enough to see that there is in fact a doorway down the hallway to your left and another one to your right. And you can't see beyond that, but the hallway does stretch beyond those 2 doors that you do see.
Okay. So nothing crazy stands out, right? Like I see the hallway, I see that, but like there's nothing in this room that looks particularly dangerous or different or...
No. That wind is just blasting, is really strong.
Okay. So if you're about... Koa's 5'10".
The rule is half again is what you can reach. Whatever your height is, half again you can reach that in D&D. So if you're 5 feet tall, you can reach 7.5.
I think he's right around 8 foot he could reach if he's standing with his arm fully straight up without having to like bow to the wind. So with the wind, it might be like a little bit of a hop. And you'd have to time it well, because if you give up your footing, you know, and it's that strong, it could blow you. But I don't think it would be that hard for him to grab. And if he can move against the wind right now and he can see, I think he might just go ahead and try.
You are more than welcome to try if you would like.
Well, if this is a quick death, everyone, I rolled a 20 to get there.
Okay, you are going to jump.
Fitting.
It is an acrobatics check to jump. That's the rules of the game. Acrobatics is the skill for jumping. You have a +4 to this. Don't add it. It's already written in. But what I do want you to add, because of the strength of the winds, it is going to be a -10 to your jump check. Now, that's you're standing with the door behind you. You see the crystal ahead of you. You're pushing. You're going to try to take like a little, you know, like maybe 1-2 step, and then jump up and try to grab the crystal and do the best you can with that.
Yeah. So I'm going to go just past the wind, use the wind to kind of give me a boost that direction.
You say just go past the wind. What do you mean by past the wind?
Or past the crystal, I mean. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. You're welcome to do that. Yeah, you actually are able to walk past the crystal. When you're directly beneath the crystal, you feel the wind isn't blowing you back at all. It's blowing you directly down, which gives you this concerned assumption. As you take that like half step forward, not so much as to move your full weight there, and you start moving forward, you feel the wind is now blasting the other direction.
What happens if I just try to stand up straight and reach and touch the crystal without grabbing it?
Still an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Because you have to, it's a standing jump, and it is a little bit of a jump for you to get up there.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
So -10 to the jump check, but you don't have to, oh, wow. You roll a nat 20 with a -10. You got a fucking, that is amazing. That is so good. Yeah, wow, cool.
That crystal, baby.
So in the way that it works,
2 20s in a row, nice.
When you do a standing
now
jump,
kill me.
when you do a standing jump, you jump at the height of, I think it's 1/4. But then you half of that when you do a standing versus a running. So you do 1/8. So you jumped up almost 2 feet is with that check right there. With the winds blasting you down.
I just like Diablo Soul Stone myself, and I have a crystal sticking out of my forehead.
So you reach up and you grab the crystal, and you've got the crystal in your hands. And you feel the wind blasting. So you literally reach up and you go to grab the crystal on your hand. You go to grab it, and for a moment you feel like you have the crystal in your hands. Then you realize like your hand is not closing, and you look up just in time to see your hand never grasped around the crystal, because the amount of air blowing off of it is just so fucking powerful. Your hands can't close around it, and the wind ends up blowing you backwards, and you hit into the wall behind you and fall down on your ass.
I go back through the door.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you force yourself to stand up first in the darkness, or if you are going to go to crawl through the door. It's up to you.
We'll stand up in the door so it looks cool coming out.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. So what before you go walking out, Wade, what you realized was the wind isn't just blowing in any direction. The wind is emanating from the crystal itself. Like the whole crystal is where the wind is emanating from. So trying to grab it where there's just like these, who knows what speed of wind that is, blasting out of in all direction. The strength of your thighs are enough to push against it. The strength of your back, your thighs, your feet are enough to push against the wind. But just the muscles in your fingers and hand aren't strong enough to grasp around how much force is coming off that crystal.
Okay. I'll pass back through, and we can. I gotta step away for a quick second, but I will update you all on what I just tried and what happened, so you guys are aware. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's going in all directions. Great.
I guess the last thing we can do really is check out the wheel, because I haven't, and either of you. And Scott, you said it's ornate, and the other one's just plain.
Correct. Yes.
All right. Let's see if there's any symbols or anything on it.
Oh my God, Solo Wolf.
I'll assist you this time. I'm gonna assist Aldo in examining the wheel.
Sure.
I'm assuming that's perception.
I will let you roll your assistance while you roll the nat 20, and then he rolls really poorly.
Nope. Just a 7.
Okay, good. Get the low one out of the way. Oh, come on! What is with you people?
All right, well.
So is your total 9 or is your total 11?
11.
Okay. Snaga saying use luck. Do you care to use luck or no? You know, by the way, chat, you may not have noticed this, but not that I'm saying to use this, but I should actually call this out. This isn't, we're going to move past it before you can. But there's actually a new redemption that exists inside there as well. It is, I can't remember what it's called, but it's more or less like a heroic fortune or whatever. And it actually gives one PC a hero point that lasts for 1 minute, 1 in-game minute before it fades away. So they have to make like a quick snapshot decision if it's in combat, 10 rounds, and then it's just gone. It's a nice, very powerful option. But either way,
what's that one priced at?
Huh?
Yeah, not for this, but what's the init for that?
I think 5,000. I think because it allows you like because you can do things like straight up. You can use a hero point to do things like DM give me a hint, or I want to reroll a die, or you know like there's like
I was just thinking it's very powerful. So
that's really strong.
I'm gonna use a hero point, I guess. On my
no. I don't mean it.
I'm not. No, I mean it. Luck.
Yeah. I was like,
you know,
wrong word.
I know what you meant.
Yeah. All right.
Any roll the 1.
Okay.
Well, okay. A 12. Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
All right. So a 12 total. And so with the 12 total, one of the things that you notice about this this wheel is that the design to it. So like I said, the whole thing. The other one was very simple, turning wheel, whatever. This one has a significant design that allows you to that looks like you can turn, to the left, same as the other one could, probably to unlock and open the door. But also the center part, you notice that the filigree seems a little strange. There's a spot where you realize if you apply a little bit of pressure, you hear like a little click, and then part of the wheel actually moves forward. You can see like a little part of the wheel actually kind of like comes out. Grabbing that little part and setting it up, you can actually see it almost makes like a smaller little, turning. The windows that can rotate out or rotate in. You have the little wheel, the little spinny lever that's there. You see one of those that are inside there.
Aldo just turns to Mikhail and he's like, "What is this?"
I don't know. What the hell?
Koa, can you look through the door at the crystal again? If I use this part of the wheel, see if anything changes in there.
Right. Just if I'm in the door and the door starts opening, it might be a little weird. So
maybe step through the door.
Maybe,
yeah.
Right. I passed through the stone. I've never had the stone pass through.
When you pass through the stone, I'll give you like a good 3 seconds, and then I'll.
Right. Yeah. Let's go. Lights the lantern and goes back.
Okay. So you go back in, and I imagine you're just doing like the whole stick your head out back in.
I am gonna hold the lantern like in the stone until I think that he's about to move it, and that way I can try to time the lighting with seeing if anything changes when he moves the wheel.
Sure. Or you can even literally put your arm and a leg inside the wall and wait and be like, now, and then as soon as it says now, you can time it all perfectly. That's not an issue. Sure. No rolls needed. Sure. So you're good to go. So you spin this thing, right? And when Koa is there and he sees you spinning the thing or what have you, as you spin it, 2 things happen. 1, you spin the wheel, and eventually, as you're spinning it, the thing clicks. Just, it eventually goes to a click. And Koa's in there, and he's fighting against the wind and feels the wind against him, and all of a sudden, the wind stops.
I figured that would happen.
But the wheelie thing, as it clicks and comes to a stop, and you're kind of like playing with it, because, Aldo is somebody who's, pays attention to the fine attention to the little details there. Not only can it spin back to the left, it also feels like you can continue spinning the thing further to the right if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's do that.
So Koa, the wind stops. So you're like, oh shit. And, I don't know if you step out or if you like lean out or whatever it is, but the wind completely stops. So you're actually safe. You can actually like, whether it be a foot or the fully
hold the lantern out, but I think he's keeping himself a bit grounded in case they need to make a quick retreat if something starts to change.
That's fair. Like waist and legs mostly, maybe your toes sticking out, but your waist and thighs or whatever inside the wall, but like maybe your upper body outside of it, kind of a thing. Yeah. Cool. That makes sense. Your lantern's out. Cool. Aldo continues spinning it the other direction, and then unfortunately for you, Koa, you hear the wind start to pick up again, but this time it sounds different.
Yeah, I had a feeling this might happen.
And feels different. Could you go ahead and make me a strength check? You actually can roll, I know it sounds strange for a Pathfinder, roll with advantage, so roll twice and take the higher of the two. You are grounded into the wall, but it is silt for you. Oh, wonderful. You're probably just going to keep that.
21.
Yeah, perfect. So you're able to hold no problem, but as you're inside the wall, you can even pull yourself back through if you want to before the fire goes out, or you can stay there until afterwards, up to you. But you feel the wind picks up again. But this time it's not wind, not necessarily. You feel almost like a vacuum.
Suck.
Yeah.
Suck.
You start getting sucked.
Mega Mage, he's gone from blow to suck this time.
And so, again, I imagine you pull yourself back through.
He will go through. Aldo, no, more the other way. You've turned it into a... It's pulling me in now.
Oh, okay. So then can I, like, make it so it's back to the middle?
Yeah, so after you've completed the full turn, then you turn it back the other way until it gets to the middle, and then it clicks, and then the wind stops again.
Right, well,
and it's
I don't
not
know
like
what
a single. It's like you do like a double turn, like a full, not 360, but what's that? 720, like a full 720 turn to go to stop, or Go ahead.
Oh, the purpose exactly is, but I wonder if this is on a timer like the other one.
Perhaps. There's only 2 wheels. Maybe now that the wind is off, this wheel will open both doors because there's pressure against it.
Well, we can give it a go.
Might as well try.
So you open the door.
Not all step out through the door this time.
You open the wheel on the left.
The
less ornate one.
Wait, which one are we opening? I thought we were opening the ornate one. I'm not sure.
The ornate one, I think.
We were doing ornate. I'm saying open the other one and see if it changes now that we turned the wind off.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. That's what I thought he said. Okay, so you open the inornate one. We'll say that Aldo is still by the ornate one, and it's what's his name? Mikhail goes over to the inornate one and starts turning it all the way to the left. Same as before. You can't not finish. Like you can turn the thing, and you can stop at any point in time, but you can't like change your mind and go back. So you either continue going, or you if you stop, it stays part way, and on its own it'll slowly click back on its own. But you can't like choose to, oh, never mind, shut the door part way through. So anyways, you open the door all the way until it clicks open, same as you did before, and only that one door opens, the same one that you guys were locked out of before. The other door does not open.
Yep, same as before. No difference.
I'm going to open the ornate door.
Okay. You go ahead and you go to open the ornate door. This time, as you go to open the ornate... Actually, hold on, let me think for a second. Yeah, nothing happens. So this time you go to open the ornate door, as an ornate wheel, and the door that Koa has been walking in and out of and getting blown about and so on and so forth, that door, in fact, does open. And Wade, when light is finally spilling through that door into the hallway, into where the gem is glowing up, where the gem is above and whatnot, as you are holding your lantern and looking through that doorway for the first time, not you walking through, but it actually being opened, you look up and you can see the gem is there, and it has reflection coming off of it, of course, because you're holding a light, but it no longer seems to have that same kind of internal glow that I was discussing beforehand. It still seems suspended, though. And now you wouldn't have to make a check if you wanted to jump up and grab. There's no check needed. You're tall enough and strong.
Sure. I stepped away for a moment. I thought the ornate wheel was controlling the wind. What was controlling the wind?
Inside the ornate wheel, there was a separate, almost, those windows that you grab, like the little...
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's why I was like, try the other wheel. Didn't realize we hadn't tried the big wheel yet. I thought that's what was being turned.
Nope, you're good.
My bad.
So now you currently have both doors open.
I'll shut the left door.
Sure. No. Yeah. So he opens the other one, and you're like, I should shut this just in case. And because it's fully open, you can do so. You just start turning it back the other way until it fully shuts. Actually, fun fact.
The doors
Mikhail, if you start turning it, so you do the whole ka-chunk and it starts turning, you can actually let go of the wheel and it'll close on its own, just slightly slower. Be like, you don't have to stand there the whole time if you don't want to. It's just slower than if you're wheeling it yourself. Sorry,
do the doors face each other at all? Like, does one door kind of face the other one?
Not directly towards each other. If your back is towards the one that you've been poking in and out of, the other one is across the way, but a bit off to the right.
I'm just trying to figure out this wind situation.
I mean, so now that your attention's turned inward, you're welcome to roll a perception check, sir. Your attention is focused windward. Sorry.
15? Nice.
Yeah, should I luck that or should I leave it at 15? Try to figure out. I'm trying to see if there's any reason why I think the wind. Why this?
I don't know. 15 is better than what we did. Got what, a 12?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it could be
So,
even.
up to you. We had 2 left last time we rolled luck.
I'm gonna risk it.
18.
18. You didn't notice this beforehand. All the walking around and checking out the places where you guys were looking and the results that you got with your checks last week. You didn't notice that the ceiling to the place does seem to have a slight pathway, if you will. It's very mild, grooving inside the ceiling that exists there. Now, I don't mean from erosion. I mean like the ceiling is actually cut slightly more paths over your head. So like maybe like a 3-inch additional rise in some areas, almost seeming to make a path, if you will. That path cuts over to your left, so it cuts across somewhat over to your left towards, say, where that tunnel is that's there, but it also cuts all the way across and towards your to the right towards where the hallway you went out was. The purpose of this you don't immediately know, but it does seem like if wind was supposed to be blowing through or sucking in, that it's probably going to make use of that pathing that's there, some way of doing so. None of your characters are what's what I'm looking for here, scientists that focus in like, aerodynamics or whatever. So
no, but
engineers. That's what I want.
When we were walking where we fought the whole creature, that area looked like the sewers, but there was nothing under us. It was just empty.
Yeah, it was empty. Yeah.
Did it look like there was a source for things to get in there, like liquid-wise?
No, it did not. I mean, there was, of course, the alcove where liquid would run through, but the only place that liquid would go is, literally the source, if you will, was when you came out that door initially, there was this ramp that went down into the alcove.
Yeah, so there's a door and there's a grate. Those are the only two things we do.
Yeah. And then, of course, like I said, like the little ramp down into that spot.
Koa will point out the stuff on the ceiling. There's a tube that maybe held this goo stuff. And there's an area that looks like the sewers. And then there's this wind tunnel. I don't know if it's the goo itself, but I can't wrap my brain around why this would all exist unless maybe it's some kind of trap or defense mechanism to push it or something else out the other door down that ramp.
Yeah, or something like that. Like it flushes it, maybe.
And then you can reverse it to suck it back up. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
why?
The wind seems to come from the crystal itself, right?
Well,
yeah.
So when it's in reverse, it's like bringing it back into itself.
It felt that way, yes. I didn't stay out there long enough to really appreciate it, but yes. And if
Mikhail,
it had that glow,
can you have some of that stuff in the tube, right?
Yeah, I've got a vial of it.
Can you see how it reacts with the crystal itself?
We certainly can.
You want me to grab the crystal, or sorry, I'm hungry. I'm eating a ration. Or
no, I wouldn't touch it. It seems to be in place for a reason. But I'm wondering how it reacts with the stuff itself. I mean, you know, it could be good, it could be bad. I don't know. It's a risk.
It's hard to say. Obviously, this is magical, and this stuff. Well, what it did with my magic was it amplified it at the time, but it doesn't necessarily always do that. It's a little concerning. I don't know if we want to amplify either a rush of wind coming outward or a vacuum effect going towards it.
When the lever was turned, it lost coloration now, but I'm telling you, it glowed that color whenever the wind was going in and out. It has some mechanism of either draining itself or making it move somewhere else or disappear or something. If we put
Are any of us still touching the wheel? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
I'm not through the door. I'm not going in there yet.
Right. Are any of us still like touching the wheel at all?
No one ever touched
it. Can be if you want.
Yeah. If not, I'm just curious if it's like slowly resetting itself or ticking back where it was, like the other wheel did.
Well, that's definitely a concern. So I guess we would be watching out for that.
So yeah, if somebody's holding it, I'll be like, hey, let go of it for a second. Scott, does the ornate wheel start to slowly reset itself if we leave it alone?
How long do you wait?
How long did the other one take to start doing it?
Before the other one started closing on its own, about 10 minutes. And then, wait, was it 10 minutes? No, it's, sorry. The other one's about 6 minutes, and then the door shuts on its own. So, and of course, you knew that was a long walk, so it shut long beforehand. So if you're going to wait the 6 minutes to see if this door shuts, you wait about 6 minutes or so. This door does not shut on its own. Not after 6 minutes, at least. And certainly the little inner wheel does not seem to reset. You want to wait longer than 6 minutes.
It's one of those where like we were already kind of talking, so I would have asked someone like let it go and been kind of watching it while we're still discussing.
You just give me an upper tier of how long you think you would wait before you choose to go in or do anything else, and I'll let you know. But I don't want to.
It sounds like we're going to be going in and out with one of us staying in the room at all times until we're confident. So I would say upwards of like 20, 30 minutes total, but we're going to be doing stuff in the meantime.
Sure, right, that's fine. Yeah. You can leave somebody behind and see what happens after a period of time. But after 6 minutes of chatting / waiting or so on and so forth, so feel free to get back to RPM. I think 6 minutes have already passed. But after 6 minutes, it has not started closing on its own, whereas the other one would.
Okay. So, well, I don't know if this one closes on its own, so that's good. I guess we'll find out. Maybe one of us should stay in the room if we're going to go exploring.
Horrible happens and we need it to close. Yes, but yes. I can grab the crystal if you want me to try to remove it. I don't know what's... Well, Mikhail, maybe you can step in and take a look. Maybe you have some idea of why it's just there.
In that chamber area too, or wherever it is that the crystal is there any other doors or any other corridors or something leading out of there?
There's a hallway we haven't investigated. Yeah.
There's a hallway. All he saw immediately was there was a door seemingly to the left, a door seemingly to the right, and you know, a little bit further. That's all he saw so far. He didn't go far enough back to see any more.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna have to explore. Further. I really think before we make a decision on.
Why don't you two take a peek since I've been in there a few times? I'll stay here in case the door starts to shut, and then we can make a decision once you've taken a look. I haven't gone past, like, he'll show you how far he's gone.
Yeah.
It could be traps and such.
Okay, can you give us light at all? Oh no, we have lights now that the wind's not.
We have the lantern or torches, whatever.
The lantern lasts like 6 hours, so
yeah.
If you keep feeding oil to it.
On 1 pint of oil.
1 pint of oil lasts an hour.
The lantern burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil. I'm looking at hooded lantern.
What?
Yeah.
Pathfinder lantern.
I'm looking at hooded lantern.
Wait, seriously? I've always known it to be. I mean, you could be right, I suppose, maybe. Holy shit! I'm going off what I'm reading.
That's not off memory because I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought it was shorter.
That is so cool.
And it's 30 by 30. It's a 30 foot and 30 foot, not a 20 and 20 like a torch.
Yeah, I knew that part, but I didn't realize it was 6 hours per. That's so cool. Wow, and you guys have what, 5 pints? So that's great.
Well, we had 4. We have 3 now. 1 is in the lantern.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was 5 about 4 total. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Either way, that's awesome. That's a whole day, right? Like 4 is literally an entire day. So
yeah,
that's great.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I did not know it was that long.
Chat is talking about which drug they want to do, and seems like they're going for cocaine. Okay, well, that's a choice.
What drug is tea, coffee, and water?
Caffeine, and life. Cool. Back to game. So who goes in? My apologies, or which 2 go in? I should say.
I think those
Mikhail
2
and Aldo.
Koa's already peeked in there, so he's gonna let them take a look and see if fresh eyes see anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So Koa's gonna go in with who? I'm sorry, with Mikhail.
No. Aldo and Mikhail.
Oh, sorry, Aldo and Koa, because you're concerned about traps.
Not Koa. Leave me out of this.
Oh, sorry. Koa's staying out. My apologies.
Yeah.
You guys are going in with the.
You really want Koa in there?
No, my apologies. You guys are going in with the lantern and probably leaving Koa out there with a torch, just so he has some sort of light. And so he can spark up a torch. You guys go walking in with the lantern. So as just described beforehand, you immediately are able to see the crystal is overhead. It's got a shimmer to it, of course, because light is bouncing off of a gem. But let me describe it a little bit more, because now you can actually take time to look at it. The crystal's not small. It's actually, the whole length of it is probably, if like Mikhail were to hold his hand out in front of him, from the base of his wrist up to where the base of his fingers are, that's the length of the crystal. It is not small. Okay. And as for its width, so if you're looking at the diameter, the thickest portion of the crystal is almost maybe 2 inches in diameter, maybe a little bit less. And the thinnest portion of the crystal is easily 1 inch in diameter. So not evenly throughout, but the whole thing is decently thick and has a good length to it. Also, it does not look rough cut. Yet the whole shape to it is very faceted all over. So somebody actually took the effort of properly cutting this crystal throughout. And holding up the lantern and glancing from down here, you don't notice any immediate cracks or chips coming out of it or anything like that. But 1, it's well overhead, so you're not getting a good glance. And 2, I imagine you're not standing there for 10 minutes staring at it. It's more of like regarding it for 5-6 seconds or whatever. I'm like, wow, holy shit, that thing's beautiful. A little bit of light bouncing off of it, and hitting the walls around, because you can give proper light to it now. And then bringing your attention elsewhere if you would like. I don't want to push you if you're not ready.
Mikhail will, since we're kind of looking at the crystal, will go, do you really want to try and touch some of the goo to that? See what happens?
I mean, I don't, but I'm just thinking if, I mean, I don't know. I just can't figure out what its functions are for.
True.
I really am trying to avoid using the term like suck and blow here. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, looking around the room as well.
Pressure and anti-pressure.
Is it all the stonework, all the stone with the mole stone with the metal through it? Is that all throughout here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. As we move forward, though, I want you to tell me if it changes. Just while we've got time with that thing, if there is any just normal stone, let me know.
There will not be, straight up.
Okay. Well then, that's good. Good to know.
And I mean ground, ceiling, walls, all of it. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So let me continue from here then. I assume you guys are just going to walk past the crystal and keep going. Cool. So you walk down the hallway, and as you walk down the hallway, 2 things happen. 1, like I said, you see a doorway off to your left. Then 2, you see a doorway on to your right, past the one on your left. And as you come approaching the doorway that's the first doorway on your left, you notice a second doorway on your left, lit up by the light up ahead, and you come to a realization. Okay. The width of this corridor, the height of the corridor, the 3 doors equidistant, and the design of that first door when you walk up to it, this looks insanely familiar. Both of you are hit with that like deja vu, and then like it kind of hits you both at once. You've seen this corridor before. You've been in this corridor before. This corridor. You at the other keep. this exact corridor existed, right? But the only way to confirm that would be, instead of just going into the first door, you can walk past it and see what's at the end of the hallway. Or, satisfy curiosity and try the first door. You couldn't open them in the other place.
This leads where we think. It may not be a good idea to go without Koa, but we don't want to get locked in here either.
Agreed. Maybe we could... I don't think there was anything back there to prop open that door.
I mean, there is stuff in that room, right, Scott?
I mean, sure, old wood. I mean, it's held up pretty well compared to everything else mold that you've seen so far. That wood doesn't seem very rotted, but old. The pillows have all been, molded through, but still have form to them, even if they're pretty rotted. But after hundreds and hundreds of years, that's impressive. So on and so forth. It's up to you.
I mean, I could put maybe the stick just down there so it can't quite close all the way. Should work.
That or the stick just,
as long as it doesn't slam.
That or the strength and weight of the door, the stick can't stop.
I'm assuming it's not slamming shut. So
no, they're not moving. Yeah, no, but you also do know that even if you're at the wheel and you try to stop it when it's closing, it does not stop.
Oh, it had a pretty good amount of... Okay, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that could have been because of the mechanism as opposed to pressure at the actual door itself, but you don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's...
Find out.
That's fine.
You want to do that thing that kids do when they see elevators? Try to stop the door. See what happens.
Nope. Yeah, I don't trust that the mole built in child safety measures to their doors.
We'll find out when we get all the encyclopedias. We'll learn about their child labor laws.
Yeah, let's go back and
that's the pink books, the teal ones, right?
Right. Yeah.
No, the orange ones. Privatizing child labor.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. So, Mikhail will say, let's see if we can get the door stuck open, and then we'll just bring Koa with us.
All right.
Okay. So, you go back to Koa because you see that you walk up to the first door. You don't walk past it. You don't open it. You just go back to Koa, which is, some 40, 50 feet back, whatever it is. So it's not
37 goblets of mead. Take one down, fill it, pass another around. Now there's a little bit less in the barrel on the floor. 36 goblets, 35 goblets of mead. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, probably not the next Dan, but you're getting there. That corridor is recognizable. It looks just like the one in the other keep. I think we're going the right way.
Well, I haven't touched the wheel, and the door's still open.
8 minutes, you might need to put the dog out. You took my phone, so I couldn't. Yeah. I've been refreshing the page to see estimated arrival in 8 minutes.
Don't you love seeing the transformation from in control DM to little bitch at home?
My dasher needs to pick up my order.
He shrinks up
hey. Yeah.
Look how high his shoulders are.
To me. I even brought myself.
Look how high up his shoulders are.
I even brought myself a banana to cut and put into.
The defense mechanism. He's like, no, I can't expose my neck.
The transformation to full beta is just amazing to witness.
No, it knows boundaries. I ordered you coffee lovers only because I'm a kind, considerate, and loving husband.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're asking me to eat both, challenge accepted.
Hey, yo.
It's okay. We'll get a good life insurance policy. No, that doesn't work.
Don't mind us. We're all just here witnessing.
We're just... Yeah. Can he even hear us?
If I what?
Oh, yeah. He can hear us.
Oh, yeah. Heard. Well, just, Marshy.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I just had to make sure Brittany knew who is.
No problem, Sigma male. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, gentlemen, you proceed. What were we discussing?
Oh, she returned your balls. That's nice of her. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think they're coming back.
No.
Those are in the purse forever.
I'm literally sweating from that one. I'm literally sweating.
We saw, man. We saw all the stages of bitch. The full descent.
I'm warm.
It's so nice of you to give her the pants and the family to wear so she'd actually have pockets.
She wears yoga pants, thank you.
All right.
And that was the last thing Scott ever said before Brittany took his channel away.
Right. I guess we'll wait for her to come over and DM for us.
Hey, Molly. Hi, sweetheart.
I am warm. I'm just.
Oh, let me do this the way Scott does. Oh, hey, Molly. Thanks for coming over at the raid.
Shoulders higher, a little higher, a little higher. There you go. There you go.
I hope your stream was okay. The food was good.
Well, she was stealing my phone to play some music for Gwen to go to sleep. So I anticipated the phone not being with her. So I was like, cool. She won't see the notifications. I'll just track it on my computer.
If you're curious, Molly, Brittany came in and we watched Scott devolve into full wear bitch.
Yeah.
I got yelled at because I ordered myself ice cream for delivery.
His tone was, "Hey, I'm so sorry for whatever I did."
The back of my head literally aches from like tense muscles. Like, oh, ouchies.
I call it wear bitch. It's otherwise known as full beta. I don't know if beta is. It's like Charlie or Delta. It's another step down from beta.
Well, since
you might run out of letters.
Since I am
way down there.
Listen, I am literally daddy, so I just say "step on me, mommy," and it all works out. And it works out.
Sigma. Thank you, Molly.
Okay. Where were we?
They came back and I had to talk to Koa.
And then you guys had a question for me, I think.
I don't remember, man.
I have no idea.
The pathetic display of manliness we just witnessed has made me forget anything and everything. I don't even think people need to be masculine.
We're trying, Snaga. That I don't know what happened. You tell us, Snaga. Where do we leave off?
Listen, I am just comfortably settled into my relationship of 15 years. And
you have been comfortably settled. Yes, that is correct.
Dude, you're not even like giving off bottom energy. You're giving off full cuck energy.
I'm fine with it. It's okay. I'm getting my ice cream, I hope. And that's all that matters.
I actually ordered myself ice cream too. It's one thing we have in common tonight.
Did you order some for your wife?
I offered. She said no. But I got her one anyway in case she changes her mind.
Well, look at that. See? Good.
Yeah, but see, his shoulders stayed where they were.
I got her favorite just in case. I didn't know what she would want.
That's what you did.
Well, that's because he told her.
You got yourself in trouble.
I didn't tell. I stuck it.
That seems like I don't know.
Listen, I get my.
Hey, I'm blurry. Look at that. All right, cool.
All right. So you guys came back. You're like, hey, I saw the hallway. It looks like to keep in the other place. And I think the last thing Koa said was, I haven't touched the wheel and it still hasn't closed. I'm assuming it's been closer to 20, 30 minutes now. Got.
No, they literally just walked 20 feet, 30 feet, and then or 50 feet.
Oh, was that quick?
Back. Yeah, it was like not long ago. If they were gone a minute.
Well, okay. we briefly talked while we were looking at the crystal, and then but yeah, still not very long.
So you want to abandon the plan of watching the wheel and just go in, or do you want to sit out here for a while?
We're gonna try to see if there's something we can maybe prop it open with, if there's some loose stone or something. That way we can all go into the area together. I imagine the Elder is going to appear if we make it to the right room, and you're the only one who can see him.
That's fair. I mean, we could just go in there, see if we can talk to the Elder and make sure there's a way back out. He might know if this door closes or not. So why don't we just reset it, close it, reopen it, then we know we at least have 10 to 15 minutes.
It's been easily 8 minutes, so 10 minutes is probably a comfortable guess at this point.
Mm.
And you know that hallway is 100 feet or so long, so you could jog down it in seconds. You just want to jog to the end of the hallway.
And the other keep, it wasn't trapped at all, right? There were no traps once we got to that point.
No.
Yeah. We just
the
know
only
there was
thing
bad
was
shit
those
behind the
doors
doors.
could not open in the other key. You haven't tried.
Yeah, I guess Koa would think about that. You said it's exactly like it. It has the sealed doors and everything.
Looks the same. We didn't go past the other door that was there. But
you saw the 3 doors, the 2 on the left, 1 on the right, but you didn't see the one at the end because you didn't go far enough for the light to do it. Honestly, Koa may have been able to see it with his eyes, but you guys couldn't with yours.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say I definitely saw the doors on either side of the hallway and everything, but I didn't see the main one. We didn't quite go far enough, but otherwise it looks identical.
If we brought Yara, she could have smelled the door to see if it has the same presence behind it, which sounds weird out loud, but you know what I mean.
That's true. You want to go back and get her? I kind of feel like that ship has sailed.
At this point,
now.
No. We
Right.
At least go talk to the Elder and everything else. He said he'd be expecting us at all the other places, so if this is indeed... If we were this close... Oh, well, it's fine now.
Yeah.
Do you want... How should we do this? Should 2 of us go take a look? And... come back and be like, hey, it's safe to come in? Or... we all 3 go and just assume that this door's staying open?
I mean, we can...
Let's just do the reset like you said, and then we'll all go.
Yeah.
Right. Well, before we do reset, let me step in and take a look and just see if I can see further down. You said you didn't see a door at the end. Maybe I can at least make sure I see it. That buys us a few more minutes of knowing the door won't close on its own, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fine.
I'll go ahead and take a peek.
We'll just stand by over where the crystal is, since that's close to the door anyway.
I'm just trying to, before I go, these curses. This place has the goo, right? And that's the only thing we know of that's here that's kind of weird so far. The other place, something to do with rocks. There was the whole room with rocks, and they wanted to shape rocks and put them in the trap, I guess, as they wear out or something. And that was the only thing kind of weird about that place. Are these the curses, or are these just traps, and we've not even found the curses themselves?
I think these are just mechanisms within the keeps. The curses are other things, or how to put it. The curse of the Shattered Throne is the curse. All the others seem to be like symptoms, in a way, that have been reported. I mean, even when we went to the Valley of Doom, the curse was gnolls.
Right.
But we learned that the keep itself was keeping the much greater one in effect. So, I mean, granted, the Twisted Grove was actually
the curse was
cursed.
the gnolls. Is that what you said?
I mean, the legend.
The curse.
Yeah, the legend. Of
it. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, we never really encountered anything that, you know?
Yeah. What was it that he said about the cursed ones were behind the door or something?
Yes, if we killed them, they would come back. They couldn't be killed or something.
Yeah.
Then Yara smelled them and said that there was nothing but evil behind the doors. So, I'm assuming they've died and come back before.
Yeah. So we still don't know exactly. Do we know how to break that curse? What are you saying? Something about a rock?
I think the keeper of the keep, the elder, as you put it, Mikhail. I believe he had mentioned something about a stone or something, right?
Yeah, it was a little vague. Just something about replacing the stone was the method. But I'm hoping, now that we've made it this far, if we can get to him here, maybe some of those details will clear up for him.
I'm hoping the same. And if we, perhaps between now and going into the 3rd or 4th one of these, taking time to actually look into more of the encyclopedias will give us more insight on things. because he seemed to be, his knowledge was connected to our own. So the more we know, the more he seemed to remember. So now we've gone through a second one of these. We've looked at a couple of the books, but we have 4 or 5 of them now that we haven't even fully investigated. So
yeah,
getting that knowledge could go a long way toward helping him help us more too.
Right. Yeah, I think that was part of our plan, right?
Yes.
So
well, let me go take a look and see what I can see at the end of the hallway. Some more time has passed, and the door still hasn't closed, as far as I can tell. It's not started, so.
At this point in time, it's been over 10 minutes, and you haven't reset it yet, because you're just kind of like chatting it out, and then you're going to reset right before you go, and it has not closed yet. Again, been 10 minutes easily.
Yeah, I think Koa was going to go.
Yep, that's still in case you wanted to
quick
reset
then...
first, but you guys are welcome to just stay
Koa's
back
gonna
there.
go take a look and just buy even more time.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think the longer we know we have before we have to run back, the less annoying this will be.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then you head down that way, Koa, and see what's at the end of the hallway. Before you even get to the second door, you're able to see that there is a 4th door at the end of the hallway, directly in the middle. It's literally the end of the hallway.
4th door, so there's...
there's 2 on the left, 1 on the right, and then 1 at the very, very end, which is where you anticipated, if you're going to see this ghost chap, where you anticipate finding him. So
in the last keep, was there a door on the right too? I thought it was just 2 on the left.
There's 2 on the left, 1 on the right, and then 1 at the very end of the hallway. Yep.
Did we investigate the one on the right?
All of them were locked.
We did investigate all of them. Yeah.
Okay, they all were locked. Okay.
Yeah.
In my brain, I remember the 2 on the left. So okay, cool.
These
not
doors
even locked. I don't know if there was a way to open them.
These doors are designed the same as the other ones, and Wade, to be clear, they're not stone, they're wood. And they're in better condition than the other ones were. Not that the others were in bad condition. They were probably magically or something like that prolonged in life. But these are in even better condition. So it's not like you can walk through them if you wanted to.
Take a few moments to listen. Do I hear anything beyond them?
Yeah, sure. So you want to, before you even go to the, so let's say you walk, up to, or even before you get to the second door, you see the one at the end of the hallway. So you acknowledge that that's there, and you're like, And then before, maybe take another step, and you think, and you turn back and you go back to the first door and you put your ear to it to listen. Go ahead and roll a perception check. Nothing.
Good wood.
And that's why they're sucking.
All right. Well, after however long that takes, I go back.
It takes 15 minutes to put your ear against the door. No. Okay. Cool. So you you walk back to that one, put your ear against it for a few seconds, maybe 15 seconds. Nothing. You go to the second one. You can go ahead and roll.
Thought it was gonna be a 1 again, dude. I was about to lose my mind.
Similarly, you hear nothing on the other side of the door.
All right. I guess the one on the right.
That was the right. No, the third one's the one on the left again.
Okay.
Slightly better.
Similarly, nothing on the other side of the door. You hear nothing on the end of the 3 doors, and that just leaves the 4th door.
I'm not going to go all the way up to that one yet, because I'm assuming that that's where the elder is. So at this point, I'm going to turn around and go back.
Okay. And so you know that you guys could easily poke your head through and see what he's doing, or you can just look at the light bouncing around as he's going back and forth or whatever.
Oh no, I'm going to use the stick and see if the crystal moves.
Oh sure.
I'm not going to hit it. I just kind of
gently jab it or whatever. It does seem to move a little.
Oh, that's surprising. That's probably what I'm doing when Koa gets back. I'm just like
Koa freezes as he comes around the corner, it takes a moment in his mind of oh my god, they're betraying me. And then he's like, wait, no. What are they? Interesting test.
It does move. It's not fixed at this point in space. It's just, it's levitating.
Forensic, not another room with 4 doors. It's a hallway.
Yeah.
So we open a door that goes to a hallway, but then has cuts off one of the directions, and then that hallway has 4 doors.
I can literally show the same exact hallway that you guys were in last time, because the hallway is 100%
that's probably easiest.
to the hallway as last time. So it's not even picturing. Well, you're obviously picturing because you're seeing with your mind's eye, but it is literally the same exact one.
Yeah, the crystal I wouldn't call a room. I call it more of a hallway that we're in with the crystal.
Yeah, like a short,
make sure I find
hallway.
The right map to drop you guys in.
While you're doing that, I'll just RP with them. I did see the door, and I listened to the other doors and couldn't really hear anything. I didn't give it too long, but I didn't hear anything at all. So we can try investigating them, but I think maybe we go to the room we think has the elder first and discuss with him.
Yeah, I agree. If it's anything like the other keep, there's probably something behind those doors we don't want to meet right now.
Fair chance. So perhaps we reset the door and go and speak with him for... Well, maybe he'll know if this door resets or not. That will put our minds at ease. Otherwise, we'll just run back, one of us every 10 minutes, we'll say, and reset it.
Yeah, that could work. Just, I wonder if we could do something with this crystal. I'm still poking it.
Maybe not yet.
Yes.
Yeah, on the way out. Yeah.
Or maybe it's a crucial part of the curse here.
Could be. Scott, how does it ever seem like there's like a resistance to it if I like push it a little bit further?
How far, when you say push it further, how far do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like 2 inches.
It falls. Roll a reflex save.
Hey. Science.
Perhaps it's crucial to breaking the curse. Smashes on the floor.
Okay, thank goodness. I'm keeping the 19. That's good.
Wade rolled natty 20 to try to jump up and grab it before. And unfortunately, he failed because the force of it was just too strong. It would have been really funny if he rolled a natty 1.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, you're able to... You push it, and it's like, ah! And like you jump forward, and it's one of those, you try to catch it, but it hits your hand, but it bounces, and you go to catch it with the other hand, but it bounces again, but then you grab it and like pull it close to your chest and go, okay, I got it. And then, of course, Koa, you're watching him flounder for a second, but he does
Aldo and I walk in simultaneously to see what's happening.
I didn't drop it.
Aldo not see this.
I didn't drop it. I'm like trying to hold it up to where it was to see if it'll just float again. I'm assuming it won't.
Aldo, what was that you said about not right now? I think I heard.
You look at Aldo and his mouth is wide open, and he just like looks from Mikhail to you, and there are no words that are coming out of his mouth. He's just so in shock.
What do you think happens if we turn the wind on while you're holding it?
I probably cease to be an issue. Look, we all get a chance to do something stupid at least once, all right? Probably once a day. This was mine.
Maybe next time do it before or after we're in a keep of hundreds of years old ruins and murder traps.
Then it would be less stupid. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Then we agree. What should I do with it right now?
Like, do we? Because one of us is on the floor clutching a crystal that tried to blow and suck us away a minute ago, and
I didn't think it was gonna fall. Shit. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it
in place.
I don't know. I thought eventually there'd be like resistance or something. I didn't even push it that hard. It just a couple of inches to the left, and it just suddenly falls out of the sky.
Why didn't you just grab it? I had my hand nearly around it before. Just the wind kept me from doing so.
It was easier to poke it with a stick.
Koa looks back at Aldo almost a similarly like dazed expression, like, what happened to Mikhail?
Because I would have had to jump to... I wasn't actually trying to knock it down. I was just testing it.
With what end goal in mind? To slightly adjust its location?
I wanted to see if there was like a force keeping it in place. I expected there to be like resistance after it moved a little bit, but it didn't. And it just fell. And now we've got it, I guess.
Someone like holds out his hand for you to hand it to him.
I do.
Scott, I'm going to try to see if I hold it back up where about it was, if it like gets put in place again.
Yeah, like you get on your tippy toes, reach up, so you're like probably just a couple inches shy of where it is. and like maybe even hold it at the tips of your fingers. Yeah, you put a good amount of effort into it. Maybe even like a little hop to do so. And actually, at one point in time, it almost feels like you ever try to like hang like a picture on like a hook, and you're trying to like, and then you obviously, I got it, I got the damn picture on the hook. It's like that. You go up and you like a little hop, maybe a second little, and then it actually pulls from your hand, and it seems to hit the spot or whatever it was that was suspending it in place, and it does suspend in the air there. Like there's a point in space that it's meant for, and if it's in that point, it's held, and if it's not, it's not.
It may not be
just
like
try
the
to
most
do
beautiful thing, but Koa does always eventually find the spot.
Apparently, Mikhail
Is that
does.
one blowing or sucking?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, indeed.
Mikhail, I would say that there is something here holding it in place.
Looks like it. Yep.
Now, what would do that?
I think we have to ask the old man. Magic,
like mouth,
but I don't know what
loud enough
spell.
for Mikhail to hear. What did they teach him at this school?
Evidently not enough. You hear a whisper.
We have different talents, okay?
You leave the poking of things with sticks to us. You're the smart magic man. Do those things.
There's a point.
He just shakes his head and keeps walking.
I assume we go and I don't know how much time has passed now, but we'll go reset the door and then go talk to the elder. Assuming he's in that room again.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's fair to say it's been like a solid 15 minutes.
Woo!
The door hasn't shut on its own. So you're like, just in case, let's shut the door all the way. Clink. And let's, when you shut the door all the way, who steps out? All three of you?
I think we're all going to talk to the elder here.
No.
Yeah.
Who steps out of the room when you shut it manually before you reopen it, just to make sure it's reset?
I imagine we all do.
Nobody like waits in the hallway.
Yeah.
All three of you come out into the main chamber.
I
guess
imagine
it doesn't
so.
matter. Koa's been in here time and time again, so I guess he'll wait out in the hallway.
Sure. So
Okay.
you wait out in the hallway, and the two of them step out into the main room or whatever it is. And so they shut the door, clink, to make sure that it's good to go. And Koa's got his lantern. And then all of a sudden, Koa's like standing there just waiting for them, waiting in the hallway, ready to go, whatever. And then maybe even gets the thought to his head, like, oh, maybe I should walk up to that door and see if I can give it one more listen. Takes like another half step, and all of a sudden he does hear something. Before he even gets to the door, he hears something. He hears as the wind picks up once the door shuts. Yeah, I know. As the door shuts, the wind picks up. And Koa, go ahead and make me a strength check. Are you happy with your 12?
Yeah, it's fine.
The wind is hitting you hard enough that if you wanted to fight against it, you would not be able to push back. It's not blowing you away, but you would not be able to get yourself back towards the crystal, back down the hallway towards where your friends are. The wind is pushing too strong for you to be able to do that. The two of you shut the door all the way. Clink, let it sit inside place. You hear a click. Aldo, roll me the disable device check. $23, that's pretty good. Are you happy with your 23?
Yeah.
Okay. Mind you, magic traps start at 25. If it's a magic trap.
We're level 2, dude.
Rules is rules. What level you are doesn't change the rules.
You wouldn't put us here at level 2 if that was the case. A good DM wouldn't.
Listen, there are
right.
7
Damn it.
keeps.
Chance.
Oh. Are you happy with the way, Jake, or are you good?
Well, it was good.
I'm fine. I can take it.
I don't know if it's magic.
I don't even know what you're trying to disable right now. What changed?
Neither do I.
I'm giving you information.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
This
Right.
is good.
You heard the thing, you shut it, it slid shut, and then you it was very quiet. Mikhail thinks he heard something. Aldo knows he heard a click. And almost immediately, like maybe for Mikhail, that click probably means little to nothing. It could be part of the door shutting or whatever it was. It might not even mean anything to him. Aldo instantly knows what it is. That's the same click you heard when you were turning the power of the wind on and off beforehand, doing a little spinny thingy to make it click on. So immediately when you shut the door, you're like, oh shit, the crystal's back. That thing could have reset. So almost immediately in your mind, that thing is no longer in neutral. It is reset to being off or on in one of the directions, either the positive or negative force. There you go, catch star. Positive or negative force coming from the crystal. You like instinctively know that. And then when if you choose to interact with it, you can pretty quickly realize it's the positive force. It reset to blowing. And so if you want, you can immediately start turning the thing to disable it if you want before you open the door, or you can open the door while it's still blowing. But you realize this all instantly, and you can make the decision as you'd like.
Yeah, I'm going to disable it and then open the door.
Sure. So you realize this quickly, and then so you hear the click or whatever, Mikhail. Again, probably think nothing of it. And then immediately you see like Aldo's like eyes like widen. He quickly like grabs the little wheelie thing that I mentioned beforehand and spins it really fast. And then grabs the big thing and starts opening the door. Koa, like I said, you were checked by the wind. It wasn't blowing you away. You were checked by it. But, even before you had to fight too hard against it, you only fought against it maybe 2 or 3 seconds. And then the wind started to die down. Like there was maybe it was a malfunction for half a second, or maybe it just does like a power cycling or something because they took it down and put it back up. Who knows why it turned on then back off so quickly. But anyways, 2 seconds after that or whatever, the door opens up for you at the end of the hallway.
When the door opens and they come out, Cole will just say, Mikhail, I really hope that wasn't another experiment.
No, I think, I don't know. Maybe when it got put back up there, it reset.
No, I think it has something to do with when the door is shut. It seems to reset the power or whatever it is to the crystal.
I hate to ask, what would happen if we removed the crystal from that spot? Would it be good for us or worse for us?
We can find out.
No, well, I mean, we can, yeah. If you want to take it down and...
Perhaps we ask the Elder.
Do you still have a stick? But yeah, perhaps we ask the Elder.
Right.
We've got, around 15 minutes?
At least, assuming that the door even closes yet.
Okay.
But, depending on what's inside these other doors, if it's bad like the other keep, then that's not a way out. And if the Elder's room is the same, then there's no way out, so... I don't know. I'm hoping that this door just stays open.
Be nice.
Not hoping enough to risk it. But...
Right. Yeah, we'll still come back and check it occasionally.
Well,
at least it was in exhale mode, I guess we can call it. And the other mode, we can call it Scott mode, I guess. I don't know.
That does suck.
Yeah.
Thanks, Forensic.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Forensic.
All right, well, let's get through this door, hey?
Right.
You guys go to the end, not skipping the other 3 doors. Go to the door at the end of the hallway, and where everybody can see and feel the doorknob. You grab the doorknob, and you turn it, or the latch. It's not really a doorknob, it's a latch. You lift the latch, and you open the door. Let me just remember a second. Push open the door. You are able to see inside. It is the same exact design of room as before. There's a little bit of differences in here. So first and foremost, same shape of room, same design of room. You can see that the table is on it, the stone table that you had seen before, the stone table that has that, like, we'll call it map that's around it, that shows the other little keeps or what have you that are on the map that are there, shows the layout, everything exactly as it was inside of the other keep. They're identical. There is a difference here, though. The furniture that was inside the other room, or I should say that was destroyed inside the room inside the other keep, is not destroyed here. Like everything else in this keep, it seems to be so much better preserved than the other one was. far less elements it was exposed to. So you can see the shelves that had a whole bunch of, at one point in time would have had like books or what have you on them. Now, unfortunately, the paper, similar to the pillows, are pretty rotted. They're pretty worn down. You know that if you even went so far as to pick up a book, it might just crumble in your hands, So you can see the books that are there. You can see the spines or whatever of the books that are there that are set up, but probably best not to interact with them, at least not right now. But all the furniture is in place. There was a considerable amount of record keeping that would have been inside of this chamber on the walls around. And there's even furniture around the table. Chairs that are there. If these chairs are as well built as the other furniture that you saw, like the cubbies that you had gone through in the first room, you could potentially even sit in those chairs if you wanted to. All the chairs are of similar design. There is no one chair that seems to be particularly more ornate than the others. They're all similar designs, similar heights, so on and so forth. They're not identical, so it's not like they're ritualistic or anything like that. Like it looks as though at some point in time, maybe one wore down and another one was replaced with another, again, similar design. They're not, again, identical to one another. But when you walk in, you're able to take in the chamber, see all these details. And of course, yes, you do see Wade getting his ice cream delivered to him by a kind, loving, and considerate wife, and not a cruel one that makes him feel guilty about his joys in the world.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I know.
Scott just playing victim.
Talking to my wife.
I am a victim.
Okay, Drake.
Considering the allegations that are against him right now,
I was just talking about the playing victim stuff. All right,
no, just saying.
I didn't call you Diddy. All right.
God, I think you're at least as good as Drake.
I'm gonna put mine in the freezer for a minute.
Hey, Roz, does that count? That count, Roz?
My stream crashed at the mention of Diddy, so I wonder if has anything to do with what's going on here.
This fucking lawyer quit on him. It's crazy.
Well, ice creams, I was craving cherry cordial. I can't remember the last time I had cherry cordial, but I was like, that sounds good tonight.
That's a random craving, though.
Yeah.
Okay. You do see the ghost inside the chamber. He is same as beforehand, leaning against the wall. And as you come walking in, he pushes himself off the wall and says, "Oh, about time you made your way in. You seem to be struggling in the hallway for a bit."
Did we all see him?
So who sees this guy?
Before, just me.
Same as before. You see him, Koa. You hear him, Mikhail. And unfortunately, at least as of right now, Aldo, you neither.
We have the power to fix that, Aldo.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
I looked at that episode. You totally told us.
No, I didn't.
When I watched the episode, you did. Nah. We all misremembered it later. That's fine. I do have the blood on me though. I mean, it's in my bag.
You should drink it. You might be able to see him.
I could make it taste different.
Mikhail's running experiments, right? Come on.
He is thinking about it. Because he could make it taste not like blood. So.
You seem to struggle in that hallway.
Oh, mostly just taking our time in case there was more going on. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you know which place we're in now?
Yes. Yes, I do.
We were curious if the crystal in the hallway has anything to do with the curse here, or if the doors in the hallway are safe to open or not safe like they were in the mountains.
The doors here, they should probably open for you. They, like I said, Some doors will open, and some will be locked specifically for you. This keep, I don't believe, has reason to keep you locked out. And so those doors would likely open.
What's behind them in this keep?
Same as each of them.
Oh, they all have cursed ones behind those doors.
What? No.
I think that's what you called them?
No. The chambers, they should be the same, if my memory serves me correctly.
Oh.
At least I believe they are the same in each of them.
Huh. The chambers. Okay.
One moment while I clean my spectacles. I think I see raiders coming in behind you. 8 of them. Hard knocks dice. Welcome.
Yes, he is always this corny.
Mm-hmm. Never beating the allegations.
The Drake ones.
He gets called corny too. I don't know what to tell you, man.
He also gets called a fan. He a fan, he a fan, he a fan.
Yeah, that's true.
He a fan.
You can't say what that means. Or you could, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on right now, but I'm here for it.
I guess Wade doesn't listen to music. I mean, he's from Ohio. He probably listens to, like, bluegrass. He's probably like, oh, my favorite band is Dave Matthews.
Couldn't tell you a single Dave Matthews song out there.
I couldn't either. I've heard some bluegrass songs that I thought were all right. I couldn't tell you the name of them. I don't even know if they had names.
I don't know.
Shit.
Where was I? Oh, sorry. No, I've cleaned my spectacles. There's nothing there.
That's good.
Do you remember a lot more than last time we spoke?
I don't know what I didn't know back then.
Do you know which keep this is?
I do know that was just asked, and I had already told you yes.
Don't mind
Perhaps
Mikhail.
I'm not the one with the
with
memory
sticks.
loss at the moment, he says, chuckling to himself.
Oh, the player missed it then.
Do you know what the curse is here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yes. Yes, I do.
Do you know how it's broken?
Maybe. I believe. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps you wish to know what the curse here is.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
It's maybe the worst of them all. This place, it's housed many, not just within, but without. The land above this place, thriving, a metropolis. Many people live there. Tens of thousands live there. When the curse swept through this land, when it swept through this region, the people that lived here, they were consumed by the curse, broken down by the curse. Every part of their being, their minds, their bodies, and even their souls broken down to their core elements, and captured.
Koa will look around. Are they the goo?
Yeah. There's like an ooze here now. I'll take out the vial. And hand it to Koa. Can you show him?
Yes.
Yes. That would be a bit of it. It's unfortunate, isn't it? The people that were here before, broken down and then caught into the system. Trapped here. The curse is for them to be forever trapped here.
But what is the range of here? People have been coming into the sewers, and there was a leak where some of this was escaping, and it's being gathered up and taken out and used for alchemical purposes.
I don't know what range here is. I didn't mean that in the sense of a particular location, though I imagine there could be a boundary of sorts, but they are trapped here. That's what I know. If the sewers aren't here, then maybe it's no longer true. But if the sewers are still a part of it, perhaps the sewer system, perhaps the entirety of the metropolis as it stands, perhaps all that's a part of it. Or maybe it just means in this world. But their curse is for their minds, bodies, and souls to be trapped here. Every one of them. Every man, woman, child, elder, and the others. All of the people, all of the pets, all that lived here before.
But it doesn't turn anyone new here into it, just those that were here at the time of the curses.
When the curse swept through. Yes.
That's horrible.
I said
so these are
the worst curse of them all.
So this goo is people, like thousands of people. And wow. What kind of existence is, like, are they aware?
I do not know, and I will take solace in that.
Do you know what will happen if we manage to break the curse to them?
I am not much of a philosopher of the afterlife, but if I understand it correctly, when one dies, their soul is meant to pass on, unless something keeps them here. If the curse is broken, then hopefully, in theory, they would pass on as well.
In theory. Okay.
So, this place in particular is somehow keeping them here. So perhaps to break the curse, we just find a way to get them out of here?
They got mixed with the powerful elemental that was already here. That was trapped in its own chamber.
Do you think that's what was the reason we were being attacked whenever we were trying to move the stones?
It's possible. That or coincidence, I don't know.
Do you know anything about this elemental?
That is outside of the purview of the things that I looked after, but I know that it was massive, and its home was in the entrance to this place. Almost acted as a guardian of sorts. It was great water creature.
Well, that would... There was a large amount of the goo, and it did seem to not enjoy our presence there. Those protection circles or whatever, right?
Yeah, there was that magic circle. I have to admit I'm I'm a little taken aback. So this is a curse. It's almost like it's already happened. I don't know how one would go about reversing something that powerful. It would take, I don't know. Probably not as simple as just getting it out of the sewers and such. I mean,
if it's part of this elemental, does the elemental have to be killed?
Oh, it's possible that all of them binding with it, or mixing with it, or however you care to phrase, or whatever it was that happened, it's possible it died long ago. Again, truth that I do not know, and will count my blessings for it. Imagining existence like that, centuries or millennia, whatever it's been, mixed
I can.
like that.
Imagine being scooped up and made into a potion.
It might be a reprieve in this case. I mean, so do you know what triggered this curse to happen? Like, what could that happen again?
No.
There's a lot of people that live here.
I do not believe. Well, actually, now that you ask, the curse has already played its course. The curse is for them to remain, for them to stay. But let's theorize, hypothesize for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you broke this curse successfully, wholly, and completely. You broke this curse. You made it so the people were no longer bound here. And you broke a second curse, but did not in time break the third. When the curses repaired themselves, what happens then?
So this one is almost more dangerous to try to fix. Oh,
At least
boy.
not without confirming, knowing that you have the ability to complete the others, or even seemingly completed them first. You have a narrow window.
Yeah.
You had told us in the other keep that the you didn't have as good of a memory about what was going on there. There's something about the ones who were unable to die that were trapped in those rooms, and something about a stone being missing or having to be replaced. Do you know more about that one now?
Yes. In fact, the stone that is here in this keep can be used to open the doors of that one.
Oh.
What stone are you referring to?
The one that powers this one.
The crystal? The one with all the wind?
Indeed. It's
Oh.
not how things should have originally worked, I imagine, many centuries ago, but the curse is cruel. Truly cruel.
Aldo chimes in. Ask him what the crystal's for. What's the point of the wind?
I'll confirm, but it sounds like the crystal was not meant for this place. It was meant for the previous keep. It's how those doors get opened. Is that correct, Elder?
Mikhail speaks the truth, and his question is valid, but to give you more context, when we were trying to get in here, the reason we struggled in the hallway was the crystal seemed to be emanating a great force of wind, controlled by a small spinning wheel as part of a bigger wheel that opened the door itself, and the wind could either be pulled in or blown out. So I think what Mikhail and Aldo are wanting to know, and I want to know, is if the crystal wasn't meant to be here, then why is that? What is going on?
That crystal, it's doing its task. That crystal is meant to be here in this keep. It's how they would move or remove the great water elemental that was there. But, as I said, the crystal being used to open the doors in the other keep, that's unrelated to how I believe the other keep functioned centuries ago. I believe the keeps are just bound together now. Both with the cursed ones that live inside them.
How did they use the crystal on the elemental?
I'm repeating what he said to Aldo, by the way.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I tried to grab the crystal, and there was no way to hold it while it was working. So how did they use it to move the creature if they couldn't hold it?
With the force of the wind.
So it stayed in place and just they moved it around here. Is that what that other door is for? They kept the elemental out there?
I'm not entirely sure. This is not a place where I lived. I'm not fully sure of the function of each.
He will describe what it looks like in the best detail he can.
Yeah, of course. And so, of course, you do so, and maybe the other, what is it? Mikhail might chime in, and occasionally Aldo might throw in an extra, hearing what you're describing, extra description here. It goes down the hallway. No, this way. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so you give your description, and he says, I know that the power of the wind was to move the other elemental. I know that's to be true. I've heard the stories of it. I recall the stories of it. Maybe I've even seen it. But I know this to be true. It's in my memory. How it was done, I don't know. I'm not sure what tests you've done or how you've played, but have you interacted with the wind and the water?
The water?
Yes, the great water that once was here. You said that it's become a sludge.
No, we haven't.
We don't know how to move it exactly. There are, we'll describe the circles. I'm sure Mikhail will take over describing the circles in more detail and how we pinned it kind of in the one room. We had to swap it to get in.
Perhaps moving the wheels also interacts with the circles. Again, if I knew it that at one point in time, it's not in my mind as of now. I would suggest looking into such things and seeing if that's how it functions. But I know that wind is how they would move the massive water elemental that was there before. That the people's particulates mixed with, or must have mixed with, to make the sludge you're describing. Because I saw them. I saw them break down. I saw them become the dust. The little particles. If there's a sludge, this goo is them. It's likely because they mixed with the waters.
What's a water elemental? Aldo says to Mikhail. Because I assume you've been repeating this back now that you said before, right?
Yeah. does Mikhail know, or do I need to just make a check
We
or
discussed it
something?
before when you guys had found like pillars and shit like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is it's a being made completely of water, essentially. It's not a person like you and I, but I guess they can have varying levels of intelligence. They don't live on the same plane as us generally.
But wait, I might be misremembering, but when we were in the former bandit camp, and we found that back secret room that we think that Beltran ran through, was there something there about elementals?
I don't
There
remember.
definitely was.
I'm guessing based on Scott's
there was
nodding
pillars,
that there were.
and there was a fountain that was at the end there. And the fountain had like a water inside of it, but none of you wanted to drink it or touch it or whatever it was.
That's right.
But it was
yes.
we read something about it, and I think we got. Did we get something about
the
elementals?
pillars were talking about the water elemental, and then the water elemental. My apologies. Is about the plane of water, and then about the plane of salt, and then about the plane of steam, and more or less all the elemental, paraelemental, and quasi-elemental planes that touch the plane of water. That is what.
Who was able to read that? What language was that in? Was that...
I believe it was Mikhail, and I believe it was Mole.
Yeah.
Tall.
Correct.
I should say.
It was tall, yeah. Because I didn't have Glenn at the time.
Okay, so Koa will bring that up because that for some reason that memory just came to me. So.
Yeah, it's that area with there was like a sarcophagus or something.
Yes, it was like the back room, but we rushed through relatively quickly. We need to go back there with Gwen anyway, so perhaps when we go back, we spend some time and look at that because maybe that has some answers for us.
It might.
Was there stone there like there is here and at the other ruins in the cave?
Yes. I found my notes.
I feel like for Wade and Koa, this is all just like coming back. It's like, man, we were really focused on something else while we were there, but
Rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only other thing I remember about the water in that basin is it was viscous. Like it was much more thick than it should have been.
Mm-hmm.
Normally.
Mm-hmm.
The water where the snake attacked, was that normal water?
That seemed to be normal water.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that area marked on the map?
Like you guys know exactly where it is. No,
on the table.
The table doesn't have a lot of. Remember, there are not all these spots that were like, for instance, actually, Drazstone's not on the map, is it? Or did I say before that it is?
It is.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
Is?
That's a good question. So when you guys stand up and you look at it, you're like, wait a second, hold on. So this is Hogwen. We're clearly here. This is the metropolis or whatever that was here before. Holy shit! There is a marking on the map that's there. Now it doesn't have the same kind of like built up, design to it. Like for instance, the keep that you're at in the west did, or the keep that you're in now does. But it does have a marking that something's there.
So it looks like there is something here. I was thinking maybe there was supposed to be a hidden keep. I was thinking maybe it could have been Jurda's crack, but apparently it's marked on the map here. So I guess if it was a hidden keep, they wouldn't have any markings at all. But
Aldo brings up a good point, Aldo. I'm not sure. Do you remember anything more about the unknown keep? You told us about the
the seventh one.
I've never known. In all my memory, as far as it stretches now, I've never known where or what the seventh was.
Right.
Perhaps I'm mistaken. Perhaps one day I will recall. But today's not that day.
The doors at the keep in the mountains, you said the stone could open them. Do you know how many are in those rooms?
Oh. No, I don't. I don't know if all of them survived long enough to be, well, put in the state that they are. But if they all did, it would not be a small number.
So we would likely need more than ourselves if we were to engage with them.
I don't know what your abilities are, or how sure of yourself you may be, but I do know that you were chosen for this.
I've never fought someone cursed to come back. I don't know. It sounds easier to hit than an elemental, but I don't know. What if they have other things about them we're not prepared for? Some magics or things like that.
Maybe. Continue. I'm sorry.
Is destroying them the way to break the curse? Opening the doors and putting them down?
It's possible. I believe so.
And then here we would need to free the.
There's a will
trapped.
that exists in that keep. I can feel it. I can feel it even from here. There's a will that exists in that keep. A hunger. It must be slated or destroyed, or if these creatures are exactly as we all imagine them, what I believe them to be and have described them as such. Creatures that have died and yet continue to live. They'll have a hunger, an unyielding, unearthly hunger that will, slaying them very well likely will do exactly as you are hoping to do.
Oh, that's how we break that one.
This one we have to somehow free them, right? We have to find a way to get them, those that are trapped, out. But what was the thing that it said? The inscription?
Protect that which is within from without, and protect that which is without from within.
Oh, that was because of what this keep did. It's where you are. There is a specialty here. It's where the crystals were cut. And there's importance to protect anybody outside of this place. The dangers of this place. Should a crystal be cut wrong? Should ritual be done wrong? It could be disastrous for everybody outside. But the people outside, they hungered for power, not knowledge. And so you must protect those here from those out there. And the unyielding desire to use what was created for their own vicious ends.
So these crystals have more powers than just opening doors and blowing wind.
That's how they were bound.
Are they some kind of spell, or what is it they possess?
No. It's how they were bound.
What does that mean?
Thinks for a few moments. Each crystal, it's not just a rock, like a diamond or an emerald. The crystals are not just something that was formed in this world from whatever machinations are done to do it, whether it be gods or rivers or however it is that crystals are made. No, these crystals are not from here. They're formed from the edges between this world and another one. And because it is that boundary...
What do you mean another world?
Yes.
Like the planes.
Does Koa know anything about planes? I don't think that's...
Just what you've learned from this campaign so far.
Yeah. Planes, like the things said in the other place.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean?
I mean, like he says, they are other worlds. You can't travel over land to them. They're it's kind of difficult to explain, actually, now that I think about it. They're almost parallel to this one, but
An entire world is bound to this crystal. A world like ours.
or it's made of the maybe the transitive energies between the two.
That is a fine description. It is formed in the areas where this world and the next world are weak. The boundaries between the two worlds are weak, or maybe even open. If you can find such crystals, you can bind creatures to them. And so, crystals are how they would bind them. One crystal could bind waters, another could bind air.
Is that why they were punished into becoming goo? Because they were binding things to crystals, and in turn the curse bound them to goo?
If the curse had that degree of intelligence, if there was that degree of vengeance, if some arbiter made that decision, intelligence design and not coincidence, then perhaps. But I wouldn't know.
So there's a creature bound to that crystal out there.
Apparently there's a loose place where our world is connected to other worlds, or there's places yes, something is bound to that crystal.
And there's other ones like something.
How does it get activated if not with that switch thing?
I will ask. That was a guy had the same question. Elder, how does one activate those crystals without the switch on the wheel out there?
I wouldn't know. This is not what I... How does a switch separated from a floating crystal in the middle of the air, how does the crystal float in the air? How does the turning of a switch or the flick of one or some lever activate or deactivate that? It's outside my understanding.
Maybe magic can flow through the electrum. When I was trying to pass through the walls, they're not just stone, they're covered in tons of these strands of this metal. Maybe it's just a defense mechanism, but maybe it does something else as well.
Very well could. But if this is... We're supposed to take this from here to another keep entirely. I mean, they do all have that in the walls. That also means there's probably another space, like the one that this is hanging in.
If the arcane
if we're supposed to take...
Go ahead, Aldo.
Sorry. If we're supposed to take this to the other keep, is it still needed this one, though?
Do we need this crystal here for anything?
He said it could be used to move the elemental, so if we need to move the goo that used to be elemental, then likely yes.
So where are we going to have to move it, though? That's the thing. And not only that, that presents a challenge, because getting from here to the other keep is how long?
Oh, God.
Not a short trip.
Even on horseback, a while.
Yeah, so how long do we have? It's what, we have to break 3 in a month?
No. Three at
the
same time.
Yeah. The same time.
3 in a day.
But you don't know if it's the same second or 1 day, 1 hour. You haven't
So Aldo's workshopping this, and he says, so this crystal is needed at the other one, but also needed here. How are we supposed to do that?
Well, he said there's more than one crystal out there. Maybe we have to find another one. Or...
Yeah.
Aldo, how are you in all these places at once? Is there some kind of magic that allows you to move between them?
To move would mean that I've left one and gone to another. No. I feel as though I'm in all of them and none of them at the same time.
Elder, is it Is it this room that's connected in all of them?
I believe this room, this hall, this keep is in each of them.
Let me be more specific. Sorry. If, let's say myself and Aldo were in this keep and Koa were in the one in the mountains, would we be able to speak to one another?
I believe you would be able to speak to me.
Is there a way for Aldo to be able to speak to you or hear you or see you?
I don't want to speak to him.
He doesn't hear you say that, Aldo. but he does say, I wish I had that answer. But same as you never got the vision, and he still doesn't have the ability to see me. I don't know why, despite being obviously the chosen one, you are hindered as you are. Something has disrupted the message that was meant for you.
So if we were in different keeps, we could speak to you, but not see or talk to each other.
Perhaps. I believe I could speak to you in each location. I believe I'm all of them and none of them at once. Perhaps you can speak to each other as well. Or, I suppose, for the price of a copper, I'd be willing to act as a messenger boy. He says it's his first attempt at a joke since you met him.
Mikhail kind of chuckles. Yeah. I'm not sure what you'd spend it on, but
well, he said none of them. Maybe his other location he's at is a shop.
That's true. Huh. I guess that is another question. Although obviously it's been a very long time. Is there any information out in the world that you want us to get for you, or a message you want delivered somewhere?
If I recall correctly, there's a dragon fruit that is both juicy, tangy, and ever so slightly sour. I loved and enjoyed immensely. I remember it now. Maybe I've always remembered it. So many memories I've had to let go so that I could hold on to those that were most important for the messaging. But right now I know of this. You know of this fruit?
Do I?
Let's know. Is this knowledge nature?
Koa can roll.
I'm a bard.
Koa, you actually do recall the fruit that he's describing because you've had it before when you were very young. It grew in the forests.
In Adir or forest north? Like
the forest north.
I've had something similar when I was very young. That wasn't in Adir. That was far north of here. What was it? Is it Tazian Dale?
Yeah, a dragon fruit.
I don't recall. I think so, yes.
That's a heck of a name for a fruit.
I guess I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was young, but did they grow here? Did you have them shipped, or that's not here in Adir?
Delicacy, that's for certain. I don't remember if they were mine or if I stole bites. I know that the taste, the texture, how juicy they were. I remember them. If there was something that you could get for me, alas, I have not the body to enjoy it.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
What would you do with it?
Perhaps reminisce and seeing their beauty, or perhaps fade in the disappointment of not being able to enjoy.
Do you think the more knowledge you get, you may slowly become physically here again?
It's possible.
Scott, while they're talking, I do want to go around to that secret spot I found in the other keep where I found those bottles and all that stuff, and I'm just gonna, see if it's the same in this one.
Yeah. You pop it open, and you do. So you go over to the thing. You get down there. Wasn't it locked last time? Did you have to unlock it last time?
No.
Yeah. So you go down there underneath the table or whatever. You go to the secret spot. You pop it over to the side. You see a little chest in there. You pull the little chest, and you look inside, and there are in fact 3 bottles inside there.
You hear from under the table, "Oh, these guys are really sick. They're in here as well."
This sparks a memory. Yeah, didn't we know about this? I swear we know. You said we knew, right, Keegan? You
when I looked at the episode, it got revealed. Yeah.
Oh, Aldo, you told us.
Jake doesn't believe me though, so I'm not pushing it.
We know it's blood. I didn't know that I told you I heard them, but I'm just gonna, yeah. If I did, I did. I don't remember. So.
Yeah.
Aldo
in the episode when I looked at it got revealed. I don't remember the exact wording, but I remember being like, "Oh shit, he did tell us." When I watched it.
Gonna take a swig again, Aldo.
No.
I can make it taste better with magic.
Then you drink it.
I don't need to drink it. I can already hear the elder.
These guys are sickos. I'm not drinking this.
You've already drank it once. You can't take back the fact that you drank blood.
Aldo stares daggers at you.
Well, sometimes when I've swung my hammer, blood's gotten into my mouth as well. Hammer? Mortifer. My sword.
Well, I've never drank blood, so I wouldn't know.
Drink the goo.
Well, I'm putting these back.
Didn't.
He says he puts them back in there.
Well, now, Aldo, we may need it.
We still have the other ones. Might be good to leave a stash here.
Ask this guy what there's bottles of blood around.
Hey, Elder, why are there bottles of blood in here?
I wouldn't know. Or
Well,
maybe I would. But I don't.
think
They seem to have an effect when they're consumed that it makes it easier to communicate with you.
Oh. Well, that's convenience, but consumed is concerning.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all had blood before. Whether it be in the meats that we consume or as a certain meals that we made.
Yeah, and regular food, but not
not people.
Yeah.
My apologies. You said blood. You didn't say blood of people.
I assume it is. Why would you have? Why would you have people blood or animal blood in bottles?
No, animal blood you can cook with, but parent blood, that's a little bit more suspicious.
Is this like the kind of room you would come in for cooking?
No, I wasn't implying that, but
do we know out of game or in game? Do we know it's parent blood? I know we know it's parent blood, but do we know?
You made the assumption because he drank parent blood and all of a sudden he started to have.
No, I thought there was something
senses.
That never happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gonna have to clip it.
You think he's gonna click the clip? He's gonna clip.
Mikhail did not eat the fucking goo, chat. This is how misinformation gets spread. God damn it!
All I know is these people have bottles of blood and people goo. I don't know what we're gonna find at the next keep.
Although I think
it will be liquid in a bottle, that's for sure.
Mole had an interesting and sometimes horrible way of doing things.
Yeah.
That's why we're here trying to break all these curses, right? So that we can hopefully finally put an end to all of the disaster.
So let me get this straight. What he said is, don't attempt to break this curse now. Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we shouldn't be attempting to break any of them until we can break 3 of them.
Why?
Because they'll just reform. They'll happen again, and
they'll reset.
At risk. Why would we put ourselves at risk multiple times if it doesn't do anything?
And especially
if we
with
manage
this one,
to break a curse. Oh, continue. That's with this one. Okay.
There's a concern that what caused these people to turn to goo when it resets could happen again.
And turn more people into goo.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So this one I get. So before we leave here, though, right, we should work out how to break it.
Yeah. That's usually the...
And then we should go to the other keep and learn how to break that. So we know definitively how to do
that one already. The stone should be able to open the doors, and then we eliminate what's left inside those rooms.
Yeah.
That one might actually... That one might be actually a good learning curve thing, right? So the 3 of us go to that one and we fight these things, right? And we gauge their strength.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll know.
If slaying them causes more to become like them, or slaying them brings more back than what are left there right now.
But who's around there? The only people around there are
us,
gnolls, really. Do you think in breaking the curse it would turn us into them?
No. I think over time something,
if it resets,
would. We also don't know the range of this. It could be just those within the keep, or it could be in a certain radius. So we don't have any idea. There's also
Elder,
got to be.
Do you know at the mountain keep, if that curse resets, what kind of effect are we looking at?
I don't know, but if I were to guess, let's assume you destroyed those that cannot die. Perhaps the same happens. They continue to not be dead. Reform or reanimates, however it is called or looked upon. Reinfused.
Or rejuvenate. Or whatever else.
What did he say?
He's thinking basically what I'm thinking is when that one resets, the things that don't die just come back. They reform.
After how long?
We still don't have a time frame on that, do we, Elder?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I was asking the Elder, actually.
Upwards a month.
Oh.
That's why you guys are thinking you had a month to solve the curses, because it could take about a month for the curses to regrow.
Well, that was if we do all 7. All 3 has a lot shorter time.
No. All 3 need to be done at once to properly solve it. But if you try to break a curse, but you don't complete the overall break, it takes it a month for a curses to come back.
That makes sense, because we would have about a month to do all 7, so it wouldn't come back while we still have time to do all 7.
Yep. And it wouldn't be like 30 days pass and they're back. It'd be like they slowly regrow. But like you can imagine, very slow at first, then the speed picking up at the tail end.
Okay, cool.
This
so we already know
brings a good opportunity. If we know how to break that one curse, why not go there, defeat these creatures, and just watch what happens?
Yeah, actually get a more concrete timeline for ourselves.
Yeah.
And we can gauge their strength. We'll know what will be needed when we come back.
And
that'll be the only one that resets.
Aldo, do you remember your name, or should we continue calling you Aldo?
Unfortunately, no. I don't know what name I had.
Right. Then to continue, if we do go and try out, as Aldo is suggesting, breaking the curse in the mountains, would the doors reseal themselves, or could we reseal them, or once they're open, are they open?
I don't believe those doors are a part of the curse. I think the doors... No. I know. Those doors were sealed shut for your own protection. The doors are not a part of the curse. The doors were sealed because you weren't ready.
How will we know when we are ready, other than just by doing it?
I thought the doors were sealed for a different reason.
Remember, some doors will open up for you just because of who you are, and some doors will stay shut just because of who you are. And so the doors were shut because you guys weren't supposed to open them. But if you brought some sort of key, if you will, that key would open it. When you guys came here, you found out that this crystal was one of the keys that could be used to open this. But going back to your question, Wade, before you interject again, Jake, in case you want to, you said, how do we know when we're ready? And he says, I don't know if anybody ever knows when they're ready for their destiny to come calling. Are they? Do they?
I suppose not, but I'm just worried that if we open these doors with the crystal that we found, and we manage to even be successful, if the doors stay open, will those that were within stay within, or will they be free to wander?
I don't know. I don't know if they're bound to that location or if they can roam freely. I imagine they might be bound. Perhaps they can't even go outside. Perhaps nature itself is poison to them, considering what monstrosities they've become. But I do know this. Experimentation is not a bad thing. It's best to know the boundaries so you can act with precision. But experimenting the dangers of these creatures, maybe just the one fight is all you want to do.
Possibility. But to be fair, we're not exactly just doing what we want to do at this point.
The other thing we have to consider here is there's either some way of moving from keep to keep in a relatively quick succession to get 3 done at once, or 7 done in a month, faster than what we currently know, or we're going to have to trust other people to do these tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Asking people to go and fight these creatures, if they're not chosen, I mean, is that just asking for them to die?
That's why we need to know exactly how to break these. We need to. That'll tell us which one we need to do ourselves.
Wade, why did you roll me an intelligence check? No, stop. Wisdom check.
Oh, good. That's the worst one. Fuck. That was a 14 twice over.
Yeah, nothing for you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll tell us which ones we need to do ourselves. Whether or not it's... we may need to split off and each go with our own group. It's hard to say until we know actually what we're doing. I suspect if it has to do with fighting some kind of horrible creatures, then that'll be us.
Joey, there's too many side quests. That's all I'm saying, alright? We're just focusing on one thing. I don't give a fuck about the rest.
We do have a lot.
Yes. And there are exactly 3 of us second level. And the fastest we can move is horseback, brother. Like we gotta be precision. Unless we can start teleporting or something, which would be dope. But
well, that, and let's say, for instance, as you guys have kind of already touched on, let's say this keep, it was literally just a matter of like spinning wheels. You'd be like, hey, Gwen, I don't really want to put this on you, but do you mind walking for like 25 minutes downtown and then just like turning 2 wheels for me? And she might be like, really? What? When? You can go there whenever you want, but like, can you make sure you do it at noon on Thursday? It'd be great. Like, exactly at noon on Thursday. That'd be awesome. And she's like, oh, sure. You know, and then it works out.
Go into this room, drink this,
Nah.
talk to the guy that's in there. He'll tell you when.
Why does that taste familiar? It's like mom's cooking.
His mom's Hannibal Lecter. His mom? Her mom?
Baba Yaga.
Wouldn't that just be Hannah Lecter?
I suppose.
Thinking about this keep again. Ask him if he knows what that other, the hallway to nowhere. It just locks you in there. You can't get out.
Oh.
The door shuts behind you. And ask him about the thing in there.
Yeah, Elder. There was another door before this one that led to like a grate. There was pretty much nothing in there except for a slithering pit, like a creature that's basically just a living hole. What's the deal with that corridor? Do you know?
I see it in my mind. I see what you're describing as part of this keep. I don't know what its purpose was. Same as I don't exactly know how they moved the waters before.
I'd say we should experiment, but well, we know it's at risk if we do.
As for the creature that you encountered, unfortunately, I think some of the goo got corrupted or altered in some way.
And turned into that.
I'm sure some of it could have turned into a great many different things. Hopefully that's the only thing that's happened.
Is the keep contained to the chamber above and what we've seen in here? Or are any of the other ruins part of it as well?
It's a good question. Now that you ask, I think I can better answer your question from earlier. I can see the whole network in my mind, and I know I can see the whole keep. So if I can see the whole keep, and I can now see all of the sewers, and I can see all of the building above, I think they are all part of the keep. And to answer your question from earlier, perhaps they are all a part of here.
I'm sure the solution's there for our taking. It's just not immediately presenting itself. We use the wind to blow the goo somewhere.
Yeah.
Into the doorway that Aldo was mentioned, or into the sewers, or perhaps through the grates. Let it get them out, free them from this.
I can't see what's beyond any grate.
If they were no longer
Beyond the grates, a river.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to push a bunch of person essence into the river. What would that even do?
Probably worse than that.
How much of that stuff is there?
You saw how much came flying out of the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot.
But like, I wonder if we put that creature over the hole and just kind of fill it up.
It's already deteriorating. I don't even know if we'd get it that far.
Fill it up.
You know, another thing with that. What happens when that creature deteriorates fully? Like anything in the pit, what happens to it?
Hopefully it's shunted out, but I couldn't tell you.
What if it's not shunted out?
Then it's even more unknown what happens to it.
Perhaps that creature is one of these loose connections to the other worlds. Maybe it gets spit out the other side.
That sort of seems like it. Even still, I don't know where this plan is going. I don't think we're going to get all of that goo into the decaying corpse of that slithering pit.
And even if we did, wouldn't that still make it heavier and harder for us to move if it was in there?
Well, if it just decays into nothing and disappears, then it could be a problem solved, right?
If there's one thing I think I'm learning today, it's that nothing just disappears. There's always a place it will go.
Yeah. It would be going somewhere. Maybe to one of the transitive planes. Which is its own kind of cruelty, I think. If this is a bunch of basically souls.
So what do we do with it?
I don't know. That's the question.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, we're supposed to use this crystal to move it around, right? Where? Move it where?
Yeah.
Unless
it has to be somewhere to move it
to be in that fixed location. What happens if we remove the crystal and spin the wheel? Aldo, do you know what would happen if the crystal wasn't there?
We didn't try it.
I don't. But I wonder, you said there's creatures bound to these crystals. What if that,
what if the crystal can absorb it?
That's what I'm,
yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
And then all of that goo into one crystal?
And then one of those creatures, I don't know.
Okay, assuming that that's the truth and that works, and then we can use it to expel it somewhere else. We still can't test it right now, because if we're wrong, all of Hot Gwyn could be turned into goo again.
Yes, that's true.
And there's only a handful of people here I would wish that on.
Well, while we're workshopping this, do you want to see if the Elder has anything to chime in on? Anything coming to him?
I think I just asked him something, but I've forgotten what.
As have I.
Literally just came out of my mouth like a minute ago, and I can't remember what I just said. Elder, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. To that I must say, blah, 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 blah.
I think Aldo answered me when I said Elder, because it probably sounded like Aldo. Elder.
It has a couple of times.
Yeah. That's just my Koa accent.
I don't remember what question you asked.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody in chat saying anything either.
Chat, do you remember what the fuck I just asked? That maybe it sounded like I was talking to Aldo, but it was definitely supposed to be Elder. Oh, what happens? Okay, if we move the lever and the crystal isn't in its location.
Oh,
I definitely thought you said Aldo.
Yeah, it sounded like you said Aldo.
Elder.
Yeah.
He says, I wouldn't know. This is outside of my understanding.
But we can't really experiment, because if we mess up, this whole place could have this curse happen again.
I don't imagine any single action will be that devastating. People lived here. People lived
also
here for centuries.
For the curse to reset, we have to successfully break it. I don't think I don't think absorbing the stuff into the crystal by itself is the action that breaks the curse. That's not freedom. That's like a step in between.
But if we put them in the crystal, then we need to take the crystal to the mountains to open the door. We'd be removing them from this location, which maybe is what breaks it.
Right, which we don't go that far, right? If we can get them into the crystal, then we can also let it back out.
I'm not sure if you're aware of how the crystal worked whenever the wind was blowing, but it didn't just come from one direction. Every part of the crystal was spewing wind.
Right.
So we put the goo in there, and then we're like, hey, let's get it out. I'm not sure we can directionally push it one direction immediately.
We're definitely not going to be where it is when that happens, right?
Where are you proposing we put it to spew out all of the remnants of these people?
The same place we get it from.
What if we don't put it anywhere? What if we just keep it in the crystal and remove it from this place?
What if that breaks the curse?
We don't want to break it early. Yeah.
We don't know exactly. I'm not saying it will, but we don't know for sure that it won't.
I don't understand. Without someone with extensive knowledge in this area, like, I don't know without a bit of experimentation how we're supposed to do it without possibly breaking the curse.
No, I think so. We know where all of the goo is right now. We take the crystal there. We try to see if it will absorb all of the goo. I still don't know how we're going to do it. And if it does, and if we can do that remotely.
Elder, how do we know when the curse breaks?
I will know. And I will be here. I will inform you.
Well, that means I have a month to knock Gwen out and take her out of this place just in case, and then explain to her later why I had to do such a thing, assuming she won't go out reasonably. Which I don't think she will, because she wouldn't abandon her duties to the hospital and whatnot. And as many other people as we can possibly knock out and drag out of here if we accidentally break the curse and we think that they might all be turned into goo.
Doesn't it strike me as the type that would want to be turned into goo? So I think she'll go.
Maybe so, but I could also see her sacrificing herself to make sure as many people here are as comfortable as they can be before... Who knows? I don't know. She likes to shop. I don't know. I'm just a bit concerned about turning everyone into goo.
Yes, but... Okay. First, we have to figure out how can we even use this crystal if it's not in that spot. Does the wheel still work? Right? If the wheel works...
Place? Maybe there's a directions in one of the rooms like there was at the other place for the rocks.
True, there might be, but just let me get the thought out. If the wheel works, then we know we can do this remotely. That means we put the crystal where the goo is, turn the wheel to absorb it, check. If the goo is gone, then we come back to the wheel, let the goo out, and we know that works. We have that knowledge going forward. Right?
All right, let's leave Ghost Guy
he doesn't hear you
and let's just
speaking,
do this.
So as you're saying that, he speaks at the same time as you. He says, "Oh, there's always buckets."
Check it out, Lou. Buckets?
Buckets. I don't know if there's enough buckets in Hod Gwen.
The fine thing about a bucket is that once it's emptied, it can be refilled.
If we brought you a bucket, would you be able to help us with buckets?
No. I don't believe so.
A fine suggestion for someone who can't help, no offense.
If this guy's talking about buckets, I think he's trolling you guys.
Yeah, I think he's joking. It was a good joke, Elder. We're not the best of sports right now.
Let's just go test this crystal thing, because this is not going anywhere without it.
We need to see how it works. Okay, Elder, we're going to go experiment.
I'll join.
With
Pushes
the
himself
crystal.
off the wall and...
You can leave this room now.
You coming with us?
Yes.
In the previous keep, you said you couldn't leave the room.
As he walks over to like where you are, he'll place a hand on your shoulder. You don't feel pressure on your shoulder, but you do feel like a cool sensation. Whereas before, you don't know whether or not you would have noticed a sensation. Certainly, Aldo noticed nothing as he was like last time. But he says, "More strength is brought to me by you, Thank you. And he'll go to walk out into the hallway.
Koa will turn to the other two. I think I felt that. I felt his hand. Like
gross.
Where?
Oh, this is.
He touched my shoulder.
Oh, that's good.
What do you think I meant?
Nope, that was about right. Yeah, the shoulder made sense. So I guess he is becoming more corporeal.
No, what did you think I meant?
I didn't know. That's why I asked Koa.
This is the goo talking, isn't it?
Always goes back to the goo, does it?
Yeah.
All
Indeed.
right. I'm going to leave the room.
So, Koa, I just want you to be aware that one of your friends definitely drank people blood, and the other one you think tasted people goo. Koa, what kind of friends do you keep?
I got friends in low places.
Yes.
Which is a Dave Matthews bluegrass song.
Oh.
It's also a trait in Pathfinder.
It is.
Oh.
Is that what you have?
One I want.
Yeah. Sounds like it would be useful.
I was like, that is a really... There's like 800 and something traits. I was surprised you knew one off the top of your head.
There's
you
also friends in high
three random
places.
words together and probably get one.
Right. That's not even wrong. There's so many.
I've always wanted first things first. I don't know if that's one or not.
He walks out into the hallway, and you guys go as well, of course.
Yeah.
One of the things you will notice, I don't know if you walk past him or if he's going to be in the lead. I'm not sure how you guys are approaching this.
Well, we were going to kind of also look at the other rooms as we were going on, because Koa suggested maybe there was a help in them, so that
sure.
we don't have the same situation happen like the last keep where there was like a fucking instruction manual before we tried to open the door.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the things you're going to notice as you're walking towards the doors is he does walk out of that room, and he does walk, but like every, say, 10, 15 steps or so, he seems to be moving a bit slower and a bit more hunched, leaning a bit more onto his cane that he has, like his walking stick that he has with him. So he is able to leave the room, but it definitely seems to have much more of attacks on him. Just as you noticed, or I don't know whether you noticed because it's been such a long while, when he was RPing with you, he was less quiet, less airy. His responses were a little bit faster and more knowledgeable than before. Maybe he didn't feel as knowledgeable because he covered so much before, but there's still more detail in here. But when he left that room, he feels more like how you had met him beforehand, more feeble, slower, etc., etc. If you're going to go check out the other rooms before you experiment, which sounds like you are, do you want to open up the rooms in the original order? Or the reverse order, meaning do you want door 3 or the one closest to the table room to be first? Or do you want the one that's closest to where the crystal is to be first? Or fuck it.
Go in reverse order. Whatever's just closest to us walking out of this thing, right?
So, yeah, closest to the table room, I think.
So I think it'll be right, left, right. Is that correct?
Yep, exactly that. Yes, sir. Because you're going in reverse. So you walk up to the first room to the right, and by the time he even gets to that first door, he's already looking like significantly more feeble, but still with you. Then you go to the door, and you go to who opens it?
I would tell them I didn't hear anything beyond it, but if they want to take a listen, they can. Just in case there's, I don't know, anything. I guess the elder didn't seem to think there was anything beyond it, but
I'll take a listen real quick. Let me roll.
Welcome to.
I'm just gonna look it over, see if it's trapped in any way.
Sure. All right. You see no immediate traps, and I assume you guys are comfortable with these checks, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll luck on that.
You see no immediate traps. You don't notice anything strange with the door, so on and so forth. You're welcome to open it.
Yeah, open it.
Music's being a little touch and go. It like keeps pausing every once in a while. It's a little bit crazy. I'm not sure why. Okay. So anyways, when you guys open up the door, when it opens up to the chamber on the other side. It's not small. Sitting at probably about 25 feet or so deep, about 15 to 20 feet or so wide. But the chamber on the other side looks like, for lack of better phrasing, a workshop. There's a whole bunch of little tables along the way, not much larger than the tables you would see, for instance, like if you were to go into like an area where seamstresses would be. Little tables that have some equipment on all the tables, the rows of tables. And there are 2 rows of tables, hugging the right wall, going back, hugging the left wall, not against the wall, but very close to it, going back. There's a walking path in the middle, and various bits of equipment that are kind of like lined along the walls. As a reminder, this keep seems to be very well preserved compared to the other one. So most of the equipment in here is, in okay shape. Sure, if there's something metallic, it might be rust or whatever, but it seems to be in okay shape. Walking in and looking at what these pits of equipment are, you're not very familiar right off the bat, but you can certainly see like magnifying, like, oh, there's weird circle things with glass in the middle, and you look through it and pass your hand on the other side. Oh, it's like a magnifying glass. Like multiple layers of magnification that you can do. Little bits of metal or whatever it is that are around, it's different types of tools that you're not familiar with. But considering the fact that there are literally crystals occasionally situated here and there, you kind of quickly come to the realization what this room is, especially since this ghost or specter, whatever you want to call it, told you earlier. This is the workshop. This is where they would cut those stones.
All right, well, looking around, can we check out and see what's there is any crystals or anything in here?
Yeah, there absolutely are crystals. For the most part, actually, what you see is there's little bins where there's a whole bunch of chips were dropped into. Now, to be clear, it's not like you would just like sweep all chips into one area. It'd be like a bin. You'd be like over, like lift up a little latch, and you would see a whole bunch of small little containers inside of it. And each of the containers would have a whole bunch of different chips or dust or whatever, but of the same uniform color inside each one of the little containers. So it's like, let's pretend like we're working with stones that we're familiar with in real life. A whole bunch of ruby chip and dust inside of one, a whole bunch of emerald chip and dust in another one, a whole bunch of sapphire chip and dust.
So there's different kinds of gems they use? It's not just one type?
Different types of gems that they would use for this. Yeah, different colors, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, one of the things that... well, roll me a perception check, you guys. I'm curious what... Okay.
Kale, if you want to look it, man, the rest of us are struggling.
Yeah, I think I will.
All right. Hey. One of the crystals that you hold up to the light and kind of glints off the light, you look out and you see it because you found it kind of like tucked or rolled or whatever it was in the area. You go over and you pull it out, and it actually, it's a beautiful looking stone. The orangish colors or whatever that are to it. It actually catches Koa's eye from across the way, and he goes over and he looks at it, and the colors of the stone look very familiar to you, Koa. Very, very familiar to you, because it's, as it would to Mikhail and Aldo as well. It's literally the same kind of colors of stone that you gave to Gemsmith to have properly cut for you.
Oh, this is the one that Dan had in his stash?
But this is a much smaller version of it, and far, far more, like when you actually look at it through a magnification or whatever, far more included, lots of imperfections to the stone, so on and so forth. Much smaller.
So the one I had was nicer than this one?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. You'd think they'd be using good stuff in here. Well, I don't know. I guess
maybe.
But
you can imagine lots get filtered in, and then they do various things with, right?
Nice. Okay.
Walking around, in total, you do see a whole bunch of different stones, mostly chips and dust. You do see a whole bunch of different stones, but most of those still small, very included. They themselves being cracked or chipped or so on, just very imperfect, very flawed. But you do find a couple of them that are of decent size and decent repair. It's pretty impressive. But one of the things, no, never mind, I won't say that. So yeah, there's some nice stuff that you find inside here, but most importantly, it's the equipment to do this kind of work. If only anybody here knew how or what. I mean, maybe it's just regular gem cutting. Maybe it's something more complicated. None of you guys are craftsmen, so you wouldn't know.
Are there
Aldo says to Mikhail, this binding of things, is this done via alchemy? Anything in those books, maybe?
No
idea.
No, I don't know. Okay. This I'm not sure. This seems like it's almost its own thing. I mean, there's magical ways to bind things, especially something with like a will of its own.
So it seems that we
alchemical.
Possibly have the means to do it, but not the know-how.
Yep.
The elders said it was very, very dangerous doing it as well. If something goes wrong or is done incorrectly in the ritual, it could be catastrophic. So, while experimenting around with certain things might be worthwhile, I'm not sure that that would be the best idea. Trying to bind things to crystals.
You are not wrong.
Jesus. I mean, Kraleen or something.
Saw it once. A crystal cracked. And, it cracked. Don't remember if it dropped or...
Koa looks to Mikhail about the falling crystal cracking.
But when it cracked, the ground itself rose up. Literally, the ground beneath the broken stone rose and took form. It was not, shall we say, in a mood to be trifled with. It, went on a rampage. They are tools, powerful, useful, but perhaps I should rest. If we are to experiment,
sounds like it.
Come and get me if you are in need or ready.
Cool.
And he turns and starts to shuffle out of the room.
Are there any, is this set up where there's, tool kits for this stuff? Or is it just all laid out randomly?
It's hard to say tool kits because it's the stuff that you need is also literally attached to the desk that you would work at. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, you can take some of the
mobile.
tools.
It's all done here.
Yeah. This is the location. You know what I mean? But, knowing what you know of mole work, it's possible, your character can't confirm this. This is just... Koa is no fool, right? It might be possible, literally this room has its own built-in safeguards for this kind of a thing, right? Trying to do this elsewhere just because you have all the right equipment could be just as dangerous as, not knowing what the fuck you're doing or using the wrong equipment or, right?
Koa will look at the other two. How do we know for sure that these gems that we're holding aren't also already infused with something? How do we know which ones are and which ones aren't bound?
I don't think we do.
There's probably a way to discern this, Mikhail. Magical or maybe mundane. Unfortunately, you don't know what that is. That'd be a really cool thing to look up, though. Whether it be hidden inside those books or some of the mole knowledge. Who knows? Maybe something like this could even be found back at your university.
Oh, that reminds me of something I was going to ask earlier that I forgot. Mikhail, another question I had. If holding that book back in the Shev, the very expensive one that Nathan wanted, was enough to get you in trouble with the Arcane Congress, how would they feel about walking around with goo that used to be people or crystals with creatures from other planes bound to them?
It depends, I guess is the best way to put it. It's definitely not something they'd want me to keep to myself. They wouldn't want me to hide it from them, essentially.
What do you let it deal, Arcane Congress? I found a crystal with an elemental bound to it. We're going to use it to break some curses. Kisses and hugs? Mikhail?
No, not necessarily, but if you recall, I am here for an academic purpose, right? It's just the kind of thing that I wouldn't leave out of when I write my reports and that sort of thing. Well, I mean, I wouldn't if I didn't want to get in trouble. And it seems like the kind of thing that the Arcane Congress would definitely want to investigate.
I'm not sure we'd want them to. I don't know much about the Arcane Congress, but this knowledge seems dangerous.
Well, that's kind of the reason that they exist. This knowledge is dangerous. Magic is very dangerous. You don't want just anyone having access to it, especially not knowing what they're doing. Thus the training.
I suppose. Well, anything else you all want to look at in here? Should we move on to one of the other rooms?
I'm fine to move on.
I'd like to spend more time in each of these whenever we actually have the time to do it, but for now, I think just a brief look, see what we can find is probably worth it.
Yeah. Oh, Scott, what are the tools that we found in here? Like, what are they made of?
I mean, for the most part, made of metals. Now,
Just like steel?
Yeah, it could be steel or iron or what have you. What exact alloy? You're not entirely
They're not made
sure.
of like electrum or anything.
I mean,
Yeah.
some of them might have electrum like running through them or what have you. In all honesty, you wanted to nab a couple of them because there's so many sets of it that are here, and bring them to Hinta. She might be able to assist you in determining that. She is a metallurgist and a smith.
Oh, that's right.
You know, a handful
She does
of these
know about
tools,
electrum.
If we're going to take him to Leshev, we could show him to Gemsmith and her both. Because he cuts gems and she knows mole. And perhaps between the two of them, we could figure a lot out.
I mean,
I forgot she was literally talking about metallurgy and whatnot when it came to electrum. She's who told us about electrum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah.
Dathomir for the win.
Well, we have to go back up that way anyway. So
Exactly.
Roz smiling from here.
Yeah, I can
Right.
feel Roz. Like it's like you feel like the face coming through the green screen, like the old what was that movie? Not Poltergeist, where Satan, Exorcist. Remember in the beginning of the movie Exorcist, and the mom's like walking around the house. You could sometimes see like the face coming through the shadows in the darkness. You know what I'm talking
what was
about?
that movie where Satan?
Roz, I want you to know
Exorcist.
one of us called you Satan and like the creature in the Exorcist, and it wasn't the players.
It
When
was
Scott thinks of Roz, he thinks of Satan.
I mean, is that inaccurate? Can I can somebody defend me here? Joey, come on, Roz.
All right. So we grab
Satan.
a handful of the tools and we move on to the next room.
She's literally from down under.
You said that there were some of those gems in there were pretty nice too, right?
Oh yeah. Can we get a?
Probably take the good ones and
Yeah.
Because we don't know what the hell they are.
Those gems from you later, Scott. What gems they are, and whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you grab some gems, some decent gems, and you bring them with you. I imagine you're not clearing out everything inside here, but you're grabbing a couple of things because at the same time too, as you guys are grabbing these gems and you're contemplating like, is there something in it or not?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you take them and you put them too close together? Because like when you say elemental, do you mean like fire and water? What happens if you put those too close together?
Yeah. So yeah, we're taking just like stuff that we're intending to like look into, we're not like looting the whole area.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that Norwegian Green would agree with me on my opinions of Ross. I know Norway has experienced firsthand what Roz is.
Are you done defending yourself? Are you good?
I'm not defending myself. I'm attacking Roz. Those are two very different things.
I don't know. The
Seems
shoulders
pretty
start to
defensive.
go up a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, they're
You're
like way
a
up
thumb
there.
bite
That's
away.
my attack mode, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't look very aggressive, just saying.
We know how vicious a turtle is that hides in its shell. Yeah.
It snaps.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyways, Joey,
we'll
you
try
get back
the-
on track.
Room on the left.
Yes, so the one across the hall. Sure. So you go back over to that. You go back out into the place. You know, you can look to your as you're walking out. You look to your left, and you see like the doorway into the.
Are we listening and checking each door for traps along the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you guys walk over and you listen. You hear nothing. You check for traps. You find none. So you grab the handle and you open the door up. When you open the door up, you find a room on the other side that is large and mostly empty. Like the room is. Let me just get some dimensions here real quick. The room is about 75 feet by 75 feet, rounded edge, but otherwise a square room. So think literally like a large square room, but the corners of it are rounded. So as opposed to being so not a small room by any stretch of the imagination. Like literally you have to walk in with the lantern and stand in the middle of the room. And even then only Koa can perfectly see everywhere around. Everybody else has to use like dim light to squint through and see the edges of the room. And that's with the lantern in the middle of it, right? So it's a big ass room, 75 feet by 75 feet with rounded edges. Yeah. Either way, so you go into it and it's mostly empty, almost completely empty. But there are along one wall, pushed back and it's neatly organized in a corner. Some you remember maybe you guys experienced this in your own elementary schools. I don't know about you, Jake, if Australia has elementary school or if you just like battle wombats. But
you stay in the pouch till you're 12.
You know the chairs with the desks like attached to them, and then like underneath the desk there's like a little cubby, where you can like store your books or what have you. It's literally those kind of seats, tucked together, neatly organized in one of the back corners. Are those kind of chairs with the desks on them, and so there's a row of them set up over there, and then there's another row set on top of them, like flipped upside down, so they're organized off in that corner. Little layer of dust on them, but again, not too much dust because this whole area, same as everything else, is pretty well, preserved. So little layer of dust and everything inside here. But also on one of the walls, you can see the wall has like a strange pattern onto it. The pattern isn't necessarily the strange part, like the different like designs or whatever that are on there, like little markings, almost look like little targets, if you will. But the markings that are against the walls suggest that there's enough like combination of charring and damage or whatever it is that are over near what, God, they must look like targets. They got to be, especially the markings on the walls all over. It's very strange. But overall, it's just a very large, empty room.
Can we roll perception to see if anything stands out about it? Ceiling, floor, patterns, anything?
Anything in the desks? Anything?
Now, what's up? What was that, Jake?
I said anything in the desks. He's talking about
sure.
the desks and those things. Perception.
Up to you if you want to look again, Mikhail. We have one left, but we also have another room to go, and
I wouldn't like this one.
19. Yeah.
Okay. So when you go inside there and you walk around, you don't find anything inside the desks. They seem to be empty. You don't find anything else on the walls, so on and so forth. Everything in here seems to be pretty simple, aside from maybe the markings on the ground. There's a good number of markings. After kind of like taking in the room and the amount of time that you spend in here looking around, absorbing, so on and so forth, you realize two things. Thing number one is that you definitely get the impression that this is some sort of a training room, if you will. Like you have desks that are here, spots on the wall that both have markings and designs that look kind of like targets, large open space, so on and so forth. This definitely seems like some sort of maybe a training room that would be in here for different types of training. It could also be where binding was done. Could be. You don't see markings like that on the ground that suggest like sigils or whatever. So it could be, might not be. You don't know. But the scorching that you do see here and there could suggest some sort of like fire binding. You can't be sure about that. Anyways, the second thing that you're sure of is, holy shit, it's definitely been more than 15 minutes.
You're muted.
Forgot I was moving my mic. He'll say, yeah, I wonder if maybe this is where they were doing some binding. There's some scorching and such here, and oh shit, how long has it been? We need to check the door.
Koa will run out to check the door.
Okay, you run out and you get over to the door, and it's still open.
Well, should I reset it or leave it? It's open.
Hold on. I'll actually go out there and say, if we're gonna reset it, should we test the crystal?
Well, we have one more room to check, and we told the Elder when we tested the crystal we'd call for him again.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay. We should all probably be out then if we're just gonna reset it.
Oh, really? This time you think we should all be out, huh?
I thought it the first time.
I didn't say it.
You just weren't listening. Which isn't new.
Isn't it? He'll like turn. Excuse me.
No.
You have a problem, Mikhail?
Not the kind I want to fight over. So
You'd lose.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to do it. So
Well, if you're
we'll go over
making snippy remarks, I'd rather you just get it out. I promise not to punch you.
Look. Because Koa, you make snippy remarks at me, I make them back.
Yes.
It happens.
Yes, but I want to know what it is. What have I done to offend you?
Nothing.
Good.
Nothing. It's fine.
I'll clap you on the back a little bit harder than usual, and like, excellent.
Okay. Now I'm afraid. But
just talk, Mikhail.
No, I have a lantern. You can't scare me.
He'll like walk to the edge of the lantern's light. Are you sure?
Fuck.
Aldo just whispers to you, Mikhail. He's like, you know, I just put him to sleep.
Shit. Where did you come from? God, Aldo, I thought you were Koa.
You can still see him. He's right there.
No,
That's why it freaked me out.
Very dark over
You
here.
really are touchy today, Mikhail.
Sorry, what were you saying? You were saying something?
Oh, I said if, you just try and put Koa to sleep. You know what I mean? Probably wouldn't fight him either.
God, yeah, but if I fail, then what?
You said there was nothing inside the
Run.
desks. Didn't Aldo search them?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was just the scorch marks and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Scott. I hate you.
Do we reset the door?
Let's just reset it, check the last
Yeah.
door, and then experiment, and then get it. Okay.
You close the door. You hear that same click that you did before. So instinctively, you just go, whew, power it down, and then you open the thing back up.
Do you think the wind would blow the Elder away?
This
Hopefully.
is the best experience I've had in multiple lifetimes.
What if we bound him into the crystal and carried him around?
Oh.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Fortunately, incorporeal
That would-
creatures are not impacted by corporeal things.
I felt he's becoming closer.
he's becoming corporeal. If this is air straight from the plane of air, then it's like air energy.
Air energy.
Air energy, yeah.
Air.
That'll affect him. Let's get him in the
And
crystal,
with
boys.
that, I'm gonna look at the last door.
Yep.
He's like, energy.
I guess I'll also look.
You find nothing, Aldo. But Mikhail, he also finds nothing.
This is the one that's
Alright, let's
trapped. It
open
was
that door.
18 to find the tree.
All right.
Sure.
This is the one the spikes get us, right?
You go to open the door, and you are successfully able to open the door. Looking through the doorway, it immediately opens up into what seems to be a bit of a hallway, right? The hallway from where the door is stretches back. How far is the torch? 30 feet?
The lanterns, 30 and 30.
Yep. So it stretches back, upwards, almost 70 feet, 60, 70 feet back. It stretches before it seems to open up into a larger chamber on the other side. Now, it's not just it's not just Koa that can see this, because in this hallway that you have 6 pillars inside of it, 3 on the left, kind of like each half set into alcoves, and 3 on the right, also each half set into alcoves. Those pillars have nice designs to them. We can get to the designs afterwards if it matters. But also before and after each pillar is going to be a brazier or a brazier. No, a brazier that's set there. So that's a total of 4 braziers on the left and 4 braziers on the right. Okay. Now, while most of the braziers have no fire inside them, actually, some of them do still have a small flame burning in them. Not particularly large, not huge by any stretch of the imagination, but a small flame burning inside them. They could be an illusion, Mikhail. You've seen such things before. The name is escaping the DM, so maybe escaping your character too, but there's illusionary flames that can be made out of real flames turned into illusions that provide no heat or anything like that, but can last for forever. So this might just be one of those. In fact. Continuous. Thank you. That's the word. That might last for forever. This could just be simply one of those, but they do give off enough light that even your characters that don't have low light vision can see all the way to the ends, and the fact that it opens up into a larger chamber, which you can't see too much of at the moment. So you guys are able to see this hallway, and you're able to see the everything that's in there.
How is there still fire after hundreds of years?
Probably a spell. Continuous flame, if I had to guess. I think you use ruby fragments for that. That would kind of make sense. An economical way to use up their waste products,
made that this whole time.
No, I don't know the spell. I know of it.
You hear these great spells about flames that last forever, and you think maybe I should get the one where I can fix windows.
Or the one that puts our enemies to sleep.
I'm not talking about the good ones, Mikhail.
It can fix other things besides windows. All right?
Yes, pants that you didn't give away.
That got us in here. Look at what I do for this group. I'm wearing terrible pants.
It did not get us in here. The potion got us in here.
This got us back in here.
I'm just saying, next time you see one of these great spells, maybe, I don't know, go for one of those.
The truth is, they just take a long time to learn.
All right, fair enough.
I'm currently failing to learn one of them. Anyway. So that's probably what those are. I'll walk up, and I'm not going to touch one of the flames, but I kind of reach just to see if I feel heat coming off it.
You do.
Oh, shit. Maybe this is real. What the hell?
But you walk in first, right? So you go walking in first. One of the things you notice as you walk up to that first flame is something about you just feels off. I don't know. You just, as you're walking up to it and you reach out to it, it's kind of like the back of your mind. You almost felt like a slightly off walking in and up to that flame. Nothing so overt. It's just you reach out, you grab the flame, but I don't know. You just felt like off balance or whatever it was when you were walking in.
That weird. It does give off heat. Something, did the temperature change? Something feels weird.
Assume the other two come walking in behind you.
Yep.
You feel that?
They feel it as well, but it's more exaggerated on Koa. Koa feels more than just off balance. Almost feels slightly weighed down. Like, feels heavy.
There's a great weight in here.
Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. It's not super noticeable, but it's just weird.
Something's wrong in here. This is not right. This is not how normal feeling. What's doing this?
Maybe someone should stay by the door.
Right. Koa moves back toward the door.
He bravely ran away.
No, because he didn't feel a great weight over there.
When you walk back over to the door, you actually do feel, as you're walking away, more normal, and you step out the door and you're like, oh, fine again. Everything's fine. Experiment went well.
Only in there did I feel that.
Okay. Let's just make sure that one doesn't close on us. Yeah.
Well, if it does, it's made of wood.
Yeah, at least on that side it is. On this one too, but we've ran into dumb stuff before.
Koa opens the door and looks at it to see if it all seems to be wood.
He does. And there's a latch on both sides.
No.
Looks like a door. Like a normal one.
I'm worried it'll turn into something else if it decides to trap us. You know how the mole are.
No, I knocked 3 times and asked it. It said it would stay a door.
Oh, feel free to close it and potentially doom us.
I'll stay on the outside just in case.
Shuts the door. On the inside, the door turns into snakes.
Well, I was going to start screaming anyway, so I don't have to like wait for initiative then, right?
I said snakes, not spiders. It's okay.
You know what? Mikhail's been bit by a snake already. So
it turns into donkeys. It's a door of donkeys.
I just start stabbing. No questions. I just start stabbing.
So I started stabbing.
He shuts the door, waits a second, and reopens it. You guys still standing not far from the door on the other side. You see the door shut, and you see it reopen. Koa is still on the other side when he reopens it. Nothing strange.
Thank you for clarifying.
Nothing.
Koa goes to join the others.
Yep. You feel that weight impact you as you walk up and stop at the first brazier.
Let's make our search in here short. I don't like it in here.
Yeah.
Are there any symbols on it or anything like that?
On the brazier?
Yeah.
If there are, you don't notice them right there. You're welcome to roll a perception check to search around.
Yeah. So there were like pillars or something in here, right?
Yep. Just after the first brazier, before the second one, you can check out a pillar. It's probably about, I don't know, let's say 8-9 feet past where the first brazier is that he's checking out. That's really fucking good perception checks there, Aldo. Yeah. There are markings on the inner, the metal, like the iron that this brazier is made out of. There are, in fact, runes that are etched into the inside of it. And not etched like somebody came by with like a knife or somebody had like chalk or some shit. Like when this thing was first fabricated, while it was still hot or whatever, they carved into it. These etchings are a part of the permanent fixture of it. If you go over to the other brazier, which is opposite you, so not any further down the hallway, same depth of hallway, but opposite side, right? You can check inside that one, which doesn't have a flame inside of it, and you can see the same etchings are inside there as well. But yeah, there's some etchings in, and again, it's in Tall, but it's their like dialect that they use for their magics.
So I just yell out to Mikhail, and I'm like, there's something etched in here. I can't read it. Maybe it's the same as the runes from above.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll check it out in a second. I was looking at the pillar.
Yep, you walk up to the first pillar, and you're looking over the pillar, and the pillar has some pretty fancy designs to it. It's showing the my apologies. It's showing some fancy designs around, so it's very ornate looking, but it's showing some mole individual. The way that they're carved into it, they have like a very what's what I'm looking for here? Not solemn, but like a really
stoic.
Yeah, stoic. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I appreciate that. A very stoic looking face. So like strong jaw, narrowed, like focused eyes, very stoic expression as they seem to be staring off into like the middle distance or whatever. And you can see the carving is very well designed around like the face, the head, the shoulders. But once it gets to like the chest, it starts to like fade away in design until eventually by the time you get down by the waist, the etching kind of like fades into the actual the actual pillar itself, with the other designs taking over, because no longer is the form that important. You can see that on the pillar that's directly in front of you, the one that's opposite the hallway from you. Then if you take a step back and look further down the hallway, you can see the same kind of design in all of them, but immediately you can tell each one of these individuals are different. It's not the same individual on the etchings.
How many different individuals?
Yeah, there's 6 pillars in total. So in total there are 6 etchings that you can tell. So that, at least that's what you think immediately from where you're standing. But then as Aldo says that thing, and you're like, hold on, and you walk around the side, because the pillars themselves are squared. So they're squared pillars. They're not like rounded. As you look around the corner to one, you can see there's another individual there. And looking around the other side, there's another individual there as well. So rather than 6, there's at least 18. When you look to the back of the pillar, you can see the back of the pillar does not have a person there. Holy shit, that would be rude. If you like etched the person like facing the opposite side and just staring at the wall. Right. There's nobody back there. So it's just kind of like, ornate or designed or whatever on the back side. There's no nameplates or anything like that to suggest who these people are. But that means that there's in total 18 different people carved into the pillars.
Any idea who all these important people might have been?
No, not. I don't think so. Can I roll? What is it? I have mole history as a lore. Can I roll that to see if any of them are recognizable? I know they don't have names, but I don't know if any would have like
you could
a
roll
distinct
that,
feature.
yes.
Right.
But before you roll that, actually no, roll mole history. That works.
Okay. $17.
All hobgoblins. Lance, good question. All hobgoblins.
Oh. What do you guys think? Luck or no luck?
It's up to you. We could also bring Elliot here at some point.
Yeah.
What is our way back in?
We don't have one at the moment.
You have a way out.
Yeah, we're way out, but we can't get back in through there if we...
Not for very long either, because that thing's deteriorating.
Yeah. Just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and lug it.
Mansion's currently flooded with that goop, though.
Yeah.
All right, 20. Boom. You do recognize something. Not who these who the individuals are. Unfortunately, you just don't know that. But one of the things that you do notice is the markings. The markings around them are unique for each of them. It's like the same exact design, though some are similar. What actually comes to mind is, thank goodness Koa brought it up earlier, the pillars that you saw in the other place. The markings around one of these individuals remind you of the markings around one of the particular pillars that you saw back in called Jurda's Crack. And another one matching the others, and another the others. Until you eventually realize, holy shit, these 16 individuals don't just have, stoic faces, maybe some sort of a leader, former ruler, emperor, or whatever it might be, but 18 individuals seem to be representative of different planes as well. One clearly having markings of water, then of fire, then earth, then air. But then you also would have magma and, sludge, it's probably called. As well as, what are the other ones there? Hold on. Top of my head. And there's also like ice, salt, vacuum, mineral, so on and so forth. So that each one of them seems to have some linkage to a different one of the planes. And as for the number of planes that you know of, there's the 4 core planes. There's the 4 planes that that exist between them, so that's 8. The 4 core planes have 4 more that go above it, getting you to 12, 4 more that go beneath it, getting you to 16, and then there's the poles, which gets you to 18 total.
18.
And Santa.
Okay.
Okay.
You start to explain that to Koa, and he will be lost when you get to like, and the 4 planes over here, and he's like, "You knew there were other worlds."
Well, yeah. I mean, I've heard of them. It's not like I've been to them or anything. That'd be absurd. Huh. There's a lot of these. Salt. Sludge, I guess that would be. Or ooze, maybe. Or slime. You know what I mean?
We're dealing with a bit of that, aren't we?
Quite a bit. Huh.
Ash. Smoke.
Mm-hmm. He's just like naming them as he goes like back and forth between each of these different ones. Then finally kind of stops and goes, okay, well, that's good to know. Hard to contextualize. Yeah, Aldo, you said you found some markings on the braziers, right?
Yeah. Over here, and we'll show you.
You see them. They're markings that suggest a degree of control, if you will. It is like the markings that you saw in the well or whatever that you jumped through. It's binding in, allowing so you can't come out. That's strange. Why would you bind a fire in there? This kind of magic would be used more for elementals.
This is sort of like what we found upstairs. It's a binding circle, binding inward. So they seem to have bound the flame here. I would have expected this for an elemental, not for just fire.
Could there be a fire elemental trapped?
I'm like trying to examine it kind of closely. It's like, maybe? I didn't think it just looked like a regular flame. Does this look like a regular flame, or is there like an odd form to it at all?
If this is anything other than a regular flame, it's giving no sign of being as much.
I mean, it'd be a long shot. I mean, I guess there might be some connection to the plane of fire to keep an open flame here like this that would just burn forever. That would be a lot of work for a brazier, though.
Well, whoever decorated this place put a lot of work into it. They've got 18 carved pillars.
True.
What happens if we try to light something with this fire?
I mean, I imagine it'd work. Maybe. I grab a torch and we'll light the torch on it and see if I can pull the flame out or if it gets stuck in there.
Yeah. So you light the torch. You stick it into the fire, I imagine?
Yeah.
Okay. It lights up very quickly and seems to be burning with a bit of a veracity to it. And so you're like, whoo, like, oh, that like you know how like when you light a match, it's like, it's like that before a torch, which is like your character's not used matches or magnesium or whatever before. So you're like, oh shit. And so maybe like combination you already planning to do so in instincts because you're like, you like jump back and pull it out. And it's almost like the fire was like peeled off of it. Like you like making sure that you scrape the rest of your, I don't know, cream cheese off of your knife to the edge of your bagel, right? It's like the fire's like scraped off of the torch as you do that. And so it lingers midair for a second, and then it drops down into the rest of the fire that's down below. When it drops down, it's almost like a drop hitting into like a pool where like ripples for a second. After a few more seconds of like strange movements like you were looking for beforehand, it settles back into looking like regular fire. Your torch is a lot more burns than you expected. Like it looks like this torch is mostly used up.
The fuck? You guys saw that, right? Looks over at them.
Normal fire, huh?
I thought so. Definitely not. That must be burning really hot. Really hot.
Maybe there's a giant crystal in there.
Yeah.
There were how many braziers? 6?
8 in total. A few of them are lit. Some of them are not. One's actually even knocked over, but you haven't gone that far yet.
Because there's a crystal in each of them.
If there's a crystal, you haven't seen it.
Okay.
You've not seen a crystal yet. That doesn't mean there isn't one. It just means you haven't seen it yet.
I'm going to go look at the knocked over pillar and see if there's some indication of something there.
Yeah, I'm going to look at some of the others that are also lit.
Actually, I'll go to one of the ones that's not lit, but is not knocked over.
Okay.
Man, I'm really glad I used the 20 on that.
Well, you're going to use that 20 on that, but you're going to notice something else. This 20 is actually going to do something else for you on your way. Ooh. As you're walking past where it is that you currently are, this first brazier, on your way over, you realize that you're getting that heavier and heavier feeling more and more as you go. But then you realize that this heavy feeling is unevenly distributed around your body. It's not that just like you're, heavy everywhere. It's specifically your back, your shoulders feel weighed down, your hip, maybe by your boot or whatever. Then you realize, just like, because you get this theory, you test it. You draw your greatsword. They'll even see you draw your greatsword. Holy shit, is it heavy weight? Oh my god. It feels like it's 2.5 times its normal weight? This shit's heavy. Each one of your weapons on you, as you walk further and further into this hallway, all of your weapons are getting, heavy to the point where it's really lading you down. This isn't just you, it's them. But the reason why you noticed it more than them is because you both carry more and bigger weapons than they do.
It's our gear. The weird feeling.
It's our gear. What do you mean?
I mean my sword. It's never been heavier than it is here. Perhaps it's some kind of defensive magic to stop someone from using their weapons to fight someone in here. I can hardly lift my sword.
I'll walk over to where Koa is.
As you're walking over, your shit gets much heavier too. Same as what I just described to him. And if you go to draw your rapier, it actually, the first moment you grab it, because you grab it so nimbly the way you usually do, you go to grab it and your fingers literally kind of slip off of it, especially since your hands are a little bit sweaty from dealing with the fire a second ago. And you have to stop and actually grip the thing and draw it out, like something is trying to hold it in there because of how heavy it is. Again, about 2.5 times the weight. Not particularly heavy for a rapier in general, but heavy for a rapier, right? Certainly more than you anticipated.
Yeah, that's a lot heavier for a weapon I'd normally be accustomed to.
Yep, exactly.
What the hell? Yeah, you're right. That's significant. I sheathed it again. Which pillar elements are we close to over here?
They're kind of scrambled up. The pillars don't seem to be in a particular pattern, suggesting leaning to one over the others. At least nothing that you noticed yet. If you're looking for patterning, we can do a separate check for that one. But for now, nothing that you noticed yet. It doesn't necessarily matter which one you're closest to. Was there something specific you were hoping to find out, or?
Mostly just trying to figure out if it's just getting heavier the further into this room we're going, or if it's to one side.
It does seem to be the further into the room you're going. That's a good question.
Okay. That was it. You can continue with his check.
How much further into the room can we see from here?
Yep, I'm actually about to. I'm almost done putting the because I already had a map of this. I just had to finish putting up dynamic lighting for it for this particular, and then block off the rest of the room so you guys can see what it would look like.
You can finish giving me my 25 results now.
So hold on, I'm gonna move you. Okay. Koa is I told you exactly what your. But hold on, give me 1 second. And where is Mikhail? Where are you, Mickey? Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. And wait, you said you were looking into the one that was knocked over?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't even quite get over to that one when you stopped and had this discovery. And then, of course, what's his name walked over to you. I imagine Aldo stopped at the second brazier and hasn't even gone as far as you guys have, and he's gotten heavier as he went. I'm hoping that this dynamic lighting is correct. I'm not going to screw something up. I do have it somewhere.
Always fun to do on the fly.
Yeah, it's because of the map that I'm on is not the right map size. I was actually redoing a whole map.
I had to do that with the map I was using yesterday. It was like 10 minutes before the stream, and I was like, all right, cool, oh god, both ends of this are fucked up.
How did it work out?
So I just
being a killer map?
It did.
Wow, Wade.
It did.
Wow, Wade. I think I might be able to do this relatively easily. Give me 2 seconds if I'm trying to give you guys like an actual like visual, like hey, it'd be nice to actually look at this.
Yeah. I put my heart and soul into it, you know? Well, not mine. Somebody's.
I put a heart and soul into it.
Yeah. Blood, sweat, and tears, you know?
Oh, sweet. Actually, hold on. Oh my god, I was looking at the wrong map before. I actually apparently already did have this. I just did all that effort for something that actually already had it set up. Wow. Okay. Well, that's a thing. Cool. Let me drag the players onto this map. I did not realize I actually was all done, and even like beyond that, and so on. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, hey, look at that. I'm better than I thought I was. How often does that happen, people?
I don't know if it's even happened yet.
It's just when you're working with maps like this, they're so fucking big. They're so massive that you have to deal with it's going to lag, because that's what big maps do. And that's why I don't like making maps for all the areas, because some areas are just so fucking massive. It's just not worth having the map. The map actually causes more issues.
Well, at your size, a really big map would be ginormous.
The map ends up causing more issues than it's worth. So don't be surprised if literally it slows down the stream.
Oh, Brett, thank you. What a good time for that.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that before. When did it come out? Was that before or after?
It's like in the middle of you saying it.
I
was sitting there looking at it like, did they plan this? What just happened?
Scott, you make really nice maps. I do enjoy your maps. You should make more.
Thanks. Well, I'm not going to finish showing off this one because I have the dynamic lighting set up. I don't have all the shit inside here set up. So I'm just going to put a random block on this.
So he compliments you on your map and you immediately fuck it up.
Oh, no. It's all good.
No?
Cool. All right. Here we go. I think I can drag and drop you guys here now. Let me go ahead and try it. And hopefully I don't regret this.
Maybe instead of messaging the party before stream and saying, are you sure you're ready for tonight? Maybe you should make sure you're ready for tonight. So.
I mean, I was theater of the mind, but...
just had this map laying around, you weren't going to use it? What the fuck?
All right.
Is the doorway on the right where we came in?
Yes. And doorway, so to the left is where you would be going, but we're going to go back to theater of the mind for this. But just so everybody can see the like the braziers or whatever that happen to be inside there. And I'm going to kick off that D20 because it's blocking the site for the viewers. And you can see that where they are. So Jaaek, again, is just before the second one. You guys are a little bit further, which is why you're like, holy shit, this is, getting heavier and heavier as we walk, right? So again, as I've described several times, there are 6 pillars. There are 8 braziers. Some of the braziers are lit. Some of them are not. One of them is knocked over.
You said 18 pillars.
6 pillars. But 3 sides of each pillar has a carving put into it, hence 18.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cool. So so Wade, with your 25, you notice that aspect of your character walking over with how fucking heavy things are, and you're able to identify where they are. So do you to get over to the brazier and start being able to search it, do you want to remove your weapons, or do you still leave them on you and just move at heavy encumbrance?
I think for just comfort's sake, he would remove it, because it's not like I could swing it well anyway. I guess he would try. How hard would it be to swing my weapon?
It is very unwieldy. It's you take a -4 to your attack roll with it right now.
I'm afraid that if I keep my weapons on me like this, I won't be able to go all the way through this room, but I don't like the idea of being disarmed.
Actually, I think I still have the short sword on me. Can borrow.
I've got the cutlass as well, but I think even that may become too heavy the further in we get.
Oh, I hand you the stick. Oh.
Koa, like, his shoulders drop a little bit. But yeah, Scott, he will take away the weapons and stuff that are weighing him down. Is the shield weighing him down too?
No.
Okay.
It's not a spike shield or anything like that, is it?
No, just a wooden shield. So it's just things made of metal?
You only have weapons made out of metal, right?
I'm handing him a quarterstaff right now. It's made of wood.
Yeah. So it's a quarterstaff. Is it a walking stick or a quarterstaff?
It's the one that we picked up off of
off the dead body.
Valorant. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one. Wood.
Yeah, that one's made out of wood. It's well designed, but it's also very clearly weighted to be a good weapon. That's what you noticed forever ago. That one's also heavy.
What about like the javelins? The javelins are heavy?
Javelins are heavy, yep.
So it seems like things designed as weapons, maybe?
How would a spell know that?
Not that they know. It's, I don't know. It's by design. It's their function can be very specific.
How heavy are these braziers?
Great question. You can go over and try to lift it up, but maybe 200-300 pounds each. They're iron, like raw iron, not steel. Damn.
So they're actually like 3 pounds, but in here they weigh 300.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they're not weapons. Unless you, like, I don't know, tie a rope around one and start swinging it around, then I guess it'll get really heavy.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. If it starts off 200 pounds and you go to throw it at somebody, it just jumps to 500 and falls on you partway.
Jesus. That'd be fucking awful. I'm going to, while Koa's going to check out the knocked over one, I'm going to check out the unlit one over here.
Koa will leave his weapons on the ground over here.
Sure. And then you walk up to the brazier and you have your 25 perception check. You notice the same kind of what's the word I'm looking for here? Markings in it that were noticed by Aldo before. And so they're well designed in that side there, so on and so forth. You also try to look to see if there's any crystal that's inside there. And while you don't find a crystal that's inside there, you do actually find at the very bottom, at the very base, where if there's fire inside there, you wouldn't be able to notice it. There's definitely a spot, like a slotted area, where you've seen like rings that have stones inside them before. How they have like prongs that hold the stones in place. It looks like that, but the prongs have since maybe been worn, bented, broke, missing, so on and so forth. So there is no stone inside there now. But there's definitely an area where there would have been either a 4 or 6 prong, depending on which brazier you're looking at, 4 or 6 prong area that would have held these decent sized stones in place. Decent size being like they would have been large for a stone that you would like wear as jewelry, like very like more pendant size large, but small for like some of the stones that you've seen in the other realm.
Inside, down at the bottom, that looks to be a place where a stone maybe could be held. Not a large stone, but like a large pendant-sized stone.
Wow. Like maybe one of those crystals?
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Likely these are related to that.
So peering into the flames, can I notice any stone in there?
You see Roz at the bottom of one.
That's actually just a New Zealand accent. But anyways, so you peer down, look, and you can't see it through the flames. No.
Okay. I can't notice anything, but I'm trying to get a really good look.
Can I examine the unlit one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
You want me to roll anything or just?
Well, because he pointed out where it is, you go over and you're looking, and you don't see the same thing that he did. But as you're like, I don't see it, Koa notices, and so he can call back over to you. Oh, actually, there's a spot here. It looks kind of like maybe etched in or carved or scratched or whatever from something's in there. Maybe there's like a metal plate that would have sat over it, kind of like almost like tucking it underneath. It's like when you kind of like hit this conversation back and forth, you go over and you find it, and it's not super obvious. You actually, whether if you like hit the thing hard or whatever, there's a spot, like a recessed area, like a small little, circular disc would kind of like drop into place. But when you like burn material, like soot or whatever kind of like captures inside there, like, builds up over time. So plus, many years, a little bit of rusting, that little circular disc wouldn't be as easily popped out and be as loose. It'd be kind of like nestled in. So whether you kick the thing or whatever it is, eventually that disc comes loose and kind of like pops out and rolls onto the ground. And you can see beneath, there is the same idea, a spot where there would have been a stone. But there is no stone right now. Prongs aren't necessarily broken. Maybe the stone got completely used up. I don't know. You don't really see stone chips or fragments, or roll a perception check.
My favorite number.
Yep. You don't see any chips or fragments or anything inside of yours. But luckily, Koa was able to point out all the details for you to find this slot, if you will.
Nothing in this one. Are there any tools or not like musical instruments, like tongs, I don't know, fire pokers, anything like that in this room?
No.
And there weren't any among the tools that we found in the other room, right? I'm thinking specifically like tong-like.
They have you think you recall seeing exactly that? Yeah, something like that would have existed over there.
One
of
these
sorry,
that's lit.
Sorry. Not tongs for like moving logs. Togs for moving something much smaller.
Okay. Because in my head, I'm thinking if I open this thing on one of the lit ones, I don't want to just reach my fucking hand in there, right? So,
were they long enough tongs to be able to do that?
Yeah, or were they like tiny? Basically, were they appropriate size to be able to try to grab something out?
Yes.
Of that space without burning myself. Okay.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll say I want to try to check one of these lit ones. I think there were some tongs in the other room. I'm gonna go grab them. Might be able to extract one.
As you're walking,
shall we wait for you before moving onward then?
No, just be careful.
As you're walking back, you feel a bit lighter. Maybe you still had a dagger in your side or whatever it was. Maybe you grab up your rapier as you go. But it feels lighter as you walk out of the door.
Oh, I didn't quit.
Koa still feels heavy. His body is a weapon.
Yeah, I didn't unequip anything, so.
Cool.
But yeah, I'll run back and grab tongs and then come back. So.
Same idea, Aldo.
It takes me a second.
Moving forward, your weapons on you get very heavy. Do you keep them on you for now, or do you remove them?
So the crossbow is really heavy.
Mm-hmm. Crossbow.
Even though it's not loaded, you know what I mean? The bolts I could understand, but the crossbow itself?
Yep. Also gets heavy.
Okay. What about the what's it called?
What about poison, Scott? What about acid?
Aspergillum, that thing.
I mean,
because that has a dual purpose.
It is a dual purpose.
It's able to be used as a weapon,
specifically a battle aspergillum. So
true.
So it also gets heavy.
It does. Yeah. Okay. Well, Aldo probably can't really get that far with him, so he'd go back to the entrance and kind of like take his weapons off and put them over there, I guess.
Okay.
I guess Koa ventures a little bit deeper in. Is this a hallway at the end, or does it open up into a bigger chamber?
It opens up to the bigger chamber. That's how I described it originally. So as you walk to the end, Koa, you don't have any more weapons on you, and so at least if there's anything on you that could be perceived as a weapon, that would also get heavier. I'm not going to run through your whole list here. Just know, like, if you have pythons on you, like climbing pythons, whatever, something like that, that's sharp and metal, that would also grow heavier on you, and so stuff like that you would also get rid of. And when I say heavier, I mean, like, by the time you're over by the walking past the what are they called, the last braziers, we're talking over 10x. So if a python normally weighs, say, half a pound, they're going to be 5 pounds each, something like that. And like your pocket, it's like, you're going to be walking awkwardly. It's just,
So if I get an erection, I'm doing the splits and falling straight down. All right. Think unhappy thoughts. Think unhappy thoughts.
Playing D&D with Scott. Oh, no. Get down.
No, come back. I need you. Daddy needs you.
All right. Wade.
And Wade needs Daddy Scott.
I mean, we know you have daddy issues, Wade. But, all right. I guess I can fill that hole for you. All right. So we
Not been filled in 24 years.
It does sound like a Molly problem. All right. So let's let you guys go walking through, and on the other side, it opens up into so since you don't have since you don't have any weapons on, you're able to walk through with ease through the other side, and it opens up into a massive chamber, like a really large chamber, Wade, where it's 2 layers. So you come out onto like a balcony area, and there's going to be a a staircase that goes down to a lower area, right? The staircase immediately in front of you allows you to go down below. Down in the very center of this massive chamber, there's going to be a well sitting there, like a fountain. Yes.
Normal, just staircase, or is it like a double round down?
Nope,
or
just like a normal staircase that's actually
staircase.
pretty wide, like almost 10 feet wide staircase, and normal sized for like a regular medium-sized person like yourself. And this massive chamber that you're coming into is 85, 90 feet long, depending on where you are in it. So for the length of the chamber, from like where you're coming out into, and the width of the chamber is 65 to 75 feet wide, depending on where you are, because there's little alcoves that kind of cut in here and there as well. But all around the upper area and all around the lower area, there's a whole bunch of small doors. Not small like small size, just kind of narrow doors that go in. And there's a bunch of them that go all around. So not like an easy count either, like a few dozen doors coming off of this massive chamber. But again, if you go down to down the staircase, in the very center, in the very middle of this area, there's going to be a well that's sitting down there, like an actual like fountain that's sitting down there. The fountain is pretty plain. It's not overly ornate. It's just a circular fountain. The center of it has like a small, almost like pedestal that rises up, and water is running off of the center, risen pedestal part of the fountain into the lower basin. And it's constantly running a bit of water.
Okay.
Mikhail returns into the hallway. Go ahead, Wade.
Taking in just the room as a whole, like, this feels like a really intricate way to get here. Does this room seem like it has an obvious purpose? Is this like a throne room, or is this just a chamber to other places? Like, does this feel like this room has its own purpose that would make sense?
That's a great question. You would know that answer probably better if you looked inside one of the many, 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 many little doors that are inside here. That would probably give you a better understanding of its purpose. But overall, it's a very large open chamber with a fountain in the middle of it. No furniture, no anything else that you can see, at least that's here anymore. You don't know what its purpose currently is. Not enough details.
Okay. I'll just keep looking around this room to see if anything jumps out at me while I wait for the other two to catch up.
Sure. Aldo can come right behind you if he wants to. Mikhail obviously walked away and came back. Aldo, would you have come right behind him?
Yep.
Okay. Same idea. Your weapons get extremely heavy. Do you take them off?
I put them down at the entrance. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. My apologies. You said that beforehand. So you put yours. And so you go ahead and you join him, and you see the same idea. Long, wide chamber, many doors coming off of it, a few dozen doors coming off of it, if not several dozen doors, and a large fountain in the middle. Large being like At its widest diameter, circular again, at its diameter probably about 8 feet. And then the pedestal at its widest point probably about 3.5 feet pouring down. So you come in, you see this idea. Do you guys just kind of like walk around, like maybe down by the fountain or walking around this the outer area or the inner lower area? Or do you want to stay together, just kind of like look and chat? How are you guys handling this?
I'd approach the fountain first and see if it looks like also maybe it has maybe like one of these stones powering it or something, or like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check out the outer area.
Sure. Do you open up any of the little doors to look inside there at all, Aldo, or do you just not even touch those doors? You're just walking around.
I would look at them. So, like, are there any of them marked? Like most other things are.
Yeah, great question. No markings on them. Actually, very simple, very plain. No markings.
Yeah. We won't open any doors for now. It's like you can imagine he's walking around, just kind of taking everything in, looking at the door frames and things, while Wade walks up to the other area.
Yeah, they're pretty simple. They're pretty nondescript. The doorways are kind of narrow, maybe even like 28 inches wide. You know, kind of a narrow door frame. What's the standard doorway in the U.S.? I think 33 inches. So again, like kind of a narrow door frame. They're a little bit shorter, too. Again, for hobgoblins. So maybe sitting at about 6 and very low change feet tall. So like your characters might just instinctively duck walking in through the doorway, but you probably wouldn't hit your head. You know, so short, but not like super short. But yeah, so you're just walking around, kind of like taking all of that in, taking the outside. Wade, you can roll me a perception check.
But if I see them moving forward, I'll actually set the tongs down by this lit brazier, and I'll be heading that way.
They would already be through when you come back, so you can set it down and just walk straight through. That's fine. Oh, wait, you walk up to the fountain, and you look around, and you see the water running. You didn't say you touched the water or anything like that. You didn't say you licked the water or anything like that, so I'm not putting that on you.
That's a Mikhail thing.
But
I'd also like for Koa to be there instead of me.
You see that the water like moving seems to move normally, just water on a fountain moving. It seems to fall into the water. You hear the gentle sound of the fountain water just continuously, falling in its little cascade off the side of like the pedestal area down into the basin below. So it looks nice. Again, it's simple. It's not overly ornate. It's a very simple looking fountain. Walking around trying to see if there's any arcane markings. No, you don't see that. Any stones that can be lifted and moved. If so, it's not obvious to you. Honestly, walking around this entire fountain, everything about it just tells you that it's a plain fountain, just with a continuously running water.
Yeah, but what's giving it water? Like the thought that it would just have water in it still after like 600 years of non-use.
If it's coming from the river, if it's powered by like piping or whatever it is that brings it through the river.
That's the question. Is it getting water from something like that? Or okay.
Yeah.
So unable to tell.
Yeah. And the water it's moving gently. It's again, it doesn't seem to be with your 24 perception. It doesn't seem to be doing anything strange. So
there's a scent to it.
It smells like fresh water. Have you ever you've been gone like camping before and you've smelled like fresh water, right?
Before the last 2 days, I'd even been outside before. Yeah.
It smells like fresh water. But either way, sorry, my apologies. It smells
grandmothers.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
I mean, because why not? I'd like to remind you, a guy that I used to work with, he's 30. He's 2 years younger than me to the day.
I don't like there's a connotate. I don't like there's like a connect between.
He's 37 and he's a grandpa. And
I have a viewer whose username is Krusty Grandpa.
Well, there you go. You could be crusty at 37, or you could be moist at 37.
Or que no los dos.
Anyways, so
like pizza with tomato sauce, a nice moist crust.
Unless we're talking about like 87-year-old grandmas.
All right, let's move on, man.
Well, hey,
a nice moist.
Maybe she got left out in the rain. Okay. Back to the game.
Fresh water.
Yes, fresh water. It smells like fresh water. And wait, just to finish what I was describing beforehand, as the water's cascading off the pedestal into the water down below, like it falls smoothly, but not unnaturally smoothly. There's like a little bit of a spray, but like overall it's pretty smooth. It just seems normal without you touching it. Everything comes off as normal.
Okay.
Eventually, you guys walking around, as you know, what's his name? Aldo is finishing his loop around the upstairs kind of area because he's not like staring at each of the doors after the first, say, 2, maybe 3. So he's like 3/4 away around the loop or whatever. He's coming back. He sees Mikhail, so maybe he even just picks up his pace just to get back to Mikhail because everything seems copy and paste over and over and over the same exact stuff. Mikhail, you taking the site for the first time. You see Koa is down there, you know, looking over the fountain, sniffing it, whatever he's doing.
From what we can tell, this is Scott's like version of It's a Small World.
After all.
Or for Scott, it's a large world.
There you go. I was sitting there like, that joke is right there. Do I take the low-hanging fruit? Nah, I'll let Wade do it.
Thank you.
And he didn't disappoint. If it's low-hanging fruit for us, it's, you know what? Yeah, I'll just jog over.
I'm pretty sure I'm
and say,
taller than
did you find
Keegan,
anything?
too. I'm almost positive I'm taller than Keegan.
You can believe what you want.
This fountain still has water. The water seems to be normal. I didn't sense anything weird about the way it flows or anything. I've not touched it or tasted it if you'd like to help yourself. I imagine maybe it's from the river, but it could be a stone, I suppose. I haven't touched it.
I didn't accuse you of tasting it. Now it sounds like you did.
I see what you're doing. Clever.
Any markings or anything on the outside?
Not that I saw, no. But I could have missed something, but seems like a normal fountain, which I haven't opened any of the doors or anything yet. I was waiting for you and Aldo to, well, Aldo was looking around up top.
Nothing interesting up here. Apart from these doorways, I don't know what it leads to, but no markings or anything.
Oh,
The
okay.
place is already
Secondly,
lit.
there's a door. There's a what's your name?
Should we be
Jaaek.
moving our characters on the map? Do we care about the moving?
Ah!
Okay there, Scott?
All good. Yeah, you can
Or
move over.
dynamic lighting for a second.
I have to give you a what's it called? A torch, lantern.
Koa's
I
got no
completely
lighting.
deleted all like so many walls, and I was like,
Koa's
"Put it
got
back!"
no lighting, man. I can't see anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back for you. Hold on, I gotta get you a lantern. I think I got one. I think I got one. We're gonna make this your lantern. Don't worry, friends. I have it for you. I have you on the wrong. That's fine.
Wait, this room isn't lit at all, but the hallway leading to it is?
No.
The mole were stupid, man.
Hold on. And then I'm trying
What
to...
the fuck? There's a lit brazier right there.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Dynamic lighting needed my ass.
There we go.
The hell is this?
Got it.
The power of the sun in the palm of something's hand.
Who that?
I told you, I'm gonna make your lantern for you. It's like a person holding a lantern just to make it easier. I'm just gonna follow Wade around.
How's that easier?
Kind of like how hang out with Scott. There's just this little annoying pest on your back when you're walking around.
Constantly telling you how tall he is.
5'11".
I still hear it to this day.
I hate you all.
We know.
Yeah.
It's my life in copy and paste.
Aldo, did you open any of the doors when you were up there?
No, not yet.
Are there doors in this level too, Scott, or just upstairs?
Hold on. There we go. Make sure you emanate light because you're holding your lantern. So there's the whole downstairs and upstairs doors all the way around, all very simple. That's why I said there's like dozens of doors, because you can imagine there's a door like, here and 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 here, going all the way around. I want to
see those represented on the map so I can open them. And
God, that would the whole map would freeze. Anyways, so doors are all the way around, tons of doors all the way around, but then the fountain inside the center. Go ahead.
Well, should we walk up the staircase or check the doors? I don't know what this room is used for. Why does such an ornate hallway lead to this?
Or is there just a random fountain in the middle of the room?
Right? Obviously there was a purpose to it. Maybe it was some kind of gathering hall or something. If it's fresh water, that's kind of a ton of uses. But, yeah, maybe we go up the stairs first and save the doors for later. I found those tongs. They're just sitting back there. I didn't mess with it by myself.
Oh, probably smart. Sorry, I got curious, so I kept going.
Yeah, it's fine. They can wait.
Well, door or hallway, Mikhail?
I'd say hallway. I don't feel that strongly about it.
Well, we can always check the doors after.
We're
going to make our way through. Is this an open doorway, I'm guessing? That's why
you have to go up the stairs. You have to go back up the stairs and go around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You don't have to physically move your tokens that way, but you go up the stairs, go over, back around, and in. Because this little half circle, if you will, right here, would be like where somebody could, theoretically stand and address the whole chamber. You know what I mean? These pillars are all ornate, but none of them having like super crazy designs to them like the other ones did, right? And since none of you have any weapons on you, all of you are able, because I assume, of course, Mikhail removed his as well. All of you are able to move, easily through here.
Might be sitting back at the beginning now.
And as you come into the last chamber, that's through the doorway or whatever over here. One of the things you find inside of this last chamber is going to be, like a large pool of water. There's that, ornate circle that's on the floor right there. There's some nice pillars around that have some, very fancy design to them, so on and so forth. And also, strangely, there's a large tree that's growing in the back over there. Pool, et cetera, et cetera.
Does the room open up to any sunlight?
It does not, no.
Is there any artificial source of light other than the braziers?
Not that you see, no.
But it's green and a tree?
Correct, yeah. Well, it's not that you see immediately, but the whole place is well enough lit for you. You can see that the whole place does seem to be well enough lit. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not add that extra lighting for those boys. Give me 1 second to make sure that those boys can get that light too. Because it's just what's his name? Koa's eyes I'm seeing here because he's so blindingly bright. But you guys are like well lit. I don't even see what tree you're talking about. So.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I'll trust you. There's a tree out there.
So is the layering here that there's a staircase that leads up to something that like sits over on top of this pool, and then you can also kind of go around it or directly to the pool? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yep. Give me 1 second. I'll point it out for you. And this, and we're good. Cool. Now I believe I can just check your lighting. Now you guys can see it better. Sorry, yeah, so the way that it works is you can either walk between the stairs. Wait, here, let me show you with of the layering. You can walk between the staircases, as you see, and you can walk directly up to the pool. The pool itself, which sits underneath this overpass up here, or you can walk from where you are up these staircase, and then you can go around and over to this area. This over here is like a ramp back down. So this is a straight through. All this one level.
That is a whole tree. What the hell?
Is there greenery in the pool and around the pool as well?
There is, yes, but to be fair though, that greenery, they're like a different type of shrub that like you've never seen before, whereas back there, that's a legitimate tree, like a full regular tree, and there's light over there as well, Wade, but not necessarily more light. Like it doesn't seem like an unusual type of light for where you are at the moment.
Is there anything interesting about the pool itself if I walk up to its edge?
Yeah, so you're gonna, I imagine, walk over to the pool. You walk straight across. Cool. Pause for a second. You go to walk straight across. You come into this ring here, and as you come into the ring itself actually starts to light up. I need from Mikhail and Aldo for the two of you guys to go ahead and make me a what is it, fortitude save.
My bad.
Is it fortitude? Yeah, fortitude.
Oh boy. Does following him, I'm guessing it triggers right as he steps into it.
Yeah.
So before I get in there. Okay.
My bad.
Fortitude.
He also walks so fast, I imagine you were looking off to the side of the pillar and he just like started walking off. Those are pretty good rolls. Are you guys happy with them?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep mine.
He walks in, and as he goes walking over there, you guys can feel the ground almost seemingly pulling you into where he is. Like almost like you can feel, how would I describe this? Vibrations that are like reaching out and pulling you into that area. Like the ground itself is calling you in, but both of you are able to resist whatever this energy is that is trying to physically move you into that field that he's standing in, that's now currently lit up. Koa, however, is currently in it, like locked in it, if you will. Not to say that you can't attempt to do something, Wade. You know, you're welcome to do so. Feel free to take an action or RP as you'd like.
Do I feel anything all of a sudden, or I'm just like...
You literally just feel like as you went walking through, you saw the thing light up, and you look down, and you're like, all of a sudden you see the things lit up, and then you look over and see the two of them like struggling and fighting against some, like it looks like they're pulling away from where you are.
Shit, Koa's trying to pull us into that.
What happened? What did we do? What did I do? You do? Who did? What happened?
You set something off, Aldo says as he's stepping backwards.
I don't feel anything.
Is this like a pillar over here? Scott?
I'm sorry? What was that?
Is this a pillar?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
I'm going to step over there and grab onto it.
Okay. Yep. So you go over there and you try to grab onto the thing and, you know, get a good grip. For right now, you seem to be safe. What did you roll at? 18 fortitude? Yeah, you're able to resist this thing pretty well. Yeah. Not that it's not constantly pulling you. It's just that you've got good footing.
Okay. So like I'm trying to like kind of get as close to the pillar as I can and get my feet like away from the ground, pulling me in. And yeah, I'll move that way. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know why. Do you feel anything? Why is it trying to get us over there?
I don't feel.
Nope, not right now.
I don't feel anything. No. So I try to get out.
Ryan, yes. Aldo says as he steps back again.
God, I try to step out of the circle.
Yeah, I had them roll fortitude where I meant to say was strength, but luckily for them, I accidentally said fortitude and didn't change it. You made the thing you're supposed to do, which is a strength check.
An 11.
You go to walk out of it, and as you walk up, you tentatively like put a hand forward, and there's like a field there, like something keeping you in place. And so you put your hand up and you try to push against this thing, and you lean in and even try to push with your your shoulder, your lower back, your hand, and you can't push through whatever this field is. You seem to be trapped there.
I can't leave the circle.
Can I look around and see if anything else in the room is moving or changing?
No.
No, you're not allowed to look. Keep your eyes on me.
And send it up the pock.
Do you see
this is what I'm doing. You guys go.
I don't know why you had to give like the Jack Nicholson in The Shining look.
Yeah.
Or head down, eyes up.
Yeah, well, that's what they like, right? It's just,
lick the lips. Go ahead.
I don't see anything else happening.
I like how Aldo's ran away.
Yeah. Is there any change in this room, by the way? So if I look back towards the fountain or anything like that.
Nope. You go make your way over there, and after you've got, like, say, 15, 20 feet or so away, it feels like you finally pulled free from whatever force it was pulling you in, and you're good to go. You're no longer feeling the effects at all. Everything in there seems normal.
Well, it doesn't seem to be affecting this room. I don't know what it is you've set off. Is there any runes or markings in there?
Just the ground I'm standing on is round.
Does it look like there's runes or anything inside there, Scott? Since I'm close enough to see it.
The ones that are glowing. Like I said, the beneath his feet, it's glowing.
Okay. I'm going to cast Read Magic. See if I can decipher them.
Do me a favor, roll me a concentration check to cast it. It's DC, what is it, 10 for distractions? Or is it 15? Was it for doing it while riding, like during a normal distractions, like riding a horse?
I think it's 10 plus spell level.
No, there's a pretty basic one. I thought it was like because there's like a 21 and then there's like a 15 one. I think it's just the 15. Hold on. Pathfinder concentration.
Injury, spell, whatever. Grappled pin, vigorous motion, violent motion, violent weather.
Vigorous motion, not violent motion.
Yeah, 10 plus spell level. So it'll be 10.
Okay, so 10. Cool. Yeah, I crushed that. Absolutely crushed that.
Way more than I needed.
Can I save the rest of that for later?
Right.
Why did you get Ziploc die rolls?
Right, I got like 14 left of this. I just...
Cool. Let's see. So, listen, Keegan, you leave the crumbs on the plate. You just take the 10 home. Anyways, so you cast Read Magic, no problem.
Can I decipher the runes at all?
You look down at them, trying to look them over. Spellcraft check.
Yep.
Wade, in the meanwhile, do you want to do something?
I want to struggle and try to get out again.
Roll me a strength check.
I want to run to the opposite side. One better.
Better.
Unfortunately, you're still stuck there. Aldo, are you doing anything else after he casts a spell and while he's starting trying to read the runes from where he's holding onto the pillar?
I'm getting rope out.
Okay, sure. You gonna tie it around that pillar out there?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Pulls out some rope, starts like looping around the pillar, doing, whatever Boy Scout he knows how to do. And go back to you. You're looking down at the runes and trying to read what they do. And you realize these runes, you're like, I don't know exactly what they do. Again, it's mole magic. I just don't know this shit. It would take me time to properly understand this. But this is something to do with heavy. It's talking about making the ground heavy or something like that. You don't understand what it means. Now, taking a step back into the meta for a second, more or less it's modifying the mass, if you will, of the ground, effectively making a gravitational field that's like pulling inwards, but seems to only be affecting people and not objects, because no objects seem to be sliding, no pebbles or anything like that, because there is debris. None of that seems to be sliding, only seems to be affecting people. But going back in game, your character's like, it seems to be making things heavier. I don't know. Do you feel heavy? It's like, no.
More specifically, it only seems to be really affecting chosen ones. I'm the only one stuck in it.
Well, only one that was chosen to walk through it.
Huh. Because I was chosen for that task.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But he doesn't feel heavy. Just...
A ghost.
It seems like it's changing how heavy something is, like the ground or the area. What the hell?
I don't feel heavy, I just feel stuck.
It's only pulling in people. It's not moving anything else. Why does it need everyone in this room to be in that spot?
You'll get
is there anything above it? like directly above it if I take a quick glance?
You'll get more information if we continue reading as more time goes on. But as you look up to see if there's anything above it, no. This ring of magic is the ring of magic. There's no like mirrored ring above or anything like that. No.
Boulder dropping on my
No
head?
boulder dropping. Yeah.
No. God.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It's a boulder of people.
God.
Oh God, it's goo at this point.
Right. Okay, then I'm gonna keep examining it. Like it's like obviously still kind of muttering and
Sure.
reading stuff.
You realize that there's something else inside this runes too. It's not just making the ground heavier, if you will. There's some type of, the best way to describe it is almost like a divination or something. It seems to be looking for who stepped into it. Maybe the reason why it's affecting all of you is because, well, he stepped into it. So you're affected by it. I mean, again, you probably, without years or at least months and the correct stuff to research this, it could be something along the lines of it makes a gravitational field that only pulls in something similar to what it was that passed through. Like if a human steps on, humans are affected.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's trying to gather like creatures. Maybe because you're human, it's pulling in the other humans. Or maybe we're at the same size. I'm not sure.
Well, that's fun. Thank you, Aldo. I'll grab the rope and try to pull myself out again. It's still strength?
10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, you can actually, he can tie it around and throw the 50-foot length, and it just gets there in time that you can get to it. It's a strength check, yes, but the DC is lower now. And are you happy with your 19?
Yes.
So you grab the rope and you start, pushing with your legs and pulling with your arms. And then, Aldo on the other side is grabbing the rope and he's trying to pull it as well to give you some assistance. And he pulls you out of the thing. And as soon as he pulls you out, not as soon as he pulls you out, the thing glows brighter for a few seconds. It actually gets hard, like a heavier, like it's pulling you in harder. But because he's helping you and you've got your arms and legs pulling and pushing or whatever it was, by the time you get like a solid like 6-7 feet away from the circle, so not within it, but like out of the circle, the lighting to it just immediately stops and you go stumbling forward as he's like pulling you hard, you're pushing hard, and Mikhail, who's like trying to fight back, he stumbles back just a bit too, and eventually the thing just stops. Once you're like 6-7 feet away from the ring of a circle. And then unfortunately, Mikhail, the runes completely fade and you can't even see them anymore to read them.
Oh shit.
Well, you want to go back in?
If you think he can get out again. But wait, no, don't. I don't know what it did, and maybe it's best we don't.
Maybe let's find a rat or something and have it run across rather than me.
I haven't seen
stone or
down
something
here at all, so.
Is there like a loose rock or something we could throw in there? I don't think it'll work.
It's debris. Like literally, if you walk around past it, grab up the stones or whatever they are on the ground, toss it in, unaffected.
Yeah, I think it's just creatures, living things, probably.
What is the point of this?
I wasn't sure. The runes disappeared.
Why is there a sucking circle?
I thought we were calling them. Would this be a scotting circle? That works.
Is that like if you're calling a sucking circle a scotting circle, that just like leads to all these other ideas. Like
probably the interior really small part.
Room. It's like, oh, did you join the scotting club? There's like 8 dudes sitting around. Somebody bring chapstick. I forgot mine. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a good thing. Apparently, if there's going to be a raid, it's a good thing we got that out of the way before they showed up.
Oh, it'll get worse. Hey, Scott, if I go around that circle and walk up to the pool, do I see anything crazy? Hi, Raiders.
Hello.
Well, you guys missed the sucking circle, so welcome, and you're welcome.
You came just a little too late.
Oh, no! No! Oh, okay. Moving on. Oh, where were we? You walk around it and you head over to the pool. You look down at the pool of water, and the pool seems like regular clear water. There's no movement to it. It seems like crystal clear and it's smooth. No disruptions to it.
Did one of us touch the water, Mikhail?
You drank it last time.
I didn't drink pool water. What?
Okay, sure.
What do you want?
I poke at it with the stick.
Ripple appears inside the pool, ripples outwards, except for where it hits the wall. Then it ripples back into the pool, and eventually the ripples fade away.
Koa splashes some water with his hand.
And it splashes and makes multiple ripples here and there. And now there's droplets on your hands that you flick, and if they hit the water, they also cause tiny little ripples here and there too.
Is there a spot in the pool where it looks like water comes in or out of the pool?
If you let it chill for like a minute or so it gets clear as glass again, go ahead and roll me a perception check. Looking down below, it does look like there are areas off to the sides where water might come in from or leave to like two small holes. Well formed, not just like a crack in the bottom of the pool or anything like that. Like designed passageways where the water would come in one side, out the other side, or vice versa. The flow of water must be a pretty gentle or passive flow, because the water on the top is pretty clear. It didn't have too much whirling or pooling or disturbance that you would imagine happening if there was a significant amount of flowing happening down below.
Is the water is there any algae buildup? Is there anything is it just staying clear water outside of the intended plants?
Yeah, it's staying clear, but the plants, there's 4 plants growing at the corners of the pool that are there. Like I said, they're plants like you've never seen before. Any of you have seen before, but they are growing at the corners of the pool, and the pool itself is fine. No algae, no little fishies or anything else that's inside there. I mean, you don't know about like microbacteria or whatever, but
can I make a nature check on the plants?
They're plants like you've never seen before.
But maybe they remind me of a plant I've seen. There's something similar, or that maybe I can figure out what region maybe they come from. Just anything I can learn about them by looking at them.
They're like plants you've never seen before.
But between the two of us, can we make one?
They're like plants you've never seen before.
Between the three of us,
they're like plants none of you have ever seen before.
We're forming the Triforce of Chosen Ones, and we can't learn about a fucking tree.
You can learn about it, but you don't already know about it.
Okay, I want to look at the plant and learn about it.
Sure. What would you like to know? So the plants themselves, they have broader leaves to them, which you imagine would be for collecting sunlight, but there isn't any light that you at least notice over here. There is light over by the tree. There's the burning braziers, whatever, but there's no immediate light directly on these. So the very best, there's indirect light coming over this direction. Like I said, broader leaves. If you actually touch the leaves or whatever the plant, you can see that they're rather thick. It's kind of almost like waxy. You ever touched those plants before, Wade, with like the very broad and almost like waxy kind of leaves to them? They're actually more common than that you would find in, like, say, a rainforest or wherever, where it has to withstand the abuse of a lot of moisture falling on them, and they have to capture a good amount of water. But that doesn't seem to, like, there's no rain here, and there's no real, issues like that you would come across. That's the case for 2 of the plants. The other 2 are more similar to a fir, if you will, where it's there's not really leaves so much as there are needles that are coming out of it. The needles themselves, I'm not sure if you interact with the needles or if you just kind of like look at them from afar. Again, still that kind of like greenish color. The needles don't grow in like a pine tree does, or like a fir tree does, if you will. They grow more like, again, almost a leaf-like format with the needles coming out of the kind of like broad design that's there. They all have like a unique smell to them. So the 2 and the opposing 2 that are similar have a unique smell to them. Not like one that you're familiar with. Strange, almost tangy smelling, but not a smell that you're familiar with. I imagine you didn't tear any of the leaves or like try to see if there's any creams inside of them or stab yourself with a needle. I imagine you didn't really interact too much beyond feeling the waxiness. Or
I already played with the hole. I don't need to cream now. I'm good. Thank you.
Anything else for the plants that you've never seen before?
Yeah, can I make a nature check to see if they remind me of anything?
Or the pool?
Okay.
Well, if none of the three of us know what these are, then it's even weirder they're here. I mean, we're from kind of all over the place. Oh. Cool, if you decide to eat one of these, let us know how it tastes.
I like how you're trying to flip this on me, Mikhail. We know you ate the goo, and now you're trying to make all of this stuff about me in this particular room.
Not flipping anything. It's just the way that you said it earlier. It sounded kind of, defensive. Check out that tree.
You know what? I've got the balls.
He's not wrong, Koa.
You want me to take a sip of this water? I'll do it right now. Right in front of you.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're very brave drinking the verified fresh water at this point.
I mean verified fresh water. Have you ever seen a plant like this growing out of it? It could contain all kinds of things from these weird plants.
You won't drink it.
Koa takes a sip of the water.
Holy shit, Koa. First of all, it's cool. Like a bottle of water you just grab from the fridge. And it is refreshing. Like legitimately, like it's delicious tasting. It has this like cooling sensation as it like works its way down to your stomach. Like it is like drinking fresh water out of a river. It is, in an early spring morning. Like it is really, really good water. Like probably some of the best water Koa's had in a while. Well, you guys were in the mountains a few months ago, so probably good water up in the mountains.
Koa really poorly pretends that he's like falling over and dying.
Oh no. Gods, why? Kraleen, Martyr, anyone, please save my friend.
You could have at least pretended to care. It's actually really delicious water. Reminds me of the water whenever we were up at the in the forest.
Oh, really?
Oh no, Koa! Aldo pretends to care.
You actually believe him?
I probably do. Thank you, Aldo. No, in all honesty, the water is actually very good.
Oh, yeah. Like when we were in the woods that one time.
That's what I said, yes.
Yeah.
The laughs. This exchange between the two of you that keeps going is actually quite amusing.
I don't think either one of us even knows why we're bickering in this place, but we're just bickering in this place. Like Aldo was the one who started the whole Mikhail eats goo bit, but somehow it's become the Koa Mikhail thing.
It's what Aldo does. He says like one thing and then it becomes its own thing that he doesn't have to touch ever again.
We are his Barbie dolls, and we fight or kiss if he makes us.
Yes. Nice. I just like that he does these kind of inflammatory things, like drops a nuke and walks away. Maybe not good timing for that reference. Drops something and walks away because he wants you guys to forget that he drank human blood.
Perrin.
Close enough.
Yeah. People blood. Yeah.
Didn't happen.
So, Mikhail, you're going to try the goo now, in front of us.
I'll try the water, I guess. Also, we learned what the goo is. There's no way in hell I'm putting that anywhere near my mouth.
We encouraged Aldo to drink more of the Perrin blood. More of the blood.
Yeah, that's true. Come on, Mikhail.
That had a purpose. This is like a person's soul. And
maybe you can
wait. It does have a
and their
purpose,
whole body.
Right? Makes your magic stronger?
Wait, this is their whole body and mind, and it's like the entire body in a goo.
Maybe if your magic was stronger, you would have been able to read those runes quicker.
Plus,
don't insult my magic as if you know anything about
something else. And if it enhances the flavor, it could be the.
I start filling up my water skin.
Not even sipping it. Damn.
He said he tried it. When you try the water, same idea. It's fucking refreshing. It's really good. Like, really good water.
We're going to find out this is like where they wash their assholes after shitting or something.
Right?
And never.
This is going to be like the worst water we've ever had for us.
And you fill your water skin with the best water that you've tasted in at least a very long time. If not
Van
ever.
Wilder flashback to like them filling the rolls with the dog semen.
Right. That.
All right, Koa makes his way over toward where the tree is, avoiding anything weird to step on that doesn't look like just the normal floor.
You said dog semen. It made me think of the.
God, that's a terrible lead.
Rick and Morty.
You say dog semen. It reminds me of my youth.
Remember Rick and Morty when he was supposed to transform like horse semen? He was like, "This is a gun that's explicitly for horse semen and nothing other than horse semen. Do you have any reason to believe there's something other than horse semen in here?" And Morty's like, "No, Rick, it's all good." I'm sure you remember that one.
Thankfully, I blocked that out.
Okay.
Bow wow,
this tree.
Yippee-yay.
You make your way around to the tree. The tree is a large, beautiful oak tree.
Does it have a little star on top?
That's just the thing I'm using for dynamic lighting to bring light in.
Oh, snug tree, why can't I have my weapons?
Okay, there you go. So the tree is there. It's a beautiful oak tree. Looks like it's old as shit. It's like a large old oak tree. But most importantly, you asked about the light before. There actually is light coming in here. And it's not just like torchlight, not just like firelight. Like, it feels like daylight. Above the tree, there's a small dome area. That's above. There's lots of spots that you've seen before. Domes, like where the crystal was that had the air pouring out of it, right? There's a small dome area. And up there seems to have very clean looking light coming from it.
Can we see like through? Is it like sky? Is it glass? Like what is
No,
it's
it's
just straight
stone.
up bright.
Yeah, it's stone. Feel free to roll a perception check.
Okay.
It's your perception check. I'm waiting for one more from Aldo. And does anybody want to modify?
You guys want me to modify a stone sun check?
18's pretty good, but
I gave it.
18's
Yeah.
fine. Keep it.
You see that the light is up there and it's kind of reflecting down, but if anybody's going to know this better than the others, you know that, like, okay, it looks like the light is kind of like coming down from the dome. But you also remember that that crystal was emanating a lot of wind everywhere out of the crystal before, and it would shoot up into the domed area and pour down, like almost like enhance the winds coming down, because even the stuff would go up would be reflected down. So you look and be like, huh, the whole thing looks like it's like, wait a second, let me just, you like know kind of what area to look around, and there it is, you see it. There's a single crystal suspended in the air there that seems to be giving off the clean light. It's actually giving off such clean, clear light, you almost don't see the crystal. The crystal itself is almost invisible from it, but you find just kind of like a single spot in the air that's slightly brighter than the rest. And then kind of like moving around and looking up at the spot, you see like the almost like twinkling of the facets, kind of just barely winking down at you.
How did Mikhail mend my retinas?
Okay, it's not actual sunlight.
There's a crystal up there.
oh, no, that does make sense. This one's giving off light, huh?
Imagine if we had that, we'd never need torches again.
Right? I mean, we probably could get it if it's anything like the other one. We just need to nudge it.
What if it gives off heat or something? If it's like the wind, if I get my hand closer to it, it would be intense, magnified effects.
I don't know about moving this because obviously it's providing light for the tree, right? We don't know the purpose of it. I wouldn't want to mess with something until we have a bit more information.
Well, yeah, it's definitely keeping that tree alive. Probably the other vegetation too. But if for some reason
the vegetation, and they're like nothing I've ever seen before. I kept thinking to myself, what do they remind me of? And all I could come up with was like nothing I've ever seen before. Time and time again, I thought about it, and those are the only words I could think of to describe it.
It's very interesting, Koa.
What did you think when you looked at them?
You know what you say. That's all I could think too.
Right.
Like nothing I'd ever seen before.
Why is this room here? Why is there a pool, a random circle that sucks us in, and then a tree?
I guess we can study the tree a bit, now that we know where the light's coming from.
Scott, can I make a knowledge nature and just check on the tree to see if anything's unusual about it?
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
I love having knowledge nature as a skill so I can roll on things like plants.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm going to roll like Mikhail. I ate my ass.
It looks like an oak tree.
I ate my ass on that one.
It looks like an oak tree. And considering the fact that
but...
this oak tree is probably hundreds and hundreds of years old, it's strange how small it still is. Like, it's no longer growing up. You know, usually trees continue to grow and continue to grow towards the light. But granted, trees will tend to grow more rapidly when they're competing. This tree doesn't seem to have any competition for the light. It has all the light that it wants right there. So maybe when a tree has everything that it needs to live happily and healthily, it stops growing. Honestly, Koa doesn't know the answer to that question. And neither does Wade, because he hardly heard my response.
I heard it. It's small. It hasn't been growing. Probably should be, but I'm trying to eat my ass, laugh, and listen to you at the same time, man. It's a hard trio to accomplish.
Would you also like to roll knowledge nature there, Mikhail?
Mikhail, this tree, it's not as big as you'd expect.
Oh, boy.
Yes, I would.
Oh, boy.
Aldo, you see this tree?
Oh, I see it.
Why that tone? Oh, I see it. Oh my god, he got a 26.
Other planar beings are impressed with your knowledge of this tree.
It was just such an honest faux pas, you know? Like, anyway.
So first and foremost, what season is it?
What kind of tree is it?
I said that 100 times. Oak.
Yeah. I mean, what's special about it, though?
So first and foremost, what season is it?
It was winter.
It's spring, right?
Yeah.
So you can actually see the acorns on it are starting to bud, starting to form. Because that's what happens in the springtime. Acorns grow, they'll fall, they'll embed, they'll start growing their own little sprouts or whatever come autumn, so on and so forth, right? So there are acorns growing on the tree. But the tree itself looks strange. It looks unusual to you. As a matter of fact, walking around the tree, taking a couple looks at it, there's a couple of markings on it that really stand out to you. Yeah. You remember reading about these markings when you were back in your university before. You learn about all sorts of otherworldly things over there. One of the things that you would learn about is apparently, supposedly, out in Eldamar, there are these otherworldly creatures that exist. Certainly somebody that grew up around Eldamar might know these things, or maybe they didn't pay attention. But otherwise, out in Eldamar, there's these otherworldly things that exist. The word for them are like fae creatures, you believe they're called. Okay. And one such creature, it's usually you believe looks effeminate. Like most stories are of a naked, gorgeous female prancing around in the woods. But to be fair, most stories are, coming from hormonal young dudes. So they always come back as naked females prancing around in the woods, right? But they're called driders or something like that. Dryad, that's the word.
Okay.
Dryad. And these creatures, not only are they beautiful naked females that prance around in the woods, known as dryads, but they apparently bind themselves to oak trees. And when they do this, when an oak tree becomes an extension of themselves, when it becomes their home, there's markings on it to suggest that that's the case, that this is an anchor for them.
Oh, and some of them are naked.
You look at this tree, And you can see this tree has those markings. Theoretically, this could be the home of a dryad. And if the tree's still alive,
then the dryad's still alive.
The dryad should still be alive, theoretically.
Should.
Yeah, if the tree's dead, the dryad dies.
Right.
If the dryad dies, the tree doesn't necessarily die.
The tree doesn't die.
Not necessarily, yeah.
Yeah. No, Ninja Sub-Zero nymphs and dryads are different. It's similar. Huh. You know, I think this tree has at least one dryad bound to it.
Do I know what a dryad is?
What's a dryad?
So you would wade and run with the own thoughts that you have there. You don't need to make a check now that he said it. Correct question, Aldo.
They're like fae, basically. They're usually female, I think pretty much exclusively in all the things I've read. But they bind themselves essentially to a tree, a specific tree. And they protect it, they kind of live in harmony with it, and there's a bunch of other mythology around it, but the tree's still alive, so unless someone killed the dryad, it should still be alive. Or they should still be alive. This has the markings of one that's under their protection.
Yeah, Aldo starts like almost like backpedaling a little bit. You can see there's a bit of fear in his eyes at the mention of Faye. I don't feel comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Unless we do something to the tree, these should be less capricious and volatile than other Fae. They tend to be good-natured. Often helpful.
I ain't never heard no good-natured Fae before.
Hey, as long as we don't go messing with their tree too much, we should be okay. I just don't know where they'd be. It would be kind of odd to not be near it, especially letting us this close if they're still alive.
Is this when you use your hero point to reroll?
What hero point?
Oh. Hey, maybe now if you bat your eyes at chat, they'll give you a hero point.
Can they do that?
Yeah. Maybe you stepped away from your computer earlier when I said it, and I was like, don't do it now. Just letting you know it exists. There's a way to grant a hero point in game, but it only lasts for a minute in game, so you got to use it right away. But watch them give it to you, Wade, and then you re-roll and you roll a 1.
It's possible.
It's unlikely. Very unlikely. Very unlikely.
5K? I could buy a few of those.
What? Hey! What up, baby?
Okay, so talking about the dryads and Fae, what does Koa know of them? Like, check aside, just what does Koa know in general?
Yep. What I more or less I said you didn't need to make a check to know. So what you heard me say of dryads, you are familiar with that. As far as you understand, exclusively female, attractive, naked, prance around, bound to oak trees. Usually you have to stay within proximity of oak trees. Protect the forest. Not necessarily good-natured, but not wicked. And certainly have all the telltale signs of being a fae.
Okay.
Being kind of chaotic all over the place. Different minded, those kind of things.
Mikhail, do you think we could call to it or talk to it if there is one here?
I mean, frankly, I from what I know, that wouldn't even be necessary. I imagine they wouldn't let us get this close to their tree without... Well, I guess we could be being watched. I don't know that they're necessarily brave. They're usually naked. That might just be the people taking notes.
I mean, I've heard similar things, I suppose. But I don't know much about like their lifespans or anything like that.
I mean, I don't know that Fae do die of old age. I'm gonna start kind of moving around the tree as best I can, if I can at all.
Yeah.
I imagine
you can do exactly that. Give me 1 second. Mathing.
Can I run and use the restroom real quick?
Yeah, you can. So hold on 1 second. You go, Wade. So you're moving around the tree, and what was your question there, Keegan?
I'm just gonna like try to examine all the way around and like kind of look up into the like get under the canopy, trying not to like touch the tree, and like kind of look up into the branches and work my way all the way around it.
Yeah, seeing if there happens to be a dryad inside there or any other telltale signs or whatever it might be. Yeah. No, I understand what you're doing. So as you're walking around and you're looking, you don't see anything hiding up inside the area. You don't see any of those details up there.
Excuse me.
So nothing kind of like jumps out at you immediately. Were there any other specific signs you were looking for?
Do I know if the markings would show if a dryad was killed or anything like that?
Unfortunately, no. If the dryad was once here, but was slain, that wouldn't necessarily matter. You know that like a tree may wither and die with the dryads, tending to it, but not if it's or has everything it needs. It's a plant. Plants will grow. So you don't know. You know that at least at one point in time, one would have been here, and you can see those markings. Unless somebody faked it. The markings are naturally there, but like magically imprinted by the actual presence of the Fae. But naturally there, not like something that you carve with a knife. Wade, you actually did get, like Joey legitimately did do it. He gave you a hero point, so you can re-roll or use the hero point in another way that you feel fits, but you have an in-game minute to do so.
You're muted.
Oh, my favorite way to work.
+4 or a reroll, right?
+4 post reroll or whatever else there's
the inspiration, which is a good one.
What's that? I don't have the rules for it in front of me. What's that one do?
Google Pathfinder hero point. Then Control F inspire.
I think we have it on our sheets.
Yeah.
If you feel stuck at one point, you can spend a hero point and petition GM for a hint as to what to do next.
God, how do I roll better?
Oh, bring that crystal to my house, big boy.
The JO or the...
It's been a minute since I heard that.
I'm assuming, Joe, you want me to re-roll it? So that's what you spent the thing for?
It'd be pretty funny if you rolled a 1.
I mean, there's a chance. Would I roll a 4?
Yeah.
Odds are in your favor to roll higher.
Yep.
I'm just making sure. I mean, he spent the points. I want to make sure it's what he wants.
He said don't blow.
He said don't Scott.
He said, don't thank you for following Amanda Mackenzie. Sorry, the exclamation point confused me. But that was an L. So halfway through the word, I was like, wait, what?
It did end up being an L.
All right, I'll give him like 10 seconds to respond, then I'm just going to do it.
8, 6.
I imagine he's okay
4,
with you just using it however you want to use it.
2. And...
I love the way you count.
Oh my god!
Well, there you go. That's 5,000 in it down the drain.
Oh my god!
I wish you would have just answered me, Snug. If you said no or yes, maybe the fates would have been different to us.
It was waiting for that exact millisecond to click the button is what caused it. Had Joey answered you earlier.
He's like, no, +4.
Oh god.
Man, I'm so glad I was hanging on to that till this moment. Guys, you love the build-up?
Yep.
It's fitting though, considering how like my first and scene went. It's only fitting that this is the way the first 0 point given goes.
Yep.
I won't lie.
That's 2 of our rerolls now that have been natural ones.
That was both of them Wade?
No, the other one was whatever. I spent the 3 damn edge points or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
So I didn't hear what else you said.
Wait, when it says re-roll, do you keep the new result? Is that what it says?
Oh, I closed that tab.
I think you can save it as rules. Like you can bloop into chat.
I believe the.
I think we have it in our character sheets. Jake booped his, so it's just in the Roll20 chat. Right?
You must take the results of the second roll.
Yep. So you got a 6 instead of a 9.
Whenever you get to the point where there's multiple hero points, can you use 2 for the same event, or can you only use 1 for each thing?
They can be spent at any time and do not require an action to use, although the actions that they modify consume part of your character's turn as normal. You cannot spend more than 1 hero point during a single round of combat. Whenever you spend a hero point, whenever hero was spent, yeah. So, well,
I mean that's good at least. So in the future, maybe we'll actually be able to not be stuck with 1. But
yeah, you wouldn't be able to sing 2 or 3 at the same time. You know, like for the same action.
Yeah, and the rules is written, even if you did, you'd still be using the second result. So it'd be pointless to re-roll the re-roll.
I'd be re-rolling the re-roll to get the second result of the re-roll.
No, you'd be getting a third result.
You'd be getting a third result. Yeah.
All right, well, Scott, I'm guessing I don't know shit.
Unfortunately. Oh, that really hurts my soul. I was very much looking forward to you because DCs are different when you roll the right die roll.
Man, me too. It's crazy how I've not used this ever till now. So,
yeah, you're like character reveal. Look at this skill I have. Just kidding. You didn't see
fitting
that.
for the way the last week's gone.
Yeah, don't feel bad. My first roll of what was it? Fucking artistry songwriting was a 2.
Saga, I hope it's the boot of kicking myself in the balls because like that's kind of what that felt like. So
it's like flexible. Like, I don't know if I could kick myself in the balls.
That really felt like one, man.
Like, I don't want to try, but at the same time, I want to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways.
If I touch the tree, does anything happen?
There's a moment of hesitation where you see, like, Koa staring at the tree. And he's thinking to himself, and he's like, maybe it's actually a maple tree. And so then you just reach out and you touch it. Nobody notices. Not even the dryad.
Weird. Am I touching a tree or?
Whoa! It's not a graze. It's not an accidental graze. Okay, like calm down. Okay. Calm down. No, it is a tree. It is bark and not booty. Okay.
Okay. It means I don't have to apologize. Cool.
But it's just maple syrup because it's a maple tree.
It's still doing acid damage.
I don't know, Lance. I touched the bark and it liked it.
Well, I touched the tree and I haven't been killed, so.
Okay. I can almost imagine that line in RP. You're barking up the wrong dryad. Anyways, sorry.
Peel my bark. What? Flap. Do it. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh no! Because of a combination of like
you're a naughty tree. That's right. You know, it goes in the knot.
Do you think dryads like sprinkles? I think they're like golden showers. Waterman.
All right, everyone, and that's been Lost Initiative. We did the D&D today. And it's D&D. Apparently that time. Clearly.
Oh god.
I will make my way back all the way around the tree to not be underneath it.
Yep.
I guess as we're walking back, So this room is entirely set up for a dryad.
I don't know about it entirely, but it's definitely a part of it. I mean, this tree's the centerpiece.
Access to water, light, tree. Something to protect it, I guess, from people coming in? Or... Nothing we've known of the mole have made us seem like this would be... This feels oddly... lovely for them.
Right? I look over the tree. I'm just going to say hello in tall.
The tree does not respond in tall or short.
Okay.
Anyone in here? I'll yell.
Nobody responds. Aldo's playing a trick.
Which is not.
Aldo dresses up like a dryad.
Which is a naked woman.
Aldo, how'd you pull that one off? Don't ask.
He committed to the role.
The pants were even tighter than Mikhail's.
Fuck. Yeah.
I just got roll of forming surgery, you know? But
Mikhail will walk away from the tree.
There are still all of the doors on this level out there.
Yep, that's the next thing. You know, the roots must go... That water must flow underneath the stone or something. It has to be getting water from somewhere.
Well,
they've got to go
there's
pretty
a source
deep.
of water for the fountain, a source of water for the pool. I mean, it's not too far-fetched to think that...
It's just, I don't know, it looks really healthy to nothing else to take care of it. I mean, it's not connected to like another root system or anything like that. It's just this standalone massive oak. I think eventually, whatever soil it's in is going to run out of nutrients. Must have by now. I mean, how long has this thing been down here?
You think about that as you say it, and you stop and think about it, and you're like, wait, but if there's a crystal of something that gives light, what plant gives light? There's definitely a crystal of mineral.
And the crystal up top, that would be... It's all connected to plane, so that'd be plane of radiance, which is fire and positive. There is one of mineral, and like, there's all sorts of... I guess they could be self-sustaining. They'd have to have one underground, too. I don't think we should dig up the tree, though. He's like saying all this as we're walking because he knows nobody's really gives a shit at this point.
I mean, I guess there's no one else living still in this keep, so it makes sense there would no longer be a dryad if there once was one.
Guess so. They wouldn't have just left. They can't survive that way.
Perhaps the Aldo knows.
Suppose we could ask him. Now that we've encountered it, maybe it unlocked something. Let's check out the doors first, though.
Yeah, just watch where you step.
Yeah, go around the circle in the center.
So as a reminder, the fountain is still in the middle. Are you guys going to start opening the doors, or do you want to go check out the fountain first?
I think the doors.
Sure.
Yeah.
You go to the doors, and I assume you all walk up to the first door together. And when you go over to it, and you open up the first door, everybody being cautious or whatever, you open it up, and you look inside, and inside is a very simple single room, room, like a single room that it opens up into. It's not very large. There's a single bed inside of there. There's a small little like nightstand, if you will, that's inside there, and a small wash basin, a small table with a single chair. And then you go over and you check the next door, and it's the same thing. And the next door is the same thing.
Can we
next door is actually a little bit different.
Hidden...
The next door is a little bit different. It actually has a slightly larger bed, but still everything else the same, but two chairs at the table. What's up, Wade?
No hidden compartments, no drawers, no anything interesting in these rooms?
Well, that all depends. How long do you want to invest in searching? Every room could take a few minutes. Are you guys splitting up? Or are you going to all kind of like cram into one room at the same time?
Guess how many doors are there? Like 20, 30, 50?
A few dozen.
Like 30 to 40?
Yeah, I can actually count it out. 2. So hold on. 1, 2, 3. So just in the lower, never mind even the upper, just doing the lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 just downstairs. Upstairs will have even more. So a few dozen, several dozen.
Several dozen. Yeah. I imagine we'd probably split up if we're going to try to check all of them.
Sure. And how long do you want to invest into this?
I mean, if we're searching, what, about 12 rooms each?
Roughly, right?
Probably more than 12, because 12 times 3 is only 36, and it's going to end up being closer to 50 rooms.
Oh. Oof.
So 15 to 16, 16-ish each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if we spend hours.
Yeah, if we just say if we spend like 3 minutes a room, it's already, we're getting close to an hour.
Sure. Spark up 2 torches and roll me a perception check, each of you.
No, you rolled a 15.
Oh, mess with the torches.
Okay. Before we go any further, Aldo, do me a favor and roll me a what is it called? A fortitude save.
Okay.
Are you happy with your 3?
Yeah.
Okay. All of your characters are walking around the various rooms, searching around with your perception checks. Those are not bad perception checks. I mean, Koa, you are looking for secret compartments or what have you. Unfortunately, you don't find a single secret compartment anywhere. But that doesn't mean there isn't stuff inside the compartments. Like I said, there's an end table. There's a drawer inside of it. Well, going around and looking to the drawer, you do occasionally find like a bit of paper inside of it. Unfortunately, the paper, while it's still pretty well preserved where you are, that paper is thin enough and still worn enough because of the hundreds of years that have passed, as you even just go to pick it up, it's like cracking because of how old it is, right? It's even cracking, like, oh shit, and just put it back down. If somebody's going to read it, you have to more or less like pull the drawer out and like look down and read to see what it is, and you can't read tall. So you won't like really grab those items, just maybe mark them where you are, like, okay, room 1, 7, 10, that kind of stuff, right? But more importantly, you actually do find things of value. You actually can find a handful of coins of mole mint.
Mole coins?
Yeah, mole coins, which is awesome. And when I say a handful of coins, I mean your best friend Joey is going to roll you a d12 for how many gold coins. Hopefully he rolls better than you do.
I was going to say,
you said a handful.
I deserve a 1.
Shouldn't that be multiple smaller dice?
No,
yeah, should that be 3d
more than
a handful
one?
Of coins. This is gold first.
Oh,
God.
While Joey's rolling that d12 for gold, I'm going to let the next 2 people in chat to roll a d8 to find out how many silvers, and the next 3 people rolling a d6 to be how many coppers that you find. Okay, Wade? Which is great news. So we're going to let Joey d12, 2d8, and 3d6. I'll let you figure out what those are.
God damn it, Lance. Why would you roll that? Naga,
I hope
listen,
I roll
man,
wow.
you have no idea how soul-crushing this moment was for me. You can punish me more if you want.
As for Mikhail, who did not roll poorly either, Mikhail, you're looking around and you're grabbing, seeing what you can find inside there. You also find little bits of paper. Hey, just so you know, 5 is a handful. But you also find little bits of paper.
Is that 5 gold or 5 mole coins?
There's 5 gold. And then you have the 2d8 was your silver and 3d6 was your copper.
And they're all mole.
They're all mole.
Coin.
Okay, the d8s were a 2 and a 2.
What you end up finding as you're going around, Mikhail, is you find also little bits of paper. And so you pull it out, and similarly, you're very careful and you read them.
6.
Now, unfortunately, this is all like personal stuff. Like maybe it's a to-do list, or maybe it might be like markings of like daily tasks. Or that's a to-do list, or like markings for like something that maybe to put inside the diary, or something just not to forget, whatever it might be. All very unimportant, simple things. But while this is not exciting or important, that doesn't change the fact that when you compile enough of these together, that adds towards the story of who the mole were. These kinds of items, as you find them, are valuable to somebody like, say, Elliot, even if they're not independently valuable at all to you. So nothing exciting there whatsoever. Aldo, as you're walking around looking inside, finding these things, again, similarly, little small bits of paper, why don't you go ahead and have somebody in chat roll a nice D20 for you. Choose somebody real quick.
Roz,
yeah. Roz can roll you a D20. And so what happened is, as you're looking around, you're looking to see what you can find. And one of the things that you actually find is, as you're walking about whatever it is, you're looking to see where things are, checking out stuff. You don't find really anything of importance inside the drawers. But all of a sudden, you feel your foot kick something. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, you literally heard something move as you kick something. And you look down, and it's really worn, same as everything else. It's very worn down, but it's in good enough condition that, it hasn't like completely ripped open or fallen apart. But there's a small little leather pouch on the ground. So, you bends to go get it, like, because where you see it under the bed. You, like, get down onto the ground, under the bed, to go and grab the leather pouch to open it up to see what's inside, because you can feel something's inside there. But as you go to grab that leather pouch to see what's inside, instead you think you see some movement underneath the bed. You swear you see something underneath there. But then as you look to see what it is and try to move back quickly, all of a sudden it lurches at you. It jumps at you extremely fast. A small bit of slime seems to completely cover your face. There's a moment where you're muffled and you're trying to pull it off of your face as it's attached to it, kind of like one of the little egg creatures coming out of Alien, as it's on your face, and you're ripping it off and ripping it off and ripping it off. And then Aldo, what happened was you you reached under the bed and you looked into the bed and you saw the pouch, and you grabbed the pouch and you pulled it out, and you clear your throat and cough a couple times because your throat gets sore. It's tickly. There's some strange tickle inside your throat. You know what it is? You clear your throat and cough a few times, scratching it on the outside, just clear the tickle. Maybe some water will help you. It feels weird. But when you open up the pouch and look inside, you can actually see there are 13 small gems inside there. And I don't mean these weird gems like you found in the other room. No. These are 13 small gems that look like gems of value, like typical, whether it be spinels or sapphire, so on and so forth, like gems that you think you can sell. I don't know whether you share that with the team. That's up to Aldo, but you see that, your eyes light up. You're excited by it because you can identify these stones. You tie off the thing. Again, the leather's really cracked and worn, so maybe dump them into a different pouch or put this pouch in a different pouch. But again, feel something weird in your throat, scratching away at it, because all you remember doing was coming inside this room, looking under the bed and finding the pouch. That's all you remember happening, and being very happy with what you found. And you go walking out and looking through the rest of the rooms. It takes a little over an hour in total. And so there's a moment where, maybe another torch is struck up or whatever. But eventually you guys are able to recollect down by the well, where, again, you still get that tickle in your throat. Probably should grab yourself a drink. But you have water skin too. Don't think I'm trying to pressure that well on you. Well, you guys are able to kind of join back together and share with each other what you had found.
Okay, Scott, to clarify, all of the coins I found were mole coins, but
everything,
there's 5 gold.
Yep.
What kind of coins were the ones we had before that we gave to Hinta and stuff?
Mole coins. Gold coins, yes.
Okay. So 5 gold mole coins is valuable.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
How many mole coins did we have left from before? Was it 2?
I believe it was 2. I think it was the 2 that we didn't distribute, that were just kind of there.
I'm trying to figure out where I had that written down. Okay, I'm pretty sure we had 2 coins left from that. Yep, it's 2. I found my notes. Okay, so we have 7 gold mole coins. Okay. Well, that's pretty valuable. I came across a bunch of coins and Mikhail, there was some writings, but the paper was very fragile. I couldn't grab it. But if you go into the rooms I've marked, he'll like hand you a slip of parchment or paper or whatever. If you open the drawers, you can try to read them, but don't lift them out, or else they'll crumble.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Okay, I can take a look. Did you see what it was written in? Or could you tell?
It looked like the writing that you can read that I can't. The mold writing.
Probably tall then. Speaking of which, yeah, I found some other mole writings. Nothing particularly important. Mostly just kind of some daily life type things. Little like lists and to do like, chores, that kind of stuff. But it could be useful for a historian like Elliot. You find anything interesting, Aldo?
Aldo is just like kind of almost like you can hear him like clearing his throat. He's like, yeah.
You all right?
Yeah. I found a patch of gems actually.
Shit, good. We need money. Sound like your throat's bothering you though.
Yeah, a little. He's saying he'll take out one of his flasks. He'll drink some alcohol.
You might try water.
Yeah, you might try the water.
We watched Koa do it.
The water is very good.
Yeah, well, the fountain's right over there.
But I have to prove to you again that I will do it.
Oh, I know you'll do it.
Okay. You want me to see if anything's wrong?
I don't know. I just get like a scratchy throat.
What did you do that got you a scratchy throat? Did you eat something? I'll say, like, looking at Mikhail.
No, I didn't.
It works better if you let him say that he didn't eat anything without... If we don't prompt him, then it's... Well, just let me know if it gets worse. Well,
yeah, no worries.
Still not quite a lot enough to tell us why this is here. This is a place where they forge these gems and bind things to them, and then they have this little oasis. Unless the dryad was helping them in some way, perhaps.
Or maybe they were protecting the dryad? I'm not sure. I do know... So we know that the mole... I don't even know if worshipped is the right way to put it. They revered the elements, right? As well as nature itself. I mean, a lot of these rooms seem like quarters, you know? Like people obviously stayed here, probably worked here. Almost makes me think of like a really big temple, a cathedral even. And that tree could have been...
It just feels out of place in the middle of the year.
I mean, now it is. It's hard to know what the place was like before, you know, when this was actually built. So, I mean, if anything, if it is something religious, and it's a place I would imagine dedicated to earth or soil or even things like wood, it being underground isn't the least fitting thing. Heck, maybe it wasn't even buried when they made it. But that's just extrapolating from what we know. I mean, it's still it's enormous, whatever it was meant for.
Yeah. Well, most intricate and nice area we've seen in a mole ruin yet. But,
yeah.
Perhaps we
Very
go
few
speak to
traps.
the elder and begin our experimentation, huh?
I think so. I'm still not sure what was up with that circle, though. Why did it try to draw things in? It doesn't seem like it was a trap, necessarily. Like it was intended for something.
I don't know. Maybe depending on what you put in it, it pulled something else in. So maybe there was something that the dryad wanted, and they would put it in there, and it would soak up the sunlight.
It could have been used to... I mean, I think it was for living things. Maybe it was used to, like, I don't know, gather animals or something that might have been running around the place. I don't know.
Our best bet is to ask the Aldo at this point, but yeah, I have no idea.
And then it will just take a lot of time studying it otherwise. So yeah, let's go. I'm just spinning my wheels here.
You've gone through the 3 doorways, and you still wanted to experiment on the crystal. So I imagine the 3 of you head back to the room.
Yep, we tell dude, all right, time.
You guys go walking in the room, you know, Aldo kicking over by the doorway or whatever, as you go walking in, and you're just kind of like, hey, it's time. And he's like, oh, it's good that you took as long as you did. I needed the rest. But, Aldo, did you drink something? Are you drunk?
I was drinking, yeah.
You drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Good. That explains it. Wait, hold on. It was the alcohol, right? It wasn't the fermented blood?
No, it wasn't.
You're positive it was alcohol and not the fermented blood?
Yes.
Who's talking to him right now?
I don't have that.
I'm carrying the fermented blood.
Oh, okay, cool. I just want, and you didn't like steal a sip like when you were under the table beforehand. You didn't like steal it from Mikhail's pouch or nothing. Okay, cool.
I think he's addicted to it,
because
man.
you swear you just heard some whispery old man's voice say those words. Like you're hanging on the doorway waiting for them to go and deal with their imaginary friend, and all of a sudden you're like, the fuck? And you peek inside the doorway and you see him push up off the wall that he's always on, that they see him push off of. And you see him start to shuffle and walk over.
Look at my feet.
Okay.
Are they both there?
Who's they both?
His feet.
Yes, both of his feet.
Well, he wanted to look at him. I was just curious if he saw what he was expecting.
I did not realize that.
No, it is a ghostly Casper tale.
Yes, you make your way out of the chamber with him. And both of his feet are there.
We just went through all the different rooms, and we saw a room where it looks like they cut gems. One where they maybe, I don't know, practice
Binding
things or binding. There's like targets or whatever. The giant temple that looks like it once housed a dryad. What can you tell us of that room?
Oh, it's possible it did house a dryad at one point.
But why?
The mole. They appreciated the otherworldly. All otherworldly. They focused on the innerworldly. The planes that reached in. Strange thing, the Fae. They're not from another world. They're from this one, as far as we know. But they have this otherworldly nature to them. Likely there was insights that came from such creatures they could glean from. especially if you're looking at plants like people, but in a different way, rely on the base ingredients of life, base elements, and that's what the inner planes are. The base elements: water, fire, stone, and so on.
Speaking of plants, there were a few in there that they were like nothing I've ever seen before. You know where those might be from?
It's possible that they are plants not from here, but plants that may have grown in another plane, or just some far-off land you're not familiar with. Shrugs. Do the gnomes still have a home? Maybe one of those places.
We know of gnomes?
Yeah, yes, you know of gnomes, and their Arcane Congress and Eustace and all the other stuff, yes.
Okay, I feel like I did a whole campaign. Oh, it's dwarves.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You're thinking of, yeah.
I still hear and see all of this.
Yeah. You also see him starting to, as you guys are halfway down the hallway, really starting to slow down and shuffle.
Are you sure you're up for this?
What's the worst that could happen? I wither away and die.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yes.
He stops for a moment to catch his breath and then pushes on.
Okay.
Breathes?
Gets to the tail end of the hallway where the crystal is.
All right.
Well, where do we want to start?
Perhaps somewhere safe. Let's get through the door. Fortunately, this one doesn't close behind you.
How do we want to test it? I mean, I guess we could we do have pretty good control over how intense it is, right? Depends on how far you turn it.
Do you think your magic hand could hold it while we spun the wheel?
I think it could. I'm just concerned that it might change it. Maybe the effect somehow. We don't really know how it reacts to being magically manipulated. Right. I mean, you would be able to hear it if it starts expelling air. So we could just leave it on the ground and just not turn the air all the way on. You know, just a little bit.
I just worry that if it starts blowing air and it's not being held in place, it could fly up in the air and then land it and break.
You mean if the air doesn't come out slowly? Yeah.
It felt pretty intense whenever I got my hand near it.
Hmm. Well, I mean, Mage Hand can hold it. I think the problem is Mage Hand's not very strong. It'll hold it in place,
but
if
if we try
it's...
the suction with Mage Hand?
That should be okay.
Oh.
You know what we could do? We might... We could put something on the other side of the door. Like, we take it out, put it on the ground, and put something near it, or close to it-ish, like a few feet away. Close the door, turn on the Scott function, and then turn it off and check and see if it's pulled the object closer to it while it's not in the slot. That way we just know if it works, even if it's not in its normal place or not.
Well, then I say we do a piece of cloth or something that's not going to go flying and damage the crystal.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay.
All right, Scott, so we're going to put a piece of cloth near where the crystal is going to be held by Mage Hand, and we're going to put it on suck.
So you're mage handing a cloth up there with the crystal not being there.
No. We're moving the crystal out of its held spot to see if it still works, without one of us holding it and risking it hurting us or flying.
Oh, we're using mage hand to hold it. Gotcha.
And we're assuming that if we did blow, Mage Hand couldn't handle it, but suck, maybe it can.
Sure.
I might not Mage Hand it still. We might just set it on the ground, because if it's going to do the suction thing, then we're also still not worried about it flying off and breaking.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. So I don't want to have the variable of like using a spell on it, possibly changing it, and then we're moving ahead with false information.
So you pull the crystal down. It's being suspended with mage hands, and you're gonna set
not
it
being suspended with mage hand. We're setting it on the floor.
Oh, okay, you're setting it on the floor.
Yeah.
And you're gonna turn on suck. Where are you setting it on the floor?
In the hallway where it already was, probably, right?
Yeah, probably like
just set it down.
Relatively beneath where it was before.
Yeah, and put like a strip of just scrap cloth or something, maybe 3 or 4 feet away from it.
Sure.
I don't know. This is a good idea. Aldo says.
What do you think is going to happen?
Test it.
Well, if it does work and it kind of like, is scotting from all directions, it could also, shatter against the ground, and I don't think that's what we really want to do.
Do you think it'll like pull itself against the ground hard enough to break it?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Well,
while I'm talking as well, Scott, Aldo is trying to be as sly as possible. He just keeps like looking at the old guy out of the corner of his eye to see if there is any recognition that he's spoken.
At one point in time, when you do so, you see that he very ever so slightly like looks in your direction, and because he's moving so slow because he's very weak right now, and he will toss you a slight wink, but not, he's so tired, so it's like it's very slight, but it's also partially because he's being cute, if you will, but also partially because he just can't move very much or very easily.
Right. It's disturbing to Aldo.
He's a very old and withered person.
I guess we could set it on something soft. I don't really want to give up my bedroll for that. Just in case it eats it somehow.
I'm going to make sure I have my weapons back on me as well.
Oh, yeah, I imagine we grabbed those on the way out, right?
Yeah.
On the way out, yeah.
I don't really want anything just loose that can,
get absorbed into it.
Or crack it or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything anywhere we can set it that's soft.
Well, we agree that that's the better way than the low version, right?
Probably.
That one sounds more dangerous if this thing is floating around.
It's probably better than if it's blowing things around. Part of the problem is we just don't know what happens if it sucks something in against itself. Like if it's on Scott and something collides with it, does it absorb it or does it like actually slam into it? Because it's meant to do this to a liquid.
I don't know. I mean, it was set up in that hallway in such a way that anything in that hallway, dust and other things, whenever it was set to Scott, would obviously go into it.
True. And it didn't really take much to move it, to like knock it out of its little spot. So if like a lot of water or anything else like that rushed at it and hit it, I imagine that would have knocked it loose.
Well, one way to find out, right?
Yeah.
What other tests can we run?
I think it's the only one. So yeah, I think we'll just be quick. We'll put the piece of cloth near it, and we'll just turn it to Scott, and then back as quickly as we can. It won't take long to know if it still works or not. I don't think we have to leave it prolonged. Right?
Yeah, it should be relatively quick.
All right.
Thankfully, as usual, your microphone didn't pick you up.
Yep. Did you hear the plan?
It didn't Scott in the sound.
He's right, it didn't. Once
Only
again.
heard the very beginning of that.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Chat might be enjoying it.
You're just punishing chat for things they didn't do.
I thought I turned off the noise suppression, but apparently it didn't turn off.
Nope.
Yeah.
All right. Did we set it on something soft as well?
No.
All right. Well, here we go.
So
not unless one of you wants to put your bedroll under it.
So where I understand the plan, but where are you putting the crystal down?
Probably
Basically
in
just
the hallway,
on the ground. Yeah.
So more or less
closed.
beneath where it would normally go. Gotcha.
It's just in that. I don't know if it's in the exact spot where it would normally go. In that hallway.
Just like right
And
over
then-
there. Yeah. Give me like
then
10
we'll-
feet off to the side, whatever it might be.
Putting a cloth
Yeah.
in the room with it, closing the door. Probably just turning it on to Scott for a second, turning it back off, and we'll see if it moves the cloth.
Yeah.
The idea is to be a quick test.
Sure. And you only a second?
Just long enough to where we think it would move a really light piece of cloth relatively. just
Yeah,
a
like-
bit.
Like a 2 count, maybe.
Sure. So you go in there, you close the door so you can't witness anything. And you just gotta turn it like click, 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 and then turn it off. And then open the door back up. Yeah. When you open the door back up, you can see the cloth is still in the same spot, but the crystal moved.
How far did it move?
It moved maybe about 2 feet or so, towards the door, towards like where you guys are. Did you put it down the hall?
Yeah. It doesn't look like it would just roll or anything, does it? Because
Yeah,
it's got facets.
You check that. You go over and you grab something else, maybe like a coin, and put it there and try like 4 or 5 times. Nothing seems to roll very easily. It doesn't seem to be like a grate or whatever to the floor, and it is faceted, as you previously stated.
Leave the door
okay.
open and do it again.
Yep. So yeah, we do it with the door open this time.
Okay. So this time, you can make a decision for when you're undoing or whatever, right? So this time you leave the door open and you click the thing to suck mode, right? And so the negative pressure mode. And when you do so, when you click it on, you can actually see the crystal is moving slowly, but it's gaining some speed as it's moving. And then all of a sudden, it flies up into the air and suspends itself where it's supposed to be. And suction really starts to hit in the area. Like a lot of suction happens. Now, I imagine immediately Aldo, out of like defense, wants to go turn the thing, or whoever it is that's controlling goes to turn the thing. Whoever is the one that's doing that, who is the person that's there? That's like has their hand on the control.
Probably Aldo. I imagine Mikhail's looking and so is ready for something else to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all of you roll me a perception check. Good.
Okay, good.
Both-
Thank goodness.
So as it starts to happen, everybody feels the negative pressure. Everybody feels a bit of wind. But before you even turn the thing fully or whatever it is back to turn it off, Aldo, you notice that while there is negative pressure, it's actually not that strong where you are. Like where you're over there by the controls, it's really not that strong. As a matter of fact, it's strongest over by maybe Koa, who's like watching, and then like pulls himself away from the pressure. Like, oh shit, like reflexes away from it, quickly with, powerful legs or whatever, just pull himself back. And then he can feel the pressures over there, but it's not ripping at him. I don't know if you want to turn the thing off or see what's happening, but it's continuing to do the negative pressure power. And there seems to be a lot of force, but not hitting you, not pulling you in, not affecting you. Do you want to wait and see what happens, or do you want to just turn it off immediately?
Yep. Nope.
You're gonna wait?
Yeah, 'cause we haven't seen what happens when the cloth gets to it yet, right?
Sure. The door is open. You click into that mode, and all of a sudden you notice that the runes over the tube start to change and glow, and they change, they shift. Not like moving location, like literally almost like a transition. Like old runes fade out, new runes fade in, as they shift into being a different design. And the design, as you're looking at it, so you're kind of distracted, like quickly trying to read what those are. You're familiar because you just read them earlier today, yesterday, whatever it was. It's the same locking, the same kind of words that you had read beforehand, but you're looking like, how is this set up? How is this set up? How is this set up? But as you're hearing that, you're also hearing like a whistling noise of like air rushing through the tunnel up there, which is kind of distracting. But not only are you hearing the whistling noise, but then you're like, and you got it. It's the one that locks it in. It locks it in place. So they can't, it won't be able to come out. Like currently the runes are set up so that it locks it so they won't be able to come out this way. Now that whistling noise, it goes on for a bit where the air is rushing through the tunnel. But then that air strangely gets quieter and quieter. And you start to hear this other horrifying noise. This like suction noise. like suction noise, like something got caught in a powerful vacuum. This like
gotcha noise.
Oh, there it is.
Almost this like glurking noise as like, imagine if you have like a boba tea straw and like a thick viscous fluid. You try to suck through that boba tea straw, and unfortunately, it's like it's trying to pull like Play-Doh effectively down this tube, and it's this horrible. It's like this noise is like sending like quivers down your back, is how horrible sounding it is, and it's loud and it's echoing. As it continues happening. But if you allow it to keep going, Aldo, eventually the entire tunnel fills up with the goop, and the power instinctively turns off on its own. The suction just stops. Now, you can always turn it back on or whatever you want to do, but the power turns off. The runes are glowing. The ooze can't come down here. It's returned inside of its center tube, like slide area, but the suction turned off. Now the crystal's just glowing there with the door open, and no wind blowing this way or that.
So it sucked all the goo into the straw, basically. And
yes.
Now it's there instead of the room that we needed to use to get in here.
You put too much peanut butter in your smoothie, and you just struggled really hard to fill up the straw and didn't even get any yet.
Oh, that's where you go to like suck it out, but your cheeks instead like get sucked in, and you're like,
"Yep, that's what's happening to you right now." Or at least what you heard.
You take the straw out, and like the pressure releases, so it just all comes out the bottom. You're like, all that for nothing.
I'm imagining where we were standing, we probably didn't hear all that because we just heard the wind from the suction that we're experiencing.
You heard the wind, and then you heard the suction noise, and then you see the ooze there.
Okay, even being like in the doorway, kind of by where the suction was.
Yeah, because there's the slide thing that you came down. You can see the ooze over there now, but it took like a solid maybe 2-ish minutes or so to get the stuff back down here.
I'm afraid to ask, but what happens if we leave the door open and switch it back to the other thing? Does it go up, or does it go somewhere else?
I think it goes up. That would stand to reason. Just don't tell it to Scott any harder. I'd like the ooze not being in this room.
Oh, that's right. If you Sorry. There's a setting to disable the guard here. The runes. He points at the wheel. The other wheel. He's like, turn that one. With this door open. Turn that wheel, but do nothing else.
Koa looks at the other two as he approaches the wheel.
Just that one and do nothing else. Okay.
Koa turns the wheel.
Now you have the wheel with go into the crystal in the hallway open, and you have the wheel go into the tunnel that heads out to the grate open. And when you do that, you can see that the runes that are up there, they're still glowing, but they're glowing more faintly. Not like they're continuing to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. They're going to eventually snuff out. They're glowing more faintly. And you can see the ooze is almost like kind of like pulsing a little bit. It can't break through the barrier. The barrier is still there, so on and so forth. But it's pulsing a little bit. And he's like, that's right. Occasionally, the area would need to be cleansed. The water would become filth. It's a defense mechanism. You imagine once you've defended enough times, it's no longer what you want to keep. And you would vacate it. Some setting here. Perhaps it's one way than the next, or some such. It'll drop the ooze into this room, or what would have been the water, and expel it out that way.
Oh,
now we know
so
what that room's for.
It is intended to expel that way.
But if we do it while it's the ooze, are we helping with the curse, or are we just sending a bunch of horrible ooze out and about?
I can't imagine it's been done since the curse happened, otherwise this wouldn't be here, right?
I'm sorry. Thank you for keeping me. And he like waves as somebody that can't even, he doesn't have the strength to even continue talking. And he just excuses himself as he turns and starts to walk back, under the crystal and back down the hallway. And he's moving even slower and slower as he goes. But either way, I'll leave you guys back to your RP.
He made it a lot further this time, but he still looked very weak by the end.
Still, he helped. I think that's... I mean, there might be steps after, who knows, but I think releasing this out of that grate is what we're supposed to do when we're ready to break this thing.
But why don't they just release it into the river?
Yes, which initially I said I don't want to do, but now realizing that's a thing that couldn't have been done yet. Since this curse happened. This was something else before. It was some water creature. But since the curse happened, obviously, this hasn't been flushed out there before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here still.
But if we do it now, we risk the curse happening again.
Correct. So we don't want to do it now, but I think we know that's what needs to be done later, eventually. At least, unless we're going to do something else with this stuff.
And yet at the same time, we need to know how this works. It's a tough position to be in.
Yeah. Very. I mean...
But we don't test it now, right? We don't risk it.
I don't think we can, because there's a chance that's all it needs. At that point, it's out of this place. And I don't think there's going to be anything we can do if it gets in the river other than let it go. So it's not... I don't know.
What happens when this stuff meets the water? Just flows out to sea?
Let's hope it doesn't turn all the water into goo.
To know more about that river.
I suppose it wouldn't, though, because down in the sewers, it's not pure water. It still had access to some amount of liquid.
Yeah, it still stayed together. Still don't know. Did we ever figure out where the hell it's actually leaking out of?
What do you mean?
No.
This ooze. It was leaking out of that wall. We never found where that is.
You did not, but until you erupted it out of the area, it's been in this tunnel. So maybe this tunnel has the hole in it? You'd have to expel the tunnel and go crawling up and looking. But it's the only place that you know that the ooze was the entire time.
That would assume that we are currently further down than where the leak was happening.
Yeah, you'd be like a smidge down where the leak was happening. Yeah. Well, a smidge to further. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because so where it is right now, I imagine where it is right now, if we were to go through that mansion again and look in that well, we would see what we saw initially. I think this is the state it was in when it was leaking. So that
it
leak is
hardened up and blocked
probably
the
still
holes,
happening.
So it's not leaking at the moment, but
True.
And don't forget, when you guys will go out the door that's now currently open going to the outside, there's a grade going up ever so slightly. And usually when you're flowing water, you go down, the grade's down, not up, right? You want like a 3 degree or whatever it is. So, continuate, I'm sorry.
I mean, if we can gather a sample of even what's down in the sewers, perhaps we can mess with it with Ashanti and Gwen's help. Gwen has worked with this stuff. Maybe she knows a way to break it down or to harvest it or deal with it in a safer manner than we would. Perhaps we can get something in the tunnel that will break it down before it makes it to the grate, or perhaps we can
that's a good
off
point.
The grate or something. They might know something.
That's a great point. In fact, it's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking. Is she has to know. It's a great
point that I made. Then give yourself credit for it. But
I wasn't, Koa. It's your girlfriend gets the credit, okay? She's the one who actually knows how to work with this stuff.
You mean
I want to continue to argue with you, but you said 2 things I liked about that, and I'll leave it be.
Well, I think that's we've got our next plan of attack. Then we know how to break it. I guess we know how to break the other one, but we need to know how to break down this stuff. So we've cleared the way up there. Before we leave this place, though, let's go back to the map room.
Nods.
Okay. You can leave the doors all open, or
I imagine we would try to get the runes turned back on, whatever combination it took to get those runes powered back up since they were
just shut the door that goes to the outside, and as soon as you do that, the runes light back up so that they're full and everything's good to go. It's like it reduces that priming, if you will.
Okay.
So more or less you come to the realization, one door at a time while the ooze is in the tunnel.
Yeah, I think Koa would even speculate, like, there's not that many different combinations it could be, so I imagine we want the door to the crystal closed, the door out there open, and then it's just a matter of whether we want it on Scott or Blow. Figure out how do we get the ooze out.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Then I think we go to the map room.
So you shut the outer door, you leave the inner door, and the currently the thing's powered off, and you guys go walking to the room. And you guys go walking in, and he's there again, leaning against the wall like he usually is, and he's very faded, but he's there.
Mikhail still doesn't see him though, right?
No.
I just hear him.
Aldo hasn't acknowledged that he's seen him or anything either.
No, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Is he in here?
Yes, it looks like he's resting against the wall.
Okay. He's like saying it quiet.
Not to be that person, but why are we back in here then? To disturb him or to look around?
Aldo, did you want to look at the map or?
Yeah, I just wanted to check out the room properly. Like we searched the other one, and yeah, like I haven't searched this room yet. I don't know. Maybe ask him if you have any questions before we leave. You said something about the more information we get, or something. He seems to remember more. I wonder if going to another keep, then yeah, I don't know. Is that how it works?
It did seem to help. It seems to be why he knew more about the previous one.
The more of these we go to, the better off he'll be. But also, we've acquired some more books and just knowledge in general. So all of that probably compounds to be part of it.
Something.
Aldo, you don't need to say anything. Continue to rest. But we're going to take a look around this room if that doesn't bother you.
Yeah. Scott, while I'm talking and things, like I'm trying to be subtle so I can roll a bluff, but I'm watching this guy. Like I want to see him acknowledge me again.
Okay. So you guys are you're gonna walk around or whatever. Are you occasionally like looking off in that direction?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, because I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but they're gonna be able to make perception checks to see this.
Mm-hmm.
Looking around the room, so
You guys are also looking around the room or whatever. Yeah, I imagine you're not touching the books. You don't want to touch the books.
Right.
Out of fear of breaking them.
Yeah. Oh shit, I would have checked. Speaking of that, I would have checked those papers Koa found in those other rooms. I forgot.
Yeah. And same idea.
Oh, it's the same as the ones I found.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, back to you, sir. I'm glad you rolled the higher one. It makes more sense for you because you can see that not only is he occasionally like looking glances up, which is unusual for Aldo to like be staring, because usually if he's curious about something, he just checks it out. But for him to be walking around the room, keep looking across the room at a specific spot, but more importantly, you know where that spot is because you can see it.
Koa will not so quietly go to Mikhail. I think Aldo drank the blood.
How? I've had it on me the whole time.
He found more of it, but he keeps glancing right at the elder.
Oh, ew. Ew. It just keeps looking. I didn't think he had it in him.
Well, literally has it in him.
I don't know why he's keeping it a secret. I mean, it's a tough thing to do, but I mean...
I hear them all.
Yeah, we're not...
You hear them having a whispered conversation. I don't know if you hear the words.
Koa's not... Koa's being loud enough to where he kind of wanted you to hear, so yes.
Irish whisper.
Yeah, Aldo like snaps around at that, and I said, I told you there was something wrong with this guy. He can see me. He winked at me, but he hasn't said a single thing to you. He hasn't even acknowledged it. There's something strange going on here. I can't see anything. We go into that other room, and then I come back, and I can see him, and he's winking at me and being all weird. But yet, he doesn't acknowledge that...
Was your throat messed up because you drank blood?
I didn't drink anything. Well, I did after, but that was my own. I'm not drinking any blood, all right?
So have you been able to see him this whole time, and then you've been lying to us?
I haven't lied to you at all. I haven't said anything because I want to see if it's actually legit. And this guy is winking at me, and he's not saying anything. Why do you think I asked to come back here?
I've seen your friend since you completed your tour around the keep and before the test with the crystal. I was curious why he hadn't told you that he could see me and hear me. And that's
you didn't want to tell us he drank blood.
This old man. That's why.
I think he's
just you hiding things from people. He turns around at you and he snaps. And he's like, I didn't drink the blood. If I did, I would say it. I drank it before. I did not now.
You don't cough from drinking alcohol. Why were you coughing?
Why can
I don't know. I didn't drink it.
Why can you see each other now? What changed?
Yes, why can we?
I'm now believing I understand why your visions or you being chosen may have been disrupted. This one is rather disruptive.
Yes, I'm disruptive. You're the sneaky one that can see me and never says a single thing.
All right, Aldo, both of you did this. Both of you have done the same thing.
Could see. Yes. He says.
I did, and I was testing you.
Apparently he was testing you. I don't know. The point
Don't put words in his mouth, okay? He was not testing me. I was testing him, and he failed. Like I knew he would.
Well, you both tricked us. Like, neither of you has the high ground here.
Tricking you.
You didn't tell us you could see him because you were testing him.
Tricked
he played along.
Immediately, he didn't. No. You are both wrong. There is something seriously wrong with that.
Yeah, he's a ghost.
And then because you finish his point again, he just leans back against the wall and says nothing because you guys already have the conversation.
Aldo, he's done nothing but help us.
Why can't I see him? Why can't I see you?
I don't know where to look. I'm just staring at a wall.
He's waiting to see if it's actually like when you see like you're actually waiting for an answer and not just going to yell over the opportunity to speak. Say waits a second or two, and then he says,
"I don't know, but perhaps, maybe, you being the chosen one is finally settling in for you."
Yeah, well, I'm not. Okay, that's old bud here, and he points to Koa. He says, "No."
He means Alcimia.
A second, he's like, "Oh yeah,
yeah."
Koa's also like, "Which one? Oh, the bird."
That weird old lady.
Jesus Christ. Is that not a sign for you?
Not really.
Well, I'm not here to bend arms or to convince.
Yeah, what are you here for?
To guide.
You're a shitty guide.
pauses for a second, chooses not to argue.
Listen, Koa, Mikhail, there's something strange going on here. That's all I can say. One moment I can't see or hear a thing. The next, I could look like I walk up and slap the guy.
It's the most pointless deception of all time. If he's been pretending to not see you for forever and all of a sudden could the whole time. What?
No, that's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at something has happened. It doesn't make sense. This is what I'm telling you. It doesn't make sense that I go from not being able to see a thing to then all of a sudden I can see and interact with whatever that is.
What about any of this has made sense?
The fact that you're just like, oh, cool, bro. This is just a new normal. That's strange to me.
Well, no, we want to get to the bottom of it as well. But we walked through a temple and opened some drawers. I don't know what could have changed you.
Also, that is not how that happened. When we first met the Elder, we were freaking out. You thought we were crazy. You just feel how we felt then. And I still can't see him.
One day.
Something doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, Did you do anything out of the ordinary when we were in the temple?
No.
You didn't drink the water. Maybe not drinking the water.
No, you found those gems.
Yeah?
Maybe they did something. I don't know. Did we really look at them?
I don't know. What do you think? They're like the crystals or something?
I don't fucking know. Let me see them.
Is Aldo, this is a Scott question, I guess. Is Aldo still like coughing and whatever?
I mean, may occasionally like clear his throat or whatever, but it's not like he was before. He did for upwards an hour, whatever it was. He was like, and mind you, that didn't happen immediately when he walked in for that slightly over an hour search. That probably happened like a half hour in. So the rest of the time you guys were there and a little bit of time after you left, but it's pretty much gone now.
Other than the gyms and you developing a cough for a while, Aldo, I'm not sure what else could have changed.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's what it is, I guess.
Well, I feel like this is a good thing. Now you can have this interaction. Now you can hear and see for yourself.
Yeah.
It's a lot to take in, but you also got kidnapped by a bird and flown around with corpses and nests and things, and that seems also pretty crazy to me.
Does. I mean, neither of us got to, or one of us didn't get to do that.
It's pretty fun.
Yep, sounds like it.
I love Nightstorm, believe you me, but flying is a new sensation.
Perhaps if I have enough strength to travel that far from the keep, I too can ride her. It would be joyous to soar through the skies.
We probably have a few more temples to get to before you'll be that strong, but you're getting there.
The time seems to pass in blinks, and other times it drags.
Feels like that for us too, I think. Well, if you come up with any theories as to why Aldo and you can see each other now, I guess let us know, but I'm not sure what else we're going to get from that line of thinking now.
I will reinforce the question. Did he consume the concoction that you're saying?
No, I did not.
I believe him.
I do too. I mean,
Please, don't misunderstand. Accidents happen. He could have done it accidentally.
I'll go and check the ones that are under the table.
They're sealed.
They're still sealed. Push
Nice to see the trust coming in there, Mikhail. Thank you.
I believed you. I was just proving it.
I didn't look, Aldo.
Thank you, Koa.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mikhail, check the ones in your bag, too.
Aldo turns and he goes to walk away, and then he walks right up to the ghost, and he's like, I'm watching you.
And fortunately, likewise.
Aldo, I was
He
kidding.
scowls at him and walks out.
I was kidding, Aldo. Joke. I'm still funny.
No, this is good. This is good. Everyone's chosen. This is fantastic for the imposter syndrome. Where to next?
Blood. Maybe it just takes a while to set in, Mikhail.
I'm not drinking the blood.
You told Aldo to.
If you can find a cure for me having to interact with that one.
Can you drink the blood? Maybe it has a reverse effect on you.
Aldo he'll figure it out. I don't think he really wanted all this stuff. Being chosen isn't choosing, right?
Well, you say that, but correct me if I'm wrong. Since he was told of the situation, months have passed, and here he is. Perhaps his choosing to come to a second keep and to continue fighting and understanding a second curse. Perhaps the amount of effort he's put into this has awoken him to what is rightfully his responsibility.
Hear that, Mikhail? You should try harder.
Yep. Story of my fucking life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean it in that way.
It's fine. It's not. It's fine.
Joe is like just smiling like he finds it hilarious at this point.
Because we can see that Aldo is more heroic than he has accepted, maybe? I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's just how it seems from the outside. There's a reason we've trusted him this far. And if I need to just speak for myself, then there's a reason I've trusted him this far.
He gives like a slight nod, leaning on his walking stick, but otherwise doesn't say anything.
Everybody all in chat is op, just so you know. Every fucking one.
Well, don't worry, Mikhail. You couldn't see him give the slight nod, so you just heard
sure good
silence. On acknowledgement.
Just give him some time. And occasionally mess with him just because it's funny.
Thinks for a moment and says, perhaps a bit of that trust being built first. He didn't acknowledge it right away. Someone who supposedly seemed very torn up about not understanding originally. I thought it strange that it wasn't acknowledged immediately. After hundreds of years of waiting, I did not think it was my place to disrupt whatever he was doing. Perhaps I made the wrong choice here.
Don't owe me any explanation.
Aldo will come around. I think building trust is important. I think hopefully Mikhail and I have established that with him at this point. So give him some time to think through this and accept that it's all real and everything. And I'm sure the next time we run into each other, he'll be a bit more open to discussion. Probably as callous as ever.
Well, 2 keeps have been explored. I hope you choose your next one wisely.
Is there one we shouldn't choose?
Shakes his head, says,
I'm giving no direction. But once you choose your third, if you're confident you can act upon the keeps, you can decide which ones to lift the curse from. But if you determine that at least one of the 3 that you've already encountered is maybe more than you can handle at the time, then you must explore a 4th and so on, drawing on how much time it takes for this to happen. The curses insidiously lingering longer, having more of an impact on the land and the people therein.
I think it likely that one of the next 2 we would visit would be the one near Varen or the one over near Leshev in the forest.
Yeah, I think the one in Varen is what we settled on, but we can make certain later.
Right.
I think for now I've had enough of this place.
Thank you for your time as always, Aldo, and we'll see you hopefully sooner rather than later for you. And for us.
I will rest. Oh, and if you are going back to the Alchemia's home, don't forget your crystal, unless you have another that might work.
Or don't.
Do you know a way to know if the crystals are bound or not?
It's beyond my understanding, at least as of right now.
Perhaps one of the tests we should have done to see if one of the other crystals worked.
It's true. I don't think none of the other ones were the same size, though, right? They were all like regular gemstone size. Yeah. Yeah, this was the only one of this size. Yeah. I guess we'll take it and move on.
Did we have another question for him before we left? I thought we had come up with one other one.
I did too, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, no idea.
So you have 2 ways out now. I assume you're going out the easy way, which is through the tunnel, and through the little extra dimensional space with the hanging rope and whatever they're there, and and we can kind of like end up there with you guys.
What's the other way out?
Oh yeah, you can't go back up the tunnel because the ooze is in the way.
We would have to do the whole. Yeah.
Never mind. So either way, yeah, but at least you know you can come back in that way, which is great news.
Oh yeah, we were gonna ask him about the ways out. Now that we're talking about it.
Well, that's the only ways he knows of. That entrance and that exit.
The tunnel one doesn't make any sense because if we undo the stuff to go through the tube,
correct,
then it's in the room.
Because normally somebody would operate down here and somebody else would be able to go in and out.
Well, let's make sure it's set up to where the goo is back in the tunnel, so that way we can go into that room.
Yeah, I think that's how it is. That's how we left it.
Yeah.
Right? It's just locked in. Yeah.
We'll just make sure it's that way, and then we'll close up shop. We're taking the crystal with us, just in case?
Yes. Yeah, I'm putting it on my sheet just so that I don't forget that we have it.
All right.
Reminder, if you take that crystal with you, will you be able to explode all the ooze out of the hole?
Well, we're going to need it for the doors, and we'll need it for here. So we're going to need it for both places.
We can make that decision later on. Why don't we end up, since it's 2:15?
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
And you guys can discuss that over the course of the week in Slack in Discord or whatever. Cool. All right. Keegan, anything exciting happened in your last session? Anything exciting coming up in the next sessions? Anything you want to talk about before we go?
Yeah, somebody died. So, someone died. A PC or a character,
You've
died.
forgotten who already, man? That's insensitive.
It was Lamia, which is Giselle's character. And Hyperphase came up with an interesting way to try to resolve that. So that's what I have to consider throughout the week, so I can figure out how that's going to work.
I don't like the thought of hollowing them out and turning them into a puppet, but I guess if it works, it works.
Well,
which hole?
You don't have to like it, You can...
Jake, anything exciting happening for you?
Nah, not for me.
And Wade, anything exciting happening for you, sir? Sleep,
I don't know,
maybe?
man. I'm tired as fuck. Podcast and sleep. Yeah.
Okay. What's happening for me? Work.
Ending stream.
Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody. Appreciate it.
Oh my god! Now that we're doing outros, like, it is immediately catching up to me. I'm so tired.
Yep. But I struggled a few times.